to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
Welcome to the place. Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shake the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift the game rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your. 'Cause your weapons to the ground. 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 'C ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. And feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're lost. Even when I'm gone, like circles on from near and far, above the flower bed, as we watch the stars, and we'll never be apart.
Hey Kia, let's see if you're a real fan.
I'm ready.
How many lanes are there in League of Legends?
There are 3 lanes in League
Are
of
you
Legends.
seriously quizzing the car about League of Legends?
Look, I just want to know how much it knows.
The EV3 has an AI assistant. It's supposed to know everything.
Okay then, hey Kia, how do I get better at League of Legends?
That will be challenging.
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Book your next hotel stay in Madrid with Marriott Bonvoy. A check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies.
got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the
the perfect team fight. They take it all. Here comes the Crows storm. It's not back. It's to call up on the what? This people, oh my God! Claps, everybody. You know the story. You know the legend.
And welcome everyone to the last day of week 1 here in LEC Summer in Berlin, sunny Berlin, Germany. Now, if you think that whatever we've seen this week has been chaotic so far, you ain't seen nothing yet. We have a third day of series to go through, and I will be joined by Jack, Spectra, and Finn. How are you guys doing? I'm gonna pour you some tea, you know, because we've seen. I mean, people have been selling bathwater before. I don't feel like it's that weird. Let me know how you think. Actually, I'm gonna pour you something really hot, really warm, because I want to discuss whatever madness has been happening in the LEC so far with some hot or cold statements. We'll see how you guys feel about this one. But first things first, how are you doing?
Doing great.
Doing great?
Especially with this beautiful, lovely.
Enjoy it. I hope it's gonna be soothing.
Yeah.
Like the games that we've been watching so far. You know what? First statement instead. Yunara is going to be a top pick in the LEC. Is it hot, or is it not?
I think hot. Hot. I think Yunara will be a fantastic pick. Great range, great chase potential. We've seen some good stuff. I think people are still figuring out the champ. That's why the win rate isn't the best.
Yeah, I think the champion has potential, but I think the numbers are a little bit too low right now. I think give her a few buffs, then she's gonna rise in priority. But I think right now people are a little bit too heavy on the new toy syndrome. It's like a new champion. It's fun to play, and maybe they see her roasting the glasses in a way, you know.
Second question, champion that I have here, having 0% win rate in the LEC so far, but we know how overpowered the champion can be. Pantheon is bait. Is it hot or not?
Well,
I think not.
No?
It's not bait. I think the champion is strong.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the champ is strong as well.
Just the wrong hand so far.
It's also like low sample size, you know. It's like it's been a few games. We haven't seen like that much.
Okay.
Strong champ.
Yeah, I mean, I think the champion is still very prominent in Korea and China, so I think it's still a strong champion.
All right. We'll see about that a bit later. Now, the question everyone is wondering, would Finn easily beat Cajol in a Yone 1v1?
I hope so. I hope so.
I mean, that is just, next question, please. That is just not even a question, that is just a statement.
Defend yourself. What makes you better at Cajol, especially?
Have you seen Cajol's Yone?
No, I haven't.
I mean, my own. I mean, that is just, I mean, my own is not good, but holy crap, the bar is low.
Okay. Next question here. Scrims are baits.
I think not.
Not? Okay.
Because people, so like 90% of the time, the team that is the best team in scrims are the best team in the league. Like G2 was always the best team in scrims, and they were the best team in our league for God knows how long.
No, I fully agree. If you're a better team, you usually win more scrims. Of course, there are some times where like a team is playing a little bit too loose and like kind of preying on the bad habits, but I think in general, scrims are not bait.
Gotta ask Jux that question at the end of the day. Next question. Jacuzzis are overrated. I actually agree here.
I think, I kind of think they're overrated. And they usually always...
The tree thinks so as well,
like, whenever you go to somebody's place and they're rich and they have a jacuzzi, it's always broken.
Yeah, right?
Like 90% of the time. And they're like, no, it's never worked.
Oh, look at me, I'm Jack Spectre, I have rich friends.
No, but it's like, you know, have you ever had that experience?
I don't have friends with jacuzzi either. So.
Norwegians, man, I couldn't.
Norwegians,
all got to their head. That is insane.
We'll leave it here for now, but we're still gonna have the spa and the jacuzzi for the rest of the day. And if you want to bring the spa vibes to the Rift, grab your favorite Spirit Blossom Spring skin and unwind in style, just like us. Now, GB has been working hard to bring all of us some more GB Sports episodes. So let's take a look at the first episode with SK Gaming.
And welcome back to another GB Sports. This time around we're doing a Gangplank Barrel Challenge. It's with the entire team of SK. This time around it's Kadui versus Loopy.
Loopy is so forward.
This is about timing.
Yeah, still. My turn. It's Loopy. Yeah.
A little bit of a choke.
Boom! Hey, first blood has been drawn.
Mine. This was so fast.
Yeah, no.
Hey!
Are you okay?
Luffy will win.
Oh my god.
No, team.
B.
Ah, it's so bad. So bad.
One more and Kadui's out.
Oh my god, so fast.
So GG. What? He just didn't do that.
What?
Auto-attack him.
You hit me. Okay, you turn.
Really?
Yeah, I troll.
Oh my god. Auto-attack him.
Way! That's the most fair way to do it.
Yeah.
And he's actually cheating.
Okay, let's just meet in the mid lane already. There's not going to be much practice. Luffy is coming in hot.
What?
Wow. Guys. Guys, I need practice.
It's only can't lose. Oh my god.
Finally coming in.
Solar Baka, I know.
One more and he's out. But there's still opportunity for comeback. Skeens. No!
He's cheating, no? I think cheating.
Luffy goes straight to final.
Oh my god,
Abe and Dundun, you can come up now.
Yeah, I don't have glasses as well. I don't see shit.
Oh my god, this is so... Can I say
You can say we will censor things. We will censor, it's okay.
Oh my god.
And we're down in the other side of the bracket. Abe versus Dundun.
Oh my god.
First blood has been drawn by Abe Target.
Okay. I mean, both are good.
Yeah, both are good. It's like kind of me and Leo's looks, you know?
Hey!
Hey, a pirate at hard.
For bait.
What?
Hey, give him one auto, give him one auto.
Hey, oh, right now.
Always I lose. When I...
And there we have it.
What?
Then win.
Abe, please swap with Luffy. Luffy, finals time.
And
oh my god, this is finals?
Finals. And I'm suspecting big cheers for the couch for this final. Let's hype this one up. It's the best of the best in SK for the Breathtaking Barrel Challenge. That's what I'm talking about. We're getting ready for the finals.
You can't win, oh my god. Hey.
You're watching Luffy, right?
Hey. Oh. But then will win. Hey.
Oh my god, he's Tom Rainer.
Hey! Yeah,
what? So good!
Oh my god. Oh no, Luffy will come back. Oh. No!
Close affair.
15 minutes! Hey, go
one more!
Oh my god! And now
it's the
dust.
Oh! He's running away! Oh, he's extra.
What?
Oh, he's making fun of him.
Oh,
wow, well played.
And in a heated final.
Yeah, so easy. Oh my god. So easy.
Congratulations to Dundun. Truly the best gangplank on SK.
Thank you.
And welcome to the interview with Skeens in the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in. I'm standing here with Skeens. So yesterday, I'm sure the game didn't really go as you wanted to, but still, I think there were some really good takeaways from that game, and I would love to kind of pick your brain a little bit about some of the plays that happened. So, without further ado, I think let's get into the games.
Yep.
Yeah?
Yeah,
as we pull up the first repair. Here, you're coming out of base as Trundle, and we see the Herald is spawning in just a bit, but you're going to decide to open bot side. Can you tell me a little bit what's going through your mind right here and why you decided to go bot side here?
Yeah, I actually remember just before this play, we catch Rel on top side and we use two ulti, the Nautilus and the Thunder ult. So we decided after the Rel play that we couldn't fight this Rift because of the ult advantage. So I decided to run bot side and look to cross map on the T1 bot because of my champ as well.
Yeah, so we play the clip out here. We're going to see you open here, and you're going to kind of skip your camps, and you're going to run straight here. And I think this is one of the things you did really good yesterday. Despite that rough early game, you guys are really good at trading sides, and despite maybe you're being weaker, you're really good at getting leads here. So you forced our ult, and you get this tower here, and I just thought this was a really good adaptation by you guys to decide to give this Herald because you had no ult. You guys felt like you were a little bit weaker, and I think this was such a cool clip. But I want to go into the next clip because that is my favorite. The next clip is going to be my absolute favorite. And it's going to be something really creative that you did here, because now you just did your blue buff here, and you're going to go bot side as we roll the clip out to kind of cover your Asir.
Yeah.
And here, I assume you get spotted on a ward. And now I want to see, what are you thinking about right now?
So now, I knew that we couldn't contest the mid wave because Koki wanted to base for the second item. So my idea was I won't be able to stay on mid lane. They will just take the control anyway. So I will just stay on bot side to cover this Azir. I think actually I didn't play that well because I think I should really cover this bush with Nautilus because we actually had vision on the Jinx that he couldn't move. But yeah, this was kind of my idea. Player on the bot side, wait for the Corki to get the second item and like just play on the other.
And look how you sneak around the Visionary. You get into this bush, and they have no idea that you're here. They probably assume that you're like going up to your top side or like you're leaving us here because they have a lot of vision, but you're not all that vision. And you sneak into this bush.
Yes.
And now I see you're looking to just cover Abedag and maybe look for a shuffle on its wave if Aurora would contest. But now your Rumble goes for an all-in here, and I think soon you're gonna see the Wukong here, and that is just such a free Atakan start. So what's going through your mind right now?
Yeah, I think we did really good. I was watching top at this moment as well. I knew that Dundon wanted to all-in the Sylas, so my idea was like just to start it anyway to force the Wukong to show somewhere. Like if Wukong show bot, then we can just go back to lane and push, and I think it was really good for us. So Dundon can like out-push top and like be safe. And if we just do it and see the Wukong on top side, then we can just look to finish it.
Yeah, kind of like putting them in a difficult position because either they show top and defend their top laner from the Dundon all-in, or you just get the Atakan for free.
Yeah,
and I thought that was a really clever play. And like going into the day, I want to see more of this because I think you yesterday was really clever, and I really liked how you played on the map despite those rough early games. And going into the next kind of game, do you have any mind? Like, do you have any thoughts about yesterday? Anything you think you could have done better?
I mean, I think for me, actually, I think I did good still. I should have done like some rotation. I could have done better for sure. But I don't know. I'm just really happy about my performance yesterday, to be honest. And I just need to do better and better like for today, and then maybe we can win.
Yeah, I think so too. Now we're gonna go back to lore, and we're gonna break down the continuation of that series.
Lovely Finch review here with Skins. I'm so happy that he's back in the LEC. We'll see him against Fnatic in just a couple minutes. But guys, first things first. What do we think about the newest addition to the LEC? What do we think about the Ghost?
I mean, I'm loving what I'm seeing so far. Okay, it's game 2, maybe not the most impactful, but so far the addition to Fnatic was some of the changes that we need to see. Now, I will admit that Razork himself acknowledged that his game 1 and game 2 weren't the best performance. So I'm still optimistic that there's more to be seen from Fnatic, but right now they seem very grounded and very realistic about where they're at in the league.
Yeah, I feel stability is what Poby looks like he's bringing. He didn't play like, I feel like he didn't do anything insane, but he just had good laning leads. He didn't get caught out, which Humanoid had such a tendency to do all the time, and it just made the Fnatic's game look a lot easier, even when Razork was struggling.
We've seen that his laning phase and his early laning was really solid here, but what we're looking in Fnatic is actually mid-game and solving those issues. How do we think that he's going to incorporate into that? That's amazing stats, by the way, for the first 2 games that he had. He was laning against Camilo, sure, but that's promising.
I think that there's always going to be a communication barrier. We heard from Mickey yesterday on PGL where he talked about sometimes they weren't on the same page, and that was an issue that they ran into. But Poby, I think, is a fast learner. He's shown to us how motivated and committed he is. We've only heard positive things about the environment that he's bringing to Fnatic. And ultimately, day 1, yes, they did get pushed all the way to 3 games. I think that showcased some of the strength of Heretics. But at the same time, like, it's hard not to be excited for this young man in the mid lane. He's bringing something new. He's got a lot of fans already, and he's just so sweet and honest on the Rift. And based on what Razork has told us, apparently he's a bit of a comedian as well. So I'm looking forward to what he's showing us.
He's very likable, and I feel like his English already seems very good. I met him earlier, and it was just like, he just seemed very comfortable. Like, it was an easy conversation. So for me, that already is so positive for the team.
It's not just about the memes, it's about the whole package. The Ghost has it all. What is he going to be able to show today in the second game that Fnatic has in summer against SK Gaming? Casters, tell us what you think.
Honestly, it's a very good question, Laura. I'm not sure. I just got lost in the fact that you said it wasn't just about the memes, because to me it is just about the memes. The performance is good, but come on, the memes are too good. We have to be excited. Although, on a side note, before we focus in on SK Gaming versus Fnatic, I do want to welcome to the caster desk none other than Odo Wamne, as we welcome the players here. Odo, it's your first cast for a banger matchup. How you feeling? You ready?
It is indeed a banger. I'm excited. It's just Poby. Are we going to see another Poby masterclass? Because even though the analyst desk was not really well, they were hyped, but you know, I feel like it didn't really live up to the level that he had, because for me, he was a pleasant surprise so far.
Yeah, I think this is a player who obviously, again, the memes where people know him for, and he's hyped because of a reputation that he has for stepping in for Faker, right? Even though that wasn't necessarily the peak of his individual performance, people were expecting this guy to be anywhere from the GOAT to middle of the road, and I think he did super well. What was it that stood out to you the most?
Well, I think it's what Jax said as well, where he had the stability that was needed. It felt like he was holding his own, and even in the game 2, where I felt like everything was somewhat falling apart for Fnatic, I felt like he was stable. He was the one who was keeping them in the game. And I also was quite pleasantly surprised with the amount of engages he was finding, because with the amount of limited English that he has, you know, nowadays speaking less English is better. That's just how it goes. I felt like he had the required amount of English to find engages. And when he has a champion that he needs to pull the trigger so often, finding good engages and not, you know, being caught up by himself, where Fnatic, the rest of the team, doesn't follow up on it, for me it was probably the most pleasant surprise I had from him.
Yeah, it was really excellent that he can kind of pull the trigger and start those plays, that the team followed up. But you raise a very excellent point, which is we need the memers to figure out. Obviously, speaking Korean is a good thing these days, but
what is the sweet spot?
What is the sweet spot? Can we still say a player is speaking Korean if we need them also to speak English in comms?
That's
true. So this is the struggle.
So that's what would happen. That happened with me in 2015 with Ryu. He would always, you know, bait us into thinking that he doesn't speak English well, but instead he was just cosplaying that he doesn't speak English. Because he did, but the thing is he kept his skill level by pretending that he doesn't speak English.
That's a genius maneuver.
That is.
I do remember that roster. It was a little bit cursed from what I remember.
It was very cursed.
Well, we'll go down memory road perhaps another time as we get into picks and bans. Talia banned, Varus banned. Nothing too crazy quite yet. Really looking, maybe Kadui's Ezreal gets through this time around. I don't know. What do you want to look for?
Even if it does go through, I don't feel like it's this much of a power break. I'm just curious mostly on red side, because they have the, how to say, the priority here, or they have the power to decide what goes through with the Trundle being banned. Now I'm looking at the potential Azir versus Wukong trade, but now blue side has, or like SK rather, has the option to just shut the door on that and look for something a little bit more neutral.
Definitely a decent option. Yunara probably was the other thing that we saw on the first day. That didn't make a ton of sense to me. Haven't seen a lot of that champion, not quite sure where to place it.
There we go,
but
the door is being
banned.
shut. Yeah, with the Yunara, I felt like it was... Teams were just trying to force, you know, the more recent the champion is, the more powerful it is, and it unfortunately failed the test. But at the same time, it was a great thing, because we've been seeing new champions take over there way too often, and I was happy to see Yunara just go down in the mud.
Yeah. Unlike our boy Cassante, who remains a terror. Terror from day one, continuing through, unstoppable, inevitable. Poppy banned at the very least. Dun dun. What is the angle going to be?
Probably they're trying to make the Wukong happen here. Well, Kalista has been cursed for a while, so I don't really expect her to come through, because usually we saw the Poppy into Kalista just to ensure power pick on both. But I am thinking of just, this is probably going to be either a Wukong Xin Zhao trade for the junglers. Well, they already secured the Gwen, which I feel like is a strong pick. But at the same time, on blue side, if you pick a top laner, you're going to get counterpicked at some point, so might as well, you know, lock in something that you feel like is tier 1.
Well,
there goes
Oscar
the Rumble.
Going for the Rumble. And I'm going to be honest, I don't think Oscar had the best Rumble game. Dun Dun, unfortunately for him, I think had the worst Rumble game of the season so far. So opportunity for both players to prove that they got a little bit more. Yeah, redemption for Oscar's was less egregious, but for Dun Dun on this SK lineup, I think had some good moments in the Ambessa game. Need to see if the Gwen game is going to look similar.
Yeah, I'm expecting still for him to be on the back foot similar to yesterday, because I do feel like if Oscar is playing this matchup the way he's supposed to be playing it, getting maybe the phase rush to find always winning trades, it would ensure that he's still having a chance at redemption. I feel like now Dindin needs to be bailed out. Well, now we're also in a lane swap meta. I feel like there's a lot of ways to bail your top laner out of a sticky situation.
Yeah, we'll see. It was kind of interesting in the BDS game when they got the early kills. We expected more swaps. They didn't opt to go for it. Fnatic seems like a team who will be much more active on the swaps. SK locking in a top side that we've more or less seen from them before. Gwen knew, but the combination of the Pantheon and Ryze did get them early kills in their previous matchup.
Oh, it was nice, because typically when we think of SK, we are like, oh, they're supposed to go scaling, especially with someone like Abedage, because he's the typical control mage player. But I was pleasantly surprised by SK yesterday, because I feel like they were very proactive in the early mid game. I fell in the late game they fell apart a little bit. But given the situation they were against BDS, with this sort of, you know, champions, they have been showing that they can use that proactivity quite well. But on the other side, with Fnatic, man, if I'm looking at Rumble, Orianna, Wukong, I'm thinking maybe a little bit too much Wombo, but man, that's scary.
It's a really
I'm not
terrifying
happy
position.
playing against that.
Yeah, and as noted before, Poby had no problem starting fights by himself. Orianna a little bit better when she can rely on someone else to hit that initial CC, but still a player we're going to be keeping our eye on, especially, I think, early lane phase where Abbedagge has shown that the Ryze can be a big threat, especially when backed up by that Pantheon.
And if I'm not mistaken, I do feel like this is a good matchup for Orianna. So also the Ryze will be struggling to find, how to say, windows to use that opportunity, windows to use that move that he has across the map. But at the same time, I do feel like Fnatic is already pulling ahead in this draft because right now the engaged supports are still open. You don't really need, or like you're gonna move away from that Wombo kind of team comp into something that's a little bit more reliable. You don't need to just land, you know, everything to make it work. You're gonna have set up from maybe a Nautilus or a Rel or an Alistar. You have the ball delivery system that I think they had yesterday as well. So already I feel like it's starting to shape up that Fnatic's team comp is a little bit easier to play.
Yeah. Does make sense, and
the Yunara
over. Yunara locked now. Okay, we're gonna see Upset's take on the champion. See if it'll probably just, you know, crack and see what happens when he hits 2 items. And what Kadui really has as an answer. Again, the Kai'Sa yesterday, the comp was good. You could see what he was thinking with some of the angles. They were terrible. In the end, you know, history will remember him differently if he had gone in and killed 4 people, but he didn't, and so it looked bad. And he might run it back. Odo, how do you feel about a team like SK who, you know, haven't found the most success, new lineup, more or less just playing the same comp again?
Well, it does make sense because when you're a team that has been struggling historically, because that's just how it is, when you play this sort of style that you have been, it looks like they've been repeating it over and over and over in scrims, this is the easiest way to find improvements. You play something that you're familiar with, it's easier to spot the mistakes, it's easier to analyze what your team could have been doing to make it better, and I don't hate it, the fact that they're playing the same stuff, but at the same time, now you need to think about it. Does this work into the enemy team comp? Does it really make sense? And from what I'm seeing right now, I don't see that last pick from the Fnatic side. Oh, it is the Braum. Well, you remember how I said that I like Fnatic's team comp more?
Yeah.
Well, it kind of fell apart.
What did you want? If it wasn't the Braum, what did you want? You wanted engage?
I wanted more engage because at the same time, what is the Braum really going to bring you here? Because I'm looking at the team comp that SK has. They have a lot of dive. Realistically, Braum is going to put the shield up. Kai'Sa is going to dive past it. But at the same time, I don't really know if Kai'Sa is going to be able to find this much avenues to walk in and just jump past the front line, straight to the back line to find an angle. But at the same time, now I'm looking at Fnatic and I'm thinking, do you have enough proactivity? Sure, you have Upset on the Yunara. I feel like he's going to make a lot of space for himself. He's going to find angle to dish out a lot of damage, but I feel like Fnatic's lacking a bit of lockdown, while SK side, even though it seems like it might be harder to execute, it might actually just end up being easier.
Yeah, more reliable tools, even if in the context of the game, could be a little bit tricky. Keeping an eye, again, as we always do when there's a Pantheon in the game, at what the early action is going to look like from the side of SK, and also what the Braum pick from Mickey will bring. Perhaps looking to show us something new as you get ready for this game. Of course, for both these teams, they're second of 4 in our regular season. SK unable to find that victory for BDS, but that, of course, coming out on top. And now we get to see Odo.
It's already going to shape up to be... Ooh, it's so peaceful. Actually, listen. Oh, and there it is. But yeah, I do think that it's going to be shaping up to be a bot lane or like a bot side intensive game. I do expect both junglers to be fighting to the bot side because I feel like if I'm looking at Fnatic side, I want to leave Oscar alone because he seems like he has this sort of champion. Even though it's Pantheon Gwen, it looks kind of terrifying. The fact that you have Phase Rush, I feel like you can be independently winning the lane. And at the same time, this meta is so much about bot lane having leverage, finding opportunities to swap, because pretty much the early game is about, you know, getting the Drake, swapping to grabs, going back to the Drake, swapping back to the Herald, and so on and so.
Yeah.
Bot lane is pivotal and very, very important to get ahead, so I do expect both of them to go to their bot side, because even Upset said it yesterday. Razork, when he went to the top side, it sucked.
It wasn't good.
Game 1 and 2, they were finding themselves, you know, pretty far behind when it comes to the neutral objectives. And Game 3, it was a storm. So that's what I think is going to be happening. Just both junglers going to the bot lane and just making a fist fight.
And that's probably what Upset is asking for, too, if there's anything we know about this man. I've interviewed him for a lot of years. You've played with him. He likes it when the jungler goes bot lane.
He loves it.
He gets mad, I think, if anything else.
He would get mad at me because jungler was coming to my lane.
It's your fault. What are you doing, bro? Tell him.
It wasn't even me. I didn't even call him.
How do you feel about exhausting the Gwen? Does it change anything about the 2v2?
Yeah, it is definitely needed because Rumble's biggest opportunity to find lethal or find good trades is the overheat.
Yep.
So this way, if Gwen manages to dodge one of those windows where she can use the exhaust to get pry or stabilize her lane, ooh, then the fight in the bot lane, that's also what Yunara is really, really strong at. You just get your 8 stacks, you get the auto attack reset, and then you can just force level 1 prio so hard.
Yeah. Q start a lot of times in solo queue, you're seeing a W start, but able to stack that up pretty easily. And I start to sweat when we look at SK's bottom lane. I look back to that first matchup where they lost those early kills. Loopy stunned up once again.
It just feels like it's double counter pick, to be honest, because you look at, okay, Yunara's winning 1v1 versus the Kai'Sa. At least that's what I would be thinking based on, you know, like, base stats and everything.
Range, yeah.
Braum is winning against Nautilus, so, like, you know, you put 1+1 together, it's both of them are winning. So now all of a sudden, that's why I also said that I feel like Pantheon patting top lane right now is a mistake, because your bot lane, it's already 2 minutes 13 game, and I feel like they're quite whiny in game.
They need a little help.
That
much is certain. And that has sadly been the story for the SK bottom lane. Not quite on the same page. Some good moments in the series versus BDS, but it's a big stinker as well. So, again, you mentioned before, the Braum in the context of this composition, it doesn't bring the same level of engage we might have wanted to see, but very clearly in the 2v2, it's looking, at least for these first few levels, to be pretty unplayable for SK. Already reset coming in from Kadui.
Yeah, and that's going to open the window for Upset to maybe find the swap. But back to the Braum point, I do feel like it might also be like this thing where you're like, okay, Braum is going to neutralize everything. If you can hands diff your opponent, you don't really need more tools to win, right? If you're just going to find yourself in mid-game where you're just like, everyone is winning pretty much. But Kobe in the mid lane, it is also going quite well. He is quite stable in this lane, hugging the correct side of the lane. There's not much what he can do because Pantheon is on the top side, which I'm still surprised. They haven't seen Pantheon at all, but all the lanes still seem to be playing so confidently.
Yeah. And important to remember that Fnatic, despite how highly they were rated with their previous roster and even how far they managed to go last season, they did lose to SK.
Oh, they did.
Last time around. And
that was a shocker for me.
That was a big shocker for a lot of people. So hopefully have learned the lesson, give them that same respect. Obviously playing super confidently on bot side, but
I love this reset from Razor. Well, there's a 10-10 reset. Oh, and he hooks in right on the
backing up. That's the flash going out as well as the barrier. Loopy backing away. One more auto. Doesn't quite get it. Upset flashes for the commit, but doesn't have the damage.
This is going to hurt Razor a bit in the long run because I feel like now Skins has the opportunity to cross into his top side and invade his second clear because he wasted time. Usually on junglers you have limited amount of time that you can spend on each side of the map to be making this sort of plays. So now I do feel like it's going to translate later for tempo lead when it comes to these neutral objectives.
Yeah, keeping our eye now as the resets do come out. Skins hasn't had the opportunity to reset yet, did opt to complete the bottom side camp, and question mark pings from Fnatic make me think that they've more or less just kind of sussed out his pathing. Early objectives, 22 seconds until the Drake, obviously still pretty far away from anything else, but it's Loopy, spotted out on a bit of vision. Luckily, Fnatic already did their due diligence and had a ward to cover a potential early roam.
I feel like this is going to be one of these sleeper Dragon games where I feel like, given the...
No, we can't. It's your first cast. They need to give you a blood. They need to give you an EU Classic. Fist fight for 30 minutes and then one team throws and everything falls apart.
Oh, that would be quite easy. But no, I meant in the sense where I feel like there's not going to be a lot of Dragon stacking early game because right now it's just junglers are prioritizing. They've cleared so much, and I feel like the first point of contention we're going to be having it around the grabs unless Fnatic finds this window right now with Upset's prio.
Upset is looking to get first push there, pings on the bottom side, and Razork is passing down bot. So it is an angle to take Drake, an angle that SK aren't really well equipped to respond to. As you highlighted, Skeens, he cleared bot side before, so now he's forced up to the top side.
That's why the slow push here is so nice from Fnatic, because when you hit the wave in this sort of state, you're pretty much, you hold the control. You don't need to cash in on when you want it to actually crash. You have the choice, and what they will want to do is that when Razork is finishing his full clear, that's the moment when they will cash in on the wave and make it crash into the tower. So this way, everything is efficient, unless the fight starts. And then Razor can just start the Drake with easy number advantage from both sides.
Would be the advantage. SK, it looks like trying to fight their way out of this situation as Fnatic now seem ready to pick. Dun Dun going all in on the top side. Exhaust now burned. Second use of the ultimate. Osprey with a fancy feed. Does not sure if it connected, but obviously he's not going to go down. Observers keeping us two places at the same time. Mickey trying to back up. The stun not quite in range from Skeens. So both sides just back away.
That's why Phase is so balanced, but at the same time, I do feel like this is a slight blunder from the side of Fnatic, because remember how I just said that they had this control over the wave? well, they didn't catch it at all, and they just kind of blundered this whole opportunity, because even now, well, I guess they can start the slow push right now, but I feel like that was a great opening for Fnatic to rest control of this bot lane and start this Dragon. But Razork
going forward, knowing the flashes are gone, exhaust used, reset coming out from the clone. Luffy hooking right in, was hoping maybe to find a wall. Instead, a quick path to the grave as he goes down. First blood for Razork.
And as a jungler, that must suck, you know? If you're Pantheon, if you're Skins, you just walk bot lane, you're like, yo, bot lane, are you okay? I just gave you Prio, and they're like, yeah, we're fine. And then all of a sudden, the little monkey comes back and just spins the stick around you, and then you just die. And all of a sudden, Skins feels a little bit betrayed. It feels like he invested time and it didn't pay off.
I've never heard Wukong summarized so effectively as being so annoying. The little monkey
so
comes
annoying.
and spins the stick.
He's just pure
He
pain.
literally laughs in the ulti sound. It is very annoying.
That is quite good.
I really liked when, like last year when people played this champ, it looked useless and we stopped. I really preferred it that year.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying, I've seen way too many people use the full combo on a Wukong clone. So
that is true.
It just brings a lot of pain to me when I see it often.
Hey, luckily there's no Vi in the game to be potentially embarrassed by a Wukong clone. Although a Pantheon stun could come through, as could a Rise root, so we'll counter our chickens before they hatch, as it were.
Now I'm curious what SK will be looking to do, because with this sort of control that Fnatic has over the bot lane right now, with also Mickey walking mid and giving Prio to Poby, who's still having a great game, all things considered, I do feel like Fnatic has the tempo advantage now to go for the Drake, and that's why I also feel like Kedui is opening mid here, looking for a trade, and yeah, the grabs have been started, but at the same time, Razor seems to be a little bit late when it comes to be starting this Drake.
I mean, good recognition of the window of opportunity there from SK as they do push the wave in mid first. They're in an even state topside, and they kind of just go for it on the grubs. In a closer map state, and certainly Fnatic could have just started Drake sooner. Take a bit too much time, and as a result, yeah, they're going to get the Drake. They might get some pressure on the bottom side, but I don't know. Just grubs feel like a more valuable tool to have for the side of SK.
Yeah, when you find yourself in this sort of map state where there's 8 minutes, Drake is up, grubs are up, I always feel like the grubs are the more important one, because what tends to happen is that SK right now, when I think about it, at any moment they find this sort of pry on the bot lane or pry on the top lane that enables them to swap. You, as the side of Fnatic, are forced to match SK forever, because usually when you think about these sort of map trades, 1 tower for 1 tower, what's going to be happening? The moment you start losing that trade, you need to be forced to, you will start being forced to match all the time. And SK, right now, with 3 grabs, they're always going to be finding these sort of windows where they can be forcing these tower trades. And Fnatic feels like now their hands are a little bit tied. It will slow down the game a little bit more, because they'll be forced to match, because every sort of trade will be losing. Well, up until that second trade, because that's when the game blows open again.
Opportunity now for SK to push the lead, to leverage the advantage they have in shredding through those towers, but in bot lane, at least, it's tough for them to get control. Looks like Upset is going to be going for Blade of the Rune King. Obviously works very nicely with the fully stacked Yunara Q.
That's something new I haven't seen. Razork.
Razork, flashback. Shockwave also missing, so high value.
I'm not upset about that. Shockwave for flash is always worth. I mean, maybe he was going to flash anyway, but slow cooldown, you get the Prio. Now as Orianna, you can keep this Prio forever. Walking in and finding engage, using the Prio. And now Luffy is forced to move here to relieve the Prio, the pressure here that Razork is exerting over.
Schemes does get the camp, already used the Aegis Assault. Razork cloning out over the wall. Flash forward from Luffy. Razork, quick leap to the minion, definitely not getting what they want, but now Mickey's waiting behind them. Oh no, Luffy. Caught out once again. No way out of that one. They're going to donate the kill to Upset.
Oh, of course, it's always Upset. But
for anyone who doesn't know, you guys played together. It's not. I'm firing Strays because I know him. You're firing Strays because you know him.
I love him.
I love him too. I just want to be clear. The whole world isn't against Upset. It's just the two of us.
It's just funny because it's stereotypical AD carry, because I know exactly what he's saying. He's walking there. He's like, guys, give me. And then everyone's like, okay, fine, we're going to give you.
Yeah.
It's like feed the puppy.
Yeah, that's what we used to say with Uzi. It's Upset too. Give the money to your AD carry. He's 500 gold up now.
Well, I do know that he's going to carry with that gold, so you know I'm not sad.
No, I don't think he should be. Upset definitely a rock for this team for the most part. And Razork, I think off to a better start early. It does feel like he started the Drake a little bit late, but otherwise outperformed on the bottom side, got that early kill, 100% kill participation so far. So big glow up since we've seen him.
Exactly, big glow up, because compared to yesterday, I felt like he was on the wrong side of the map most of the time. Early game, he was a little bit all over the place, wasn't really finding good plays. While I feel like now he has been, how to say, precise in that sense. Maybe the timings were a little bit off, but in terms of like using his prior, using his laner's leads. I feel like he has been on the right side of the map for most of the time, and it's honestly hard as Wukong to be able to match the Pantheon all the time, so that's why he deserves more props.
Yeah. Also the pre-6, tough to match as well. Razork able to keep up and farm, get that level 6 gank in the bottom side. Second Drake still 2 minutes away, 3 minutes 20 till the Herald. Fnatic, it's an okay gold lead. It's not massive yet, as when you look at the item completions, it's really only Upset who has that a significant advantage with the completed Blade of the Rune King. Triforce matched by the Sundered Sky in the jungle department, even despite the lead.
Exactly, but I feel like Triforce is such a stronger spike.
Yeah.
What is going to shift the balance is when you see these sort of item discrepancies in terms of spike. I don't really care so much about the gold. Usually the teams, they look to force objectives or they look to force fights when, you know, they have these discrepancies where, like, you have one item to 0.5 to the components, you have 2 items to 1.5. So
yeah.
Right now, even though they're even, right now we've seen it already leveraged from bot lane more, because now Kai'Sa was forced to take this bad base to match this item spike to even stand a chance to contest this Dragon.
Yeah, opting for static early, definitely not a bad item, will help with the wave clear. Tough to match Yunara, right? This is the champion who just shreds waves.
Definitely.
Oh, also, you're old enough to get this. I wasn't sure if I could bring this up with Jack. I'll hold that thought just in case they're going to fist fight in the jungle, and for now it looks like they are. Do you realize that Yunara's entire champion is just old Ginsu's? Remember when Ginsu's was 8 hits into AoE?
Was it 8?
8 hits. It was pickaxe, it was blasting wand. You'd hit 8 times, and it would do a bunch of AoE damage. Remember Jax used to build it? Oh, and I just realized the other day, I was like, hey, they're reusing it. Riot Games design team, that's the same
that's a sneaky little one. But at the same time, it's the same with Irelia, because Gwen is in the game as well. Gwen is pretty much just old Irelia ult. It's like, okay guys, let's scrap it. Yeah, we can bring it back. This seems fair.
It's actually true.
Oh man.
And to be fair, it was as broken as old Irelia for a long time until the champion got, you know, nerfed repeatedly.
Old Irelia was fun.
Old Irelia, what,
most people nowadays.
For who?
For the guy who was playing it, of course.
Yeah.
I hated playing against them, but when I was playing it, I was like, ooh, I'm having so much fun. 2 seconds, 20 clicks CC.
Great champion as long as no one plays it but me. Yes.
Now with SK, even though I feel like they've been falling behind a little bit, I do like this sort of control they have, because that Dragon side is lit up like a Christmas tree. They have so much defensive wards. Not so much offensively, but that circle of 3 pings that is happening in the jungle is beautiful to see. It's going to match a flank, but at the same time, it might just be bait wards, because realistically it's nice to have those wards, but would you like them in a more aggressive place? I would say yes. Ooh, and Pantheon, where are you flying?
Might not have the wards, but they do have the Pantheon. Upset forced to ult though.
Honestly, really wards.
Transcends, uses the dash out.
Utility ultimate for such a combat-oriented spell, or like ultimate, this is actually shaping up to be fine for SK, but engaging
Level
too quickly.
11 for Poby. Razork now spinning in. Abadagi looking to find the flank. His schemes has already been exhausted. Upset still off on the side, even if he doesn't have the ultimate, could do some decent damage. Skiing locked up. They don't really have the follow through. Aegis Assault now used. Upset just sprinting forward, and down he goes. Another kill to the side of Fnatic. SK, it seemed like a decent start when they got the ulti, but Abadagi's flank is very quickly turning against him. Mickey there to keep the CC. Upset fully stacked on the lethal tempo. A heal from Loopy. Elastis, whatever. And in the top lane, it's a solo bolo. Oscar Inden is done as he gets taken out by Dundon.
Well, they really needed something well to happen for SK, because, man, that engage was just a little bit too early. You could see that they thought that all of a sudden we got the mid prio. Everything's going to be okay, but at the same time, they didn't account for the fact that bot lane, they had the prio moving down the river, and it just felt like it's a little bit overforced. There you needed to stabilize a little bit and play slower, get the numbers in, wait for Yunara ult to run out, and then you start forcing plays.
It's that little moment. We take a look back. You mentioned it before. So Yunara already out of the equation. SK think they can start, but it just doesn't work out.
You're just engaging 3v3 into a Braum shield. You're just walking straight line. The Braum shield comes up, the ultimate comes there, you're just stopping the whole engage, and then it's just so much easy for the backline to arrive and finally start dishing damage, because Nautilus is just so squishy. A lot of his power doesn't come from there. And in the top lane, did he get his phase rush outplayed? Because that's what it felt like. It was honestly very well played from Dindin, because what happens top lane is if you don't proc that phase rush, or if you ever find a window where the phase rush is on cooldown, then Gwen is stronger.
Yeah, it seems like perhaps the mist blocked the third hit to proc the phase rush.
It seemed like it.
Didn't quite see it, because he did proc it, but it seemed like it was already dead by the time it mattered.
You need to proc it at a critical time, because if you don't do that, then the Gwen still has the opportunity to gap close on you and stick onto you. But now we rumble on the bot side. I'm thinking that now, well, hey, Dracos, what's the next objective? Is it Herald? It is Herald. Well, both teams are just going to swap and go to Herald, aren't they? Oh.
But the question is, are we going to get another 2v2 fist fight? Oscar is called for support from Mr. X here.
Oscar, my point, they're not going to swap, they're just going to do it like that. I mean, Rumble is just a machine. If you're a bot, you can be 1v5.
3 people committed bot side, so you're right. Herald just goes down.
Yeah, well.
Now they're TPing away. SK trying to get the cross-map play here. Dundun going all in. Oscarina needs to get the hell out. There's Abbedagge waiting for him. Hand delivered. Mickey can block one side. They decide not to push for another kill here. I think afraid to lose too much on the top side with the Herald, but they want to go for a bit more. Top lane tier 1 should fall. Mickey getting lower. Has the flash, but shouldn't be any way to outplay this one.
Yeah, he's realistically a goner here.
Mounted up.
Yes.
Does he find a way out? Flash over the root. I mean, he's buying time. He's getting their attention away from the tower. Mickey does go down in the end, but Fnatic are going to get 2 towers and a Herald.
Honestly, it looks awful, but at the same time, it's the best thing you can do because as Fnatic, or like as SK, you lost that Herald. Realistically, you're going to lose 1 or 2 towers no matter what. And honestly, Mickey sold that play well to give them Herald, threatening a little bit on both sides, making it look like there's something happening. But at the same time, as SK, you're going to lose the 2 tower anyway. Commit. You know, get the problem. Now you at least have tempo when it comes to exiting on both sides. Maybe you can make something happen because again, back to 2 minutes. It's about time for that both teams are starting to wrestle for this control for the Drake.
Set up around potentially the Otacon as well, although I doubt either team is going to try to rush it down too quickly. It's a tough situation. I think you're right. The second you know you're going to lose the Herald, you got to make something else happen. It's just, I don't know, I was hoping for a little bit more. I'm going to be honest, Odo. It's a tough situation.
What did you want from SK to do there? Why did you expect a little bit more?
Well, I kind of looked away for a second, and then they had lost all control of top side. So I was kind of hoping they would be in a bit better position to fight, but...
Yeah, usually when you're losing, you're looking for trades, and the winning team looks to, to stop those trades. But at the same time, man, Herald is just such a tempo swing that you really need to match, or at least slow the game down by not letting them get it for free.
Yeah. And in the end, it wasn't free. They got 2 quick kills. Bot lane tower still standing. Oscarina once again going toe-to-toe with Dundun here on the top side, but it's not going to be a 1v1 as Skeens is on the way. He's running out as fast as he can, ulting to try and clear the wave, knowing he's going down, and SK clearly have a plan of attack, and it's all eyes on Oscar.
Well, it's not really the worst of that. I mean, it sucks, right? But at the same time, it's not the worst of this because what's happening here is that Fnatic gets a cross map. They'll get both jungle camps, pretty much all 3 camps. They'll get both tier 1. Well, obviously, it's going to be traded for top, but at the same time, it's not bad. But I still would have liked to see this sort of dead dodge because I do feel like yesterday we've seen this often from Oscar. When it comes to mid-game, this sort of dead time between objectives, when it comes to the map becoming stale, mid-game you're pretty much going to get one shot on the wave. It feels like he's overreaching for these sort of side waves, where in reality he just needs to do nothing. He just needs to wait for the wave to come to him because the team is already getting a lead somewhere else.
Yeah. Sometimes tough, it seems, to make that call for him. Of course, the good news for SK in the context of this play is that Fnatic were quick on the cross map to get the bot lane tower, but Dundun powerful enough, and with the power of the grubs that we mentioned earlier, can at least get the full tower traded back.
And he's shaping up to be a big threat, honestly, because with these 2 items, I was expecting Rumble to be really strong, but right now, Rumble, he's kind of useless walking into this next objective fight. When I look at Gwen here, all of a sudden, I feel like Tinkoff is swinging. I see the Nautilus now, all of a sudden, he's not just engaging and just dying for free, because I feel like if Gwen walks there with a good setup, I feel like she can wreak a lot of havoc in the next fight.
Puts more pressure on Mickey with the Unbreakable, right? The power of the Braum to mitigate that power, to mitigate the Gwen ultimate. But need to see if Dundun can execute it. The communication is there to find the flank in the team fight. For now, he's just splitting. SK doesn't seem like they want to contest this Drake. Really awkward. It is just Chemtech Soul, but it is Soul Point, and this time around, Oscar more content to do nothing. Just uses the ult, backs away, recognizes that the team is on the Drake, and he doesn't really need to do anything else.
I feel like this is a missed opportunity for a sort of cross map, because the worst thing you can do as SK is just walk up to this Drake and be like, yo, guys, how you guys doing? You're taking a Drake? Yeah? Okay, well...
The spectator objectives?
You know? Yeah, just spectating like, objectives is the worst, because even though the Rumble is very annoying, right? He's just going to ulti away. I feel like you should be looking for something, maybe top lane jungle cans, get Loopy over there earlier to threaten him off the tower, because now you don't really have a lot of time or a lot of trade for this objective, and Fnatic can just keep on pushing their lead.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot, and the lead has only gotten bigger, right? Still about a 2,500 gold lead, but 3 Drakes now makes it so easy for them to play out the rest of the map. Abba not sure if he can walk up here. Despite the kind of extra people they left around the bottom side, you can see the vision that we highlighted earlier in the bottom side, those 3 control wards, it's mostly still there. It's just that vision is so defensive, it doesn't really give them any control.
Yeah, Fnatic just didn't walk past their line because they have no motivation. Brazer finally finds this ward, but at the same time, the game has been so much about objectives and just getting the priors, not really so much pushing your leads in terms of waves, because you don't really need it. But at the same time, you don't need more when you're going to start this Atakan, and all you need to do is just zone the chokes. And now Mickey is in a position where he's going to block everything. Orianna Ball can go into that rush. And for me, this is just a dead objective already for Fnatic. SK is just so late.
Mickey ready to body block 4K. It is getting lower. Kadui off to the side. Dun potentially ready to go in, but the objective already gone. Otacon going to Fnatic. Another huge swing in their favor. Abadage pulled out. Schem's coming in the back, but Abadage's already dead! It's an absolute catastrophe! Oscarinen overheated for now, but he's about to drop the equalizer right on cue. Follow-up coming in, multi-man ulti, and that's the wombo we were looking for. Braum not the engaged support we expected, but apparently the one that Fnatic needed. Exhaust on upset, but he's already started doing damage, and it's done in the middle of the team, but he's not doing anything.
And everything is just falling apart right there because Dundun is TPing so late, and at the same time you can see the desperation on SK. They're really trying to find an engage, but when you don't have people in position and you're relying on Pantheon to just walk in, even if you ult in with Nautilus and you find engage, you just don't have the enough numbers advantage or even equality to find any sort of fight.
This was disastrous.
It's just
again.
When walking through that choke is just so impossible. Abedag is split on the bot side, Pantheon is ulting very late, and Fnatic is just sitting as a ball. That's why they find Abedag here, because there's no one to catch when the ball is just so tightly knit together. There's just no one to catch, so Nautilus just loses a lot of value. And even now, you're walking into 4v5, the Braum shield is in front, putting stacks on everyone. The Gwen can't really hit anyone. She's not so OP to just 1v5 in this fight because they're just the shields and everything, and it just feels so desperately hard for SK.
Yeah, and I mean, credit to Fnatic for finding an angle where SK do have to fight them front to back. What it feels like Fnatic's comp in front to back is just so much better outside of the Gwen.
And that's the thing, when I was looking at this team comp, I felt like SK in an even game, they would be winning, because I felt like they were going to be finding these angles where, you know, maybe in the setup phase you can find this sort of hook or this sort of engage. But Fnatic, that's also what they're banking on. You know, getting leads. When I said that they're looking to handshake their team, you're getting leads and you're putting the Braum in front. How are you going to walk past them? 1 or 2k gold lead at 10 minutes was enough to just make this snowball happen.
Yeah. In the midst of your point, though, Poby did throw out a random shockwave. Did not connect.
Just
continuing to walk up, but they're so far ahead, it just doesn't seem like there's anything to be done. Dunda cannot get in the fight. The equalizer goes down. Kadui able to ult out to safety, but they don't even need Baron.
Yeah.
They're just too far ahead. That's 3 dead. Poby going in. Flash forward for Mickey. Doesn't quite get the angle. Another double kill to come through. This is a slaughter.
Abedag was just TPing there for a fight super late, and now if they just tank this minion wave, it's game over. Abedag got the next wave, but honestly, this just looks like a 23-minute win for Fnatic. There's no way Rise can just clear this wave, and honestly, a little bit disjointed from SK, but it's been a tale of desperation for the last 5 minutes when it comes to the objectives. Well, Razor.
Bit of desperation. Razor gives them 1 kill back. Realm Morph into upset. And
hey,
the Rumble.
That looked cool, you know?
All right, that was a rough one. I think it's safe to say Fnatic confident in control. Oscar did get picked a few times, but not enough. But SK in a comfortable position. The plays they tried to force did not work out, and ultimately, there's not really a lot left to say. Let's get ready for our second game. See if SK can bounce back.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New tower, new objective.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So I'm joined by Upset after their first win. Upset, I want to talk a little bit about Yunara, because we've started to see it. We saw it first picked a couple of times. Here you went for a bit of a different build to what we've been seeing so far. What made you go down the Blade of the Ruined King Runeans route today?
This build is just by far the best. People just haven't caught onto it. It just does more damage, better early game, better laning phase, better scaling. So I think the build is just overall the best.
All right. How would you round out the build, just for people at home?
Just Blade, Hurricane, IE, or LDR. One of the two, depending what you need, and then probably you want to hit that 100% crit on full build, so maybe a shield bow could be decent.
That makes sense. There was a lot of focus down towards the bottom side by Razork in this game. Do you feel that Yunara needs that help in the early game to get her through?
No, it's quite the opposite. I think she's just very strong, so it's really easy to skirmish around her, and we got a lot of good fights and dragons from it, so it's just a strong early game champ, I think.
Oh, awesome. Thanks so much. Good luck in game 2. Oh, that was I wasn't going for the handshake. Jack, take it away.
Thank you very much, Medic. And speaking of Yunara, I want to break down Upset's Yunara. As we talked about, he went a very different build this game, if we could get it up here, with the Blade of the Ruined King instead. Well, that's not the build. Well, that's a lot of different things at once. There's the build. Blade of the Ruined King into Hurricane. This is actually the most popular build in Korea, but in EU, it's been overshadowed by Yuntal and Kraken Slayer instead. But Upset believes it's the best build, and he showed it pretty well. He also went for Conditioning Overgrowth instead of Inspiration, which is also interesting, and it allows him to be a lot more tanky and survive skirmishes a lot better. And we also see his stats. He had a stellar performance on the Yunara. And now, if we could get into some of his gameplay, we can see why the champion is so strong and how he leveraged the champion for success in this game. He starts off, he gets great trades here and great spacing onto the Kai'Sa, utilizing the longer range that Yunara has and the great all-in that she has as well. And here in this clip, he utilizes the E and ulti reset mechanic to first get the movement speed from the E into ulting and then getting the E reset to escaping the Pantheon ult. And then he can actually rejoin the fight at full HP because he escaped their initial play, and he can be the one cleaning up the fight. Overall, a wonderful showcasing of Yunara and her mechanics and how well she can contribute to fights in the game. And you can see he just runs down the Rise as well with honestly pretty good damage. And this is one of the reasons why I believe Yunara is so damn strong. As we can see here, Upset again is able to just run down the Rise, and he still has the ultimate, able to keep dashing forward, slowing people down, and it really showcases how great Yunara is at running people down in team fights. It's very similar to Release Seri in that aspect. The ulti just lasts way longer than you expect, which allows her to have so much chase down potential. But now, that was the little Yunara breakdown. I believe my fellow analysts in the spa zone can take it away.
Yes. We can. Hello. You don't come with us. You don't get to have fun. We here outside. A lot of analysis coming here through. Guys, talk me through the game. How would you describe the improvements from Fnatic from the first series they played until this one now?
if you're willing to role play with me,
I love it.
I actually think there's a really great description of how things have changed between yesterday and today. So yesterday, we heard from Upset that there was a lot of attention topside. So today, I'm going to be Razork, and I want you to be Oscar, and
Oscar.
I want
Great.
you to ask me for a gank.
All right. Can you keep path towards top this game?
No, Finn. No, Oscar. We cannot gank top lane. Ask me again. Ask me again.
Can I get a push out?
No, we can't, Oscar. There is no top lane. You get solo killed. Ask me for help.
Can I get a hover at least?
No, no, Oscar. No, we can't. Now you're Upset. Ask me for help.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to sit behind me, wave C, and then we're gonna crash wave F, and then on wave
Yes,
X.
Mr. Upset. Yes, Mr. Upset. I'll be there. Let me get a little bit closer to you, Mr. Upset.
Also, your red
Do you
buff.
need a massage,
Yes.
Mr. Upset?
Your chickens are spawning in 2 seconds.
Yes.
I'm gonna need you to go bot side
Yes,
so I can take
Mr.
your top side.
Upset.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
and,
Mr. Upset.
That's that crab.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Upset. Did you enjoy that triple kill that we got you in mid lane?
It was sufficient.
It was sufficient. I think that's a great description of what we saw today versus yesterday. Bot lane ganks, bot lane focus, bot lane, bot lane, bot lane. And Finn, I feel like you experienced some trauma, not here, on the Rift, because Oscar was left alone. He was getting solo killed. He was getting dived. These are all like bringing back memories for like your time in top lane as well, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, my therapist would tell me to stay away from scenes like this, but sadly it's part of my job, so I have to relive my past. And seeing Oscar just kind of have to salvage to get a creep, try to ult every single wave, and just seeing Upset relish in luxury and crabs and I don't know, chicken nuggets, everything that
the
is
trauma is coming back.
Yes.
Calm down. Calm down.
And also, I mean, he did end up winning the game.
He won the game.
So what can you do?
Diff.
I mean, you can't just go there and say, guys, next time can we like play towards top more? Because they're winning the game. This is working for them. And I feel like if you are Fnatic against maybe a lower tier team, playing for Upset is just such a winning formula.
Yeah.
I feel like if Fnatic goes into these games, and I expect them to really just kind of enable Upset more in these games, because you need all the wins in this new format, and I feel like Upset just knows how to capitalize on this.
And we talked about at the beginning of the day, the stability of Poby. He's just a player that is very reliable. He was already building a lead in his individual 1 versus 1. He had the winning matchup, and they could just leave him be. Every now and then, Razork would path around just to provide that cover when he needed it. And the entire game was just spent on getting the bot side of the map ahead. And it just worked. And it's just funny to me because after we heard that PGL from Mickey and Upset last night, talking about how our jungler was pathing top, and we don't agree with that. So immediately day 2, he's pathing bot. And what, that was like a sub 25-minute stomp as well. Like, it was just such a one-sided affair that like Fnatic, if they continue with this playstyle, they'll be fighting for the top spots in no time.
Well, that's the thing. Given how easy this game was, playing against SK in the game 2, do you want to keep the same approach, or do you want to maybe spice things up?
I wouldn't change anything.
Yeah?
Like, this method works, especially you have to remember that Upset was MVP of the regular season last split, and while he didn't end up qualifying for MSI and Fnatic did end up falling short of their goals, the player is someone that you can't afford to underestimate, and when you give him the resources, he will deliver on them. So right now, they just seem to have all the pieces that need to work, and also just like, we sing Upset's praises, but this wouldn't have happened without Razork. And credit to him because he was frustrated with his performance yesterday, but he had a fantastic game today.
Amazing recovery from Razork.
I feel like going into next game, I mean, it kind of all starts in the draft, right? Because we saw SK choose blue side once again, and what happens is, what Fnatic did now is they picked their tops at 1, 2, 3. So going down to 4, 5, you can then pick the strongest AD carry on 4, and then give your counter pick to the support to kind of solidify that strongest bottom matchup. You have the strongest AD carry and the counter pick support, and I assume they're going to do the same thing again. They're going to kind of pick their top set early, drop the bot lane, pick whatever AD carry King Upset wants, and then counter pick for Mickey with that support. And I feel like this is just the formula that they can use against all these lower tier teams to kind of get some easy wins, you know?
La Formula! Dardo loves this. Of course, this mentioned smooth sailing, simple plan for Fnatic. What could go wrong for them? Casters, take it away.
Is your face okay?
I don't know. I kind of hope something goes wrong so we can get another role play with Finn and Vedius.
That was great.
Yeah, that felt...
Actually, it was great for everyone who's not a top laner, because for me, that was depressing to watch.
That was trauma. Yeah, that was a dramatic reenactment.
It's exactly true. I was there. I was the one asking my jungler, hey, can you gank top? And guess who was answering no? It wasn't the jungler, it was Upset. He was saying, no, don't gank top. Come to me, I will carry the game. And I just sit there, I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, we made a
I mean, he's right, you know, he was going to carry the game, but I'm just sitting there, I'm like, but I want to carry too.
Yeah, you deserved your shot, Odo, you know? And to be fair,
I missed a lot.
You did miss a lot, but you also did win.
That's true.
So, we'll see.
Well, Upset didn't.
I know.
So I won in the end.
Top
laners are always right.
I don't think that's the moral of the story.
Well, for me it is.
I think we just delete the lane and move on. League 4v4 game. It's just simpler.
And top lanes are also the ones suffering here. If you delete top lane, we're not happy.
Yeah, you just like set you free. You guys go to the farm. You all hang out together.
Oh, that would be quite peaceful.
It'd be very, very peaceful. You guys would just pass waves back and forth and not do anything.
Or you just need like a fence around top lane.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I think that's just make it its own separate 1v1 game. You know how like
there's feats of strength now, so now there's feats of strength.
Apologies in advance because I don't know why Harry Potter stuck in my head. But you know how like Quidditch is obviously the dumbest game ever invented because no matter what anyone else does, like someone can catch the snitch and win. You need to play Quidditch. Quidditch, you can be like that guy, and then everyone else, whatever bot side of the map is doing, it doesn't matter because in the end you win. League is the exact opposite. Whatever top lane does not matter because someone on the other side of the map could do it, and it's just over.
Exactly, what a victim.
You're playing reverse League of Legends, reverse Quidditch.
Oh, that would be great.
All right, I promise we're getting to Champ Select soon. I swear we'll get on topic.
They should just make it for top lane that you just have a fence, and if you win hard enough, you get like a bonus piece of strength.
Bonus piece of strength, or you get to like break the fence and you're finally free.
Or you just need, honestly, you just need someone with like an alarm bell. Hey, your top laner is winning, so people don't.
Honestly, if we get all the Darius and Garen players like locked away so they can't influence the rest of the map, I think that's good for the health of the game. That said,
that one in LEC, why do you do him like that?
Well, I like Adam when he plays. In comp, it's different. It's solo queue that I'm concerned about. Although, we've seen some solo queue moments so far this season. We'll see if we see another one. All right, this game, SK, they had a vision, they had a plan. It did not work. How will the plan change? That is the question on my end.
They opted for blue side, so obviously they do want another first pick. And now we have a little bit of a change. Azir is left open, so now they're inviting Abe to play Azir and Fnatic to ban him. But at the same time, I don't really think Master Kobe cares so much.
Yeah, I think he's going to be all right. We've already seen a number of solid champions from him. I like the Syndra. Annie wasn't my favorite, but as noted, I think we talked about this behind the scenes. He still had an impactful game, despite the limitations of the pick. SK going for the Taliyah. And I gotta say, the last time I saw Abbott play this Taliyah was in the NNO show match, and it was, or tournament, NNO Cup 3. It was bad. It was really, really
I was about
rough.
to get excited and say, was it good? But I guess
no, he was like 07. There was a lot of deaths. Now, the Rise was the good pick, but maybe there's been some improvement. He's dug deep. He's found something new. And unlike what Finn said, with the Ezreal on the table, Fnatic have instead opts to pick 80 carry early and locked in jungle alongside it.
Well, it does make sense because Ezreal is a snipe away from Kedui as well, because it is historically Kedui's best champion. But at the same time, also Ezreal, back to when I was playing with him as well, and even in recent history, I feel like Ezreal, he has always been a complete psycho in this champion just because, you know, it's long range, you have a dash and everything. Yeah. The Maokai invites also an AD pick on mid, so I'm really curious to see what Poby is going for, because he's not really the kind of guy that looks to me that plays Yone or Jace or stuff like that. Xin Zhao on the side of SK does make sense. Complements Taliyah very well, you know, point and click, you just stack your auto attacks, you dash in, you knock someone up. You're probably strong enough for 2v2 mid, depending on what Fnatic is picking here. I'm really happy that Sona Hover went away, because I don't want to see it.
What are you talking about? What a thrilling champion with unique and exciting gameplay.
Ooh, so much music.
A lot of tension. Okay, in the end, it's going to be the Rakan. And in the... He does play it. The gauntlet has been laid. Is Odo a big hater? Will Poby triumph on the Yone? I know that's not what
I'm not the hater. I love it.
Yeah, you just don't know if he plays it. Now we're going to answer that question definitively with one game.
Very aggressive though, because I feel like it is heavily execution based around mid, because I do think that in, how to say, when they're just alone by themselves, these two mid laners, the way they interact with each other, I do feel like Yone is losing in isolation. So this is inviting Razor to pay a lot more attention to mid lane, because I feel like even yesterday and in earlier game today, we haven't seen a lot of interaction with mid. Poby has been kind of just winning by himself, controlling the game, and now there's volatility, which I guess was maybe one of the questions we would be having about Poby is, can he play these volatile matchups and, you know, put the game on his back? Because this is gonna is already shaping out to be a strong, or like a lot more about the 2v2 on mid lane.
Yeah, he was given a winning matchup, right, with the Orion and the Rise game 1. This one is going to be much harder. Tough to survive early, and also a lot more, another lethal kind of jungle mid duo, similar to the Rise Pantheon. And I do like that SK have continued to prioritize getting these proactive engage options for their team. This time it's Loopy on the Rakan. The Zen, also one of those strong early aggressive champions, but AD bans still remain the target. And Bessa also taken away from Dundun. That was, you know, a pretty solid pick for him, despite getting honestly completely blasted in lane phase versus the Jace. He managed to stay relevant.
The matchup was hard, but I do feel like later on in the game he was starting to do all right. Now I do wonder, what is this Ambessa ban for? Because
I think for Dundun, I mean, I guess it's just they're trying to get Dundun off of comfort.
I guess it is a strong blind fake. Realistically, you're just taking out the good blinds for top lane. At the same time, the bar, the thing is what happens.
I heard someone in the audience just go, yes. So,
there was that guy.
Right behind us, that guy. Hey, you're 2 feet away from us. Hello.
But at the same time, it does make sense because Bard, he's quite OP, to be honest. He's just this like cosmic traveler guy, walks through walls, just throws ult. I've seen this champion 1v1 way too many champions in League of Legends, so it is quite OP. But at the same time, it is also invited by the fact that you're picking Rakan so early because you just don't have a lot of lane agency with this champion. It gets paired up with the Lucian, which I don't really think it's a good pairing, but I do feel like you're a little bit terrified here because you're thinking, okay, if I'm picking an immobile ADC and the enemy has Bard, the enemy has
it's
Yone,
pretty unplayable.
It is quite annoying, so it is quite clever from Fnatic to invite this because they also banned the Xayah to take away the Xayah Rakan. So they just invite this sort of suboptimal ADC that doesn't really scale well, but at the same time, it's a feels good pick. You know, you feel like you'll have a lot of agency in the game, even though you might not have.
And I think that is big because Bard already solid in Talia, right, as an immobile mid lane champion. As you highlighted, it essentially forces a pick like Lucian that just doesn't feel great. Against this kind of composition, if there's not a Bard there, maybe you feel like you can play a bit more front to back. Maybe you can get into Felios or something that's going to do a bit more damage, a bit more reliably, but instead you're playing Lucian, which feels pretty feast or famine, and now we get to see R5 counter pick for Oscar. He's trying to recreate what Rooster did yesterday, although I don't think this matchup is quite as bad.
I think it's still Jay's favor, but I am excited because what's happening is that Fnatic, you know, they took the hands dip from game 1, they took it up a notch. Because what's happening here is that if you're not getting ahead on the mid 2v2 to carry you through mid game, I do feel like the comp from SK is just so damn solid. You have the Cassante, big wall in the front line. Zinzao, Rakan are gonna find a lot of engages, and on the side of Fnatic, you don't really have engage. You're going again for this sort of team comp where you need to get ahead in early. You need to get to these objectives first to lay out the saplings, lay out the Jace poke, look for the Bard ult when they walk in, because outside of that, you don't really have a lot of tools walking in. So can SK weather the storm in the early mid-game? Because I do feel like if they get to mid-game, 15 minutes mark, equal in goal, they should be cruising through this game.
There's a lot of shoulds there. There's a lot of should. Wait, that's a SK win, Team Carney, NNO. You're in the Fnatic section. There's flags in front of you.
Instructions unclear.
Instructions are unclear. Wait, you're the people who cheered for Mickey. You guys are sitting in the wrong spots. What's going on?
It was the Bard guy. That's why he's happy anyway.
I mean, yeah, I'm excited for Bard too. We'll see. You said it yourself. I'll summarize in a way that might not be fair to what you said, but it's Fnatic. Hands diff. Can they do it? If they can't, it's looking grim in the mid game. That said, SK, we need to still see that higher level of execution. It felt like there should have been more opportunities in the previous game, and it was falling apart.
Yeah, they need to definitely get more active through the early game and around mid lane because Abe needs to take over this matchup and do a lot more in the game because typically we've been seeing SK be proactive more towards these objectives around the Dragon, around the Grubs, around the Herald. That's where most of their leads came from, and that's how they got their comeback against BDS, which ultimately ended up in a loss. But at the same time, that's where the main windows of proactivity. But we haven't seen a lot outside of that, and that's where I'm a little bit scared for SK. Because they have a good comp, but at the same time, you need to get creative in the early game.
Can be difficult. I think Skeens, though, has felt to me like probably the strongest player individually in the early game. He wasn't able to, like last game was a bit rough. He did pay attention bot lane, but also, you know, kind of got a little bit bamboozled by Razork there on the repeat gank bot. So, again,
he is where he needs to be, honestly.
Yeah.
He's doing a lot. They're missing as a team one step that I really hope they will find this game.
Won't be enough. I'm also looking at top lane, because I know it's not an entirely fair comparison, but this is kind of, how does Oscar compare to Rooster's very, very Korean Jace? That's kind of the question that I'm looking at, because Dundun got pretty destroyed early game. Can Oscar replicate that same level of impact?
I mean, Jace is speaking Spanish, so we'll see if it works as much as Korean. You know?
Oh, okay, all right.
I mean,
let's not start an international incident, bro. You don't need to decide what's better, Spanish or Korean.
On the Bard is here, already hit 2 Qs already, but on the topic of the top lane, Jace will be finding the lead early. At the same time, it's also not easy for him to get this sort of lead past minute 6, past minute 7 when Cassante is gonna buy a Chain Vest, he's gonna rock up, be like, okay, I'm a tank, what you gonna do? we're gonna see a power drop from Jace, but at the same time, still all eyes on mid lane, all eyes on the jungler.
Yep. Mid jungle, what matters? Mickey finding yet another stun.
But he's the already, so it's great. But is it really that great? He needs to go on a little trip to find some chimes.
Yeah, good shout. Obviously, chimes a ton of mana regen. Oh, I'm such a Bard fan. We'll see how many he's got around him. Unfortunately, we can't see on our HUD, but I imagine we'll see Mickey wander out of lane to at least grab one shortly. And in the meantime, both jungles pathing towards the bottom side of the map.
Razork learned.
He learned.
Worked game 2-1. It's going to work game 2. It's like you can't really interact top lane so much because there's the nature of the matchups. So there's no reason to actually go there. You just need to find, again, the pressure point. The main pressure points being mid and bot lane as usual.
Another stun connecting. Good hit rate for Mickey so far. Wandering up to at least drop a ward. Perhaps place another chime. 2 extra little health pots waiting for Upset if he needs them. It's a pretty good early lane control from the side of Fnatic.
Good trading on top. The wave is in a very stable place, and I feel like even if jungler would be going there, there's just no opportunities. Oscar managing his wave and trades pretty well so far.
Quieter game, it feels like.
Definitely. Oscar.
Going all in. Thundering Blow. Swaps range, procs the grass. Maybe not ideal, but continuing to do damage to Dun Dun. Dun Dun a little extra healing. Forced to flash out. Dun Dun in these Jace matchups.
I told you the language is good. The Spanish is kicking in hard.
Yeah, I don't know what he's saying, but it seems to be working.
Yeah.
Whatever he's picking up. Oh. I think good for Oscar too, especially after the Rumble counter pick. It absolutely did not work in the previous game.
Razork is finding a great clear. He did the bot crap, now walking back into his top side, but now it's going to be a 3v3 for the chickens. And I do feel like Skins can't really walk in here.
Yeah, it is a little bit tough. Hobie though burns the Q3, but Skins already on the way out.
Pretty good win for Razork because this is going to accelerate them in the jungle clear pretty heavily. Well, the Gromp is coming up for Skins as well, but now you're just going to see the typical 2 full clears from the junglers into realistically a contest for the dragon. So this bot, Prio, whoever gets it in the next minute is going to be very important. But at the same time, we missed this, but Lucian did get the base in. So now Upset is stuck in this lane without the base, and I do feel like SK has the cards in their hands to do whatever they want to do with this Prio.
It's pretty nice, right? And also, you know, first base for Ezreal isn't super impactful, but delaying the tier is going to hurt. Right?
Exactly.
Coming back with tier, you have to spend that money. It does put you a little bit behind the Lucian in terms of damage output, and now you're not even going to get a chance to go back and buy that tier.
Yeah, and it's SK, if they play this well, they're pretty much going to keep Upset lane locked. And honestly, Upset has been historically just so good on Ezreal. So putting him behind in this early game, because this is the type of game where he would be able to take over because he has so much agency, because there's just not a lot of heavy lockdown from the side of SK.
And I remember, you know, we talk about this being a signature champion from Upset all the way back in the Challenger days. Oh, God, almost 10 years ago now, right? When he was first starting to move up into the league. But for Katui, this is also a pick that he is really comfortable on, the Ezreal. So he does know the strengths of the champion, when he can punish it. And while Lucian isn't a pick that we necessarily immediately associate with him, when you're playing against your best champion, you're definitely going to know how to exploit those weaknesses.
Exactly, and now Upset is doubling now, but at the same time, Upset does have the TP at any moment. He can just press the button.
Oh, true.
He's going to get back into the lane, because now I feel like Lucian is walking back to lane. Even though Upset will TP, I still feel like SK walking into this dragon situation, they do have the advantage.
Hobie. The spot the ward. Loopy going to do what he can to clear it out as Mickey starts to walk up. Feels like SK are a little bit hesitant.
Well, they don't really need to do much, because this is not the area where they want to find fight. They want to hold the control, because this is how it works. This is how the comp looks like for SK. They want control. Fnatic wants volatility. They need to be the ones to pull the trigger and find these finds, while SK is happy to just neutralize, because passively, they're the ones winning.
Good position to be in. Razork trying to shake things up. Will return to top side. Dun starts to go all in here on the level 6. Q3 ready to go, trying to find Oscar. Backstep, but sees Razork is on the way forward. Gets the Q in. Razork dashing in. Q3 there. Oscar in a good side step to keep running. Deal damage from Dun, but doesn't have to reset on the W. First blood coming through as I trip over my words. Oscar in won't fumble, and that's an easy kill from Fnatic.
You know what's crazy? When you look at Cassandra, he's getting ganked, you never know how it's going to go.
You do never know how it's going to go. That's a good call. The good news for SK is, while they did lose their top laner, they got the Drake, and they're keeping pressure up on the bot side. So I like the Fnatic got a cross-map play, but SK still ahead in objectives.
I mean, honestly, if I'm the tank this game, if I'm Dun Dun and I just died, you know, and we got Drake, I'm like, good death. You know, it's just you're really not gonna get any weaker than this. Like you died, sure, you missed on like maybe 6-7 minions of gold, but at the same time, the matchup doesn't really swing for top lane. Jace wasn't the one who got the kill, it was Maokai. Sure, it's gonna accelerate him to his Liandry's and controlling the map and being annoying and yada yada. But at the same time, the matchup is the same. Win conditions stay the same. But right now, we see Lucian swapping to top. I think this is a great swap because Upset was just stuck bot with no teleport. The Cassandra is there, you are forced to match it because realistically the Jace is gonna get dove, Cassandra is not gonna get dove, so you're forced into this sort of standstill that you are forced to break because right now SK is in prime position to take the grabs and accelerate the game again.
Yep, Mickey trying to hold the wave mid, eats a lot of damage for it, stops Poby from getting punished for an awkward back timing. But as you said, first setup does seem to favor FK on the next objective. I am surprised though, as someone who coaches the boss, that you're talking about good deaths. I thought you'd be traumatized by now from that phrase.
Well, now it was actually a good death. Yeah. I've seen way too many that weren't, but I got coped into believing that it was.
Okay, so this is an authentic good death.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, good.
The other ones were
I wasn't sure if it's
know?
like a Stockholm syndrome thing. If you've just spent too much time together and you're just convinced every time a top laner dies.
They're trying, but it doesn't work.
All right, good.
I've entered way too many times to, get the gaslit into that one.
Yeah, respect. I imagine it's a struggle, but remember how we said SK were probably going to get set up on the grubs?
Well, they got 2.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I mean, they got they will get the feats of strength, or at least the token for it. I do feel like that going for all 3 was a little bit maybe, optimistic, because they can still walk in and contest, and you don't really want to force this fight, because again, it's what Fnatic wants. They want this volatility, they want to blow the game open, so this is where they find the fight. So again, trading 2 for 1, it's not the end of the world, you're slowing the game down, but at the same time, mid, looking at it, because we were talking a lot about it, Poby's been holding his own, and I feel like he didn't really get a lot of attention. But at the same time, if I'm the Yone, and I'm minute 9 in game, and I'm equal to CS to a Talia, and I'm, stopping her moves around the map, I'm quite happy.
This is pretty fantastic, yeah, because again, the concern is that every time Abbedagge gets this push, that he can just roam, he can impact the rest of the map, but that really hasn't been the case so far. He has not been super active on the map, as we see quick arcane shift back from Upset. And as we focus in on mid lane, I mean, I feel like once Poby gets Bork, it's really hard for Abbedagge to do much to force him out of lane.
Yeah, that's definitely the shift where the Talia will start losing all control, and then she's reliant more on dropping waves, sneaking ways to ult around the map and empower other people. But at the same time, Fnatic, 1.3k gold lead, winning pretty much every...
Dundun just tried to flash W onto Oscar. That did not pan out.
Well, he tried.
If the first you don't succeed, I think...
Throw another rock.
No, no.
That's Talia.
That is Talia. Yeah.
I mean, she's in the game.
She is in the game. You're right. You're right.
I mean, they're both from like Shurima, right?
I don't know. I don't actually know where Cassandra is from. I know he fights
Shurima.
giant monsters. Is it Shurima? No, I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I'm not a lore guy. You asked the wrong person.
Yeah. At the same time, contrary to everything I believed in, Fnatic is winning this early game quite hard without really needing to do much.
They're very casually moving their way through it, building these individual gold leads, matching on other sides of the map. And well, Dundun does survive that play where he got aggressive. He's losing another play, only further extending the gold lead. Flickback does hit Mickey, knock up there as well, good damage, but he has the ulti, and there's just not really any follow-up. Unraveled. Guarded volley is good. Poby, nice step forward there to body block. Doesn't really risk much, and it's not, we said we got to get to 15 minutes, and if things are even, Fnatic are feeling like fantastic. I mean, we're at 11 minutes, and they're 2K
They're already
up.
ahead, yeah.
So, yeesh.
Yeah.
What's the angle here if you're SK? Is this the position in the game where maybe Abbedagge does need to consider just getting that first item, start dropping waves and roaming? Like, how do you actually break this one open?
Yeah, he definitely needs... Well, we're going to see it later. When we're going to see Tier 1 starting to fall, that's when we're going to see Abe just walk through a side lane and look for something and open up behind the top lane. Because if there's one target that I feel like is going to be caught in the next 5 to 10 minutes, it's probably going to be this Jace. I don't really think you can catch the Yone realistically. So Jace is the sort of champion that he needs to keep accelerating the game to keep up with his spike. But at the same time, this Ezreal, he's becoming a threat. Lucian has not hit the mark so far. I feel like he's falling behind in spikes, and I don't really think that he can match the spike or like the, how to say, the impact that Ezreal will be having for the rest of the game. So it is looking rough. It is all hinging on this next Drake situation. Are they gonna give it, SK, or are they gonna fight it?
Good question. TP into the mid lane, coming in from the spellbook on Loopy, has the exhaust as well. Seems like they might just try to force here with a man advantage around mid to gain control, although Poby's quick to clear his wave.
But now we're going to see literally a repeat of game 1 where there was a big fight around this area.
This time it seems like they found Razork. Skeen's now following up. Razork forced to flash out. Mickey waiting off the side. So SK should have control, but the downside is...
to pinch.
Fnatic coming in. Poby ready to follow up with an ult. Immediately going to lock up Abadage, not allowing him to ult out to safety. They try to get a bit more space, but their mid laner's already gone. Oscar on the way first. Done it on the top side still. Hasn't popped the teleport. Not going to come down. 2 quick kills for Fnatic. It was SK with advantage in positioning, but Fnatic don't hesitate to just collapse.
That's the thing with control. It's always a seesaw. It's a back and forth. You walk in, you get the prior, then you need to give it. But what SK did there is they walked in and they didn't respect the fact that Fnatic can just skip away or even just catch a wave and rotate back into you. And then all of a sudden they found themselves in a repeat of the game 1 situation of the second Drake where they just fall for the same play.
You did say second Drake was going to be a bloodbath in the last game, and apparently it's true in both. As again, initially they get the flash, you can see where they're confident, but this is where
and Jace is also looping down. It's just Dundun. If SK really wanted to fight this, they needed the TP a lot earlier, and they need to drop gold. The moment Jace started to move earlier, Dundun needs to TP and force the game to a standstill.
We all get cooked. Yeah.
You are getting cooked, buddy. That is true.
That is true. Apt analysis.
I love when they do the job for us.
It's just so succinct. They're getting cooked. Friends, viewers, audience, chat. Yeah.
It's like hard that humor, you know? Like when the game is going bad, you need to kind of, you know, make a comment, reset, go into the next play, because that's the only thing you can do. We saw it yesterday when they were laughing. It worked.
It did work. And now they're going to try to find Razork again, rinsing and repeating. Oh. Mickey said not today with the Bard ult. Is he going to be able to find the stun? Razork now going out, using Abadage as a highway to escape. Oh God, it's a catastrophe! Somebody kill that tree! It's not going to happen.
They're all getting out, honestly. I feel like they got away with murder. Oh,
Skeeves back in. Oscar doesn't have any mana. Knockup coming in for Loopy. Dun immediately falls. W forward. Ulti onto Oscar. SK are determined, but he missed the initial cooldown. It's still going to work. Poby off on the side, trying to push for a bit more. Abadage on the way out. So a lot committed.
They should hold this forever because now they just need to drag this wave, push it in. But they're actually going to give up this play because they're just losing so much to the cross map. Yoni's getting tier 1 bot and Maokai is already from this fight. Razork just went to enemy bot side and started farming their camps again.
Now they're going to go in. They caught upset. Extra damage going in. Coling, this should just be a quick double. Mickey going to try to find his way out. Well played by Loopy and Kadui to punish. A bit too much confidence there from the Fnatic bot lane.
Yeah, it's one of those situations when you feel like, is the play over? Is the play over? Because the answer was yes the first 2 times, and now it's like, surely they're not going to try again, and they did. But honestly, props to SK because they were with backs against the wall, even though I felt like Fnatic dropped the ball, obviously, on this one. But at the same time, we saw what we wanted to see. We saw Abadage finally find himself in a play, even though he died and he didn't get any assists. But this, they need to stack numbers and use the fact that they have this pick home with the Xin Zhao, with the Rakan, with the Talia. They need to show us more from this if they want to get back in this game.
Yeah. And you can see a world where if SK can get set up on objectives or find a pick to start things off, Kadui can kind of live the dream life for Illusion, which is, hey man, you don't really need to slide and glide that much. You can just Coling poke out someone from the enemy team and they're just not going to be able to fight us.
Exactly, there's not a lot, well, there's literally no tanks, well, except Bardo. Bardo is a superstar this game, because that's just how he is. But you have a lot of targets as Illusion that you can hit.
Yeah, Razork obviously is the AP build, even going for a second AP item it looks like, so will be very squishy.
Asante.
Nice buffer.
Yeah, it was nice. It's always so pleasant to watch the
OP champions fight each other. Yeah,
yeah,
I agree. Why is every champion with a 3-stack Q just like
it's so cool, no?
Yeah.
It's like 1, 2, and then on the third one it's dopamine.
Yeah, it is max dopamine. But I always feel like it's supposed to feel like there's meaningful counterplay. And like, I guess the meaningful counterplay is don't fight them in a minion wave, but
yeah,
I don't really know what it is.
I do feel like 3-hit champions, they should have a bigger indicator above their head, you know?
Yeah, probably.
They need like one of those air horns when you have to...
It's not enough for like the wind to circle around them.
No, it needs like a global alert, like Silent, like, you know?
Early 2000s trap song rap horn.
Fanatics looping... Fnatic looking around here, finally 5 people here, and it's just so hard for SK to walk in here. Even if they walk in, they're gonna force the TP, and they do feel like they need to fight here, but it's so hard with all the
Oh, ulti from Loopy. Immediately going to McHale's himself to try and get in the backline. Kadui's ulti really not connecting on anyone. Oscar and now locked in the 1v1 with Dundun. Razzler flashing on safety. Poby goes into the entire team, but doesn't do a lot of damage. Now it's Kadui flashing in, sidestepping, looking to take down Oscar. Ulti from Mickey doesn't do a whole hell of a lot, and Dundun looking to take over. Poby Q3 over the wall, and ultimately...
Yeah, that went all over the place because I felt like it would have been a lot harder for Escape, but Loopy did find a great plant over to get in there, but ultimately Fnatic do get the Herald. Watch this, Loopy is going to take the plant. Lucian on the sideline, I feel like the fact that they're engaging from so many angles, it just makes it hard for Fnatic to actually find a good target, because when Dundun is in front, all of a sudden you need to look to the side, but to the side, you don't have the bar matching the Lucian, it just becomes so hard to pick a good target. Because that's the thing about Fnatic's comp. It spikes super hard when they're all forced to walk through a choke point.
Yeah.
They all need to get funneled through it so that you have one clear target where you can hit your poke, because you can't really be picky. You don't have anyone that you really want to hit. It's just you want to keep it controlled so that they walk in there, you stop them.
Yeah. Kadui getting bullied out of the mid lane here, but doing pretty well for himself thus far. Really the only member with a significant lead on the side of SK. 2 items completed, Essence Reaver, Navori Quick Blades.
Ooh. Herald mid lane, this pretty much should make it that they have control over this Drake. Now they can choose to keep going mid because Abe will be looking to rotate here.
Abe spotted. Mickey with the charge in, can't imagine they get another. Overall, using that prio to be first to the next objective, third Drake.
I do like this position mid from Upset because he's dragging 2 people here, while the rest of Fnatic is just doing the dragon. TP's coming in again.
Poke from Avdage.
They might just reset this and give it and just take tier 1 top, honestly.
TP down from Dundun, but yeah, you mentioned it. Poby already that pressure point. SK trying to force with a man advantage.
It does feel hard to fight this, to be honest. When Kasante's here and he's in front.
3 from Dundun connects. Kadui walking up, calling there too, and that's a big shutdown. Again, the plan was to just watch, but they get the Drake and now a kill to follow.
You know who needed that air horn?
Yeah, Razzler needed the air horn.
I told you, it would have saved his life. It's not the end of the world. Sucks that he died. Honestly, that should have probably not happened. But at the same time, Fnatic, they do recognize that right now they're in a position where they have a power drop when it comes to their team comp. Kasante is there. If he's in front, he's extremely tanky. Realistically, Fnatic's team comp is spiking at 2-3 items. They did slow the game down a lot with the Herald and having one Drake. And now, standstill.
Yeah, and they're also more or less full AD, right? Yone does a little bit of magic damage, Ezreal does a little bit of magic damage, but it's pretty easy for Dundun with a single armor item and tabbies to just be unkillable.
That's exactly why I feel like it forces Razzler into going double AP.
Yeah.
And at the same time, that hurts your team comp a lot because I'm not a big fan of this. I feel like when your team is lacking a clear tank, I guess, a designated tank, in this sort of team comp, it is probably better to go Liandry into a more tanky option just so you can buy more space, because at the same time, I don't think you're going to win the fight by, just poking them down. You kind of just need to keep everything stable so that your Jace, Yone, and Ezreal can find a lot of damage.
Yeah. And if you're, and again, we highlighted it before with the calling, right? There's just not really, the tankiest member on your team, at least in terms of itemization, is Mickey, is your support, who's level 8. So even with, even with an armor item, it's really not enough to survive the kind of sheer amount of poke that can come out from this SK lineup. That said, Fnatic, for the most part, have still been out executing. We're down to concede a Drake to get a topside tower. Fortunately, did lose Razzler as well. We'll see who Otacon goes to. I think that's going to be the big power shift in the context of this game.
Would love to see Oscar go bot here because he's the one without TP, and I feel like every time Poby goes bot, he's going to be met with TP disadvantage, so it makes it hard for Fnatic to push this lead going because they really need to have proper lanes here so that they don't feel like they always need to give something to match. This way they can keep the pressure up everywhere. And he's going to go bot, so I'm happy again.
Yeah. Abba keeping the pressure bot lane. No one has responded yet, so gold just being deleted, but it seems like the call from Fnatic is to at least threaten the Otacon. Not clear from the minimap if they did start it or not, but you can see furious pings now coming out. Both sides uncertain if that is going to come through. Recalls there, but in the meantime, Abadage able to get a lot of damage down, so...
This is good map state for SK because realistically, Otacon, you need to look at it as an objective that doesn't really get one shot. It takes a lot of time, so realistically, all you need to do is that when the enemy team, or Fnatic in this case, they walk there to set it up, you just need to match it and slow it down a little bit because right now it does seem like Abe is winning in isolation against
What if
Jace.
instead of matching it and slowing it down, you just went all in on trying to take it yourself? TP top,
It is good because Jace just got chunked earlier. So now if they manage to do this and finish it earlier before Jace gets his base, which he does.
Getting lower, Loopy off the side, but they spotted the Rakan on the side. He tries to self Mikhails, and he'll now sprint out to safety using his ultimate. The wall has come into the midst of the fight, but it's zoned. Kadui out! 5K getting lower. The three of them locked up perfectly. Kobe ready for a montage. Goes in, finds two, immediate follow-up. It's a complete disaster! It's the worst possible outcome. Amadage running. Oh, God, it hurt your eyes.
It's a disaster for SK. Loopy, I don't really know why he's looking for the flank over there because the fight is just so away from him. He will have better chokes. And honestly, the setup was so well. You have Amadage there early. He's going to be ready to throw the wall. But that's the one extra step they needed.
And I think that I would love to, you know, tell you about. It's what we go back to before. It's starting to feel like the hand stiff, right? Just in the moment, Fnatic players are making better decisions. Yes, they've been caught out here and there, but, you know, on average, just making the better choices in the moment, and it's really paying off despite what we feel like multiple times where SK were in a favorable situation. We take a look back at this.
The setup is so well. The Talia wall can zone so many people off, but right now on the side, we already know that Loopy is just zoned away, and right now, you're pretty much just opting into a 4v5 and the Bargold onto 3, and right now, this is where the structure and the foundation of SK's team comp is just collapsing because everyone just stacked on top of each other, chaos everywhere, and no one can really hide behind the Cassante to make space for you. Everyone just running for their lives.
Yeah, and when Bard gets the 3-man ultimate, you feel like the fight is already done.
It's the longest ultimate in the world.
Yeah, and Mickey gets a nice Q flash on top of it. Obviously, the rest of the CC comes through, but the second that hits 3 people, this is why you went for something like the Lucian, right? This is why you went for the mobility, but it didn't connect with Kadui. Kadui just walled out of the fight by his own team.
Yeah. Now rotating to bot. Realistically, Oscar could just probably drop this tower and they can play for this tier 2 bot, but at the same time the wave is not really here, so and props to them for playing defensively here. He's managed to stop their play, and SK will get this T1 top, but I don't really think it's going to give them that much.
Nope. And setup for the next Drake is there for Fnatic, so we'll look to tie things up 2-2. Of course, Fnatic, we're already pulling ahead, but now a 5K lead. Massive experience difference between the teams as well. Because of the Audicon, the Flowers also giving you a lot of hidden stats. Really does start to add up, and now you know, the decisions were already better, and now the champs are stronger. You know, options are running out.
Time is not on their side. Now we're reaching the point where I just feel like they just don't have damage. Even if you get the pixel perfect team fight where Cassante is in front, everyone is just hitting the target that needs to be hit. It just... Oh, nice try, Mickey.
Just a little bit of a whiff.
Just not good enough.
He did the math wrong, folks.
But yeah, as I was saying, now we're back to the point where I feel like...
Ulti?
The Poby goes in.
We're going to pull back. Getting chunked by Kadui, full calling into Poby, upset now, ready to step forward, but Loopy there to body block if needed. Doesn't get the Gleaming Quill heal, and now he's on the way out.
He's just out of damage right now. I feel like even if you hit everything, the backline just doesn't have enough damage. We have Liandry and we have Seraphs on the Talia. I feel like it's just not enough damage, and Lucian, I still feel like he needs one more damage. Maybe on the IE, and when then Talia gets maybe a Void Staff or another big source of damage, that's when they can look to fight again. But right now, they need to dodge every single fight until they get one more item spike on the side of SK.
Also, just look at what Mickey's doing right now. Fnatic feels so comfortable in the game. This man is just walking around looking to cancel resets. He's just trying to find someone who's resetting in a bad spot to just get the littlest tempo advantage, which is
the power of Bard.
Is the power of Bard, and is insanely annoying to play against. Yeesh. Looking on Summoner Spells for Summoner Spellbook. Loopy does have the TP and the Cleanse, so could look to make another aggressive plays. Mikhails is there too, but Fnatic just have so much control. They don't even have mid-push. They're just using man advantage to bully their way in topside, kind of dare SK to come contest them.
Yeah, it's definitely hard right now because now Mickey puts these wards down at any point. He can just base again and reset this while the rest of Fnatic is just holding this control. Oscar, curiously enough, he's opting to drop this tier 1 bot, but at the same time, this should be for Nashor to force a fight because this is such a strong call, because when you're ahead in items and you don't want to give enemy time to buy those items, just force a fight because if they take it, they will lose.
Yeah.
Just a
now Baron instantly picked up. Mickey is here to potentially ult the tower if they want to protect mid. They can just concede it, but Upset's there to cover.
Great play from Fnatic.
Yeah, 100%. And again, let's go back to the mid lane matchup, right? We talked about it. Poby, can he weather the storm? We were worried. You know, you lock it in early. It seems like it can be a difficult matchup. He's done more than that. 1-0-4. He's been solid. He's been stable. That's what we said Fnatic needed, and it feels like Poby just continues to deliver it.
And I love the confidence because usually as a player, or at least this is what happened to me, when you join a team that you feel like, oh wow, it's a great opportunity for you. I had this in a row, for example, where you feel like you want to be fit in the box where you play what the team wants you to play. And him already, as a new player, with maybe someone who's like, takes a little bit of time to fit in with the language barrier and everything, being able to take these sort of matchups that are a little bit more individualistic and more skill expressive, it's just so important for the growth of Fnatic.
I like how, right as you said, skill expressive, he whipped a Q on a minion. But yes.
Happens,
Happens to the best of us.
The minion deserves to live.
He's actually just merciful.
That is true. All hail Lord Poby.
All hail Lord Poby. For Fnatic, it feels like this should just be a clean closeout. But SK, perhaps, in their attempts to fish for an angle to fight, will find the level of execution they need. But
Just
again,
dragging them around the map to play for this tier 2. I do feel like the mid lane is a bit open. Fnatic could be looking to pressure because right now this is probably the best fight that SK can get.
Loopy, nice initial knockup. Follow-up is there. Skeen standing tall. Kadui.
I'll be on the side.
A bit, but that's the root. That's the re-engage. Ulti coming through from Poby. Not going to find anybody. Locked up, pulled away, and knocked down. Fnatic's still going to be able to grab the tier 2, but
probably tier 3 as well.
Back.
Well, this is the best fight SK could be looking because they were just dropping this mid wave and looking to do this sort of dead brush strat against Fnatic. And it was the best you could do. And even if this one doesn't work, then yeah, that's just sad.
Yeah, I mean, they're fishing. This is the most you can hope for when you're at this kind of deficit, although Kadui continues to step up with confidence. Nice McHale's from Loopy in the previous fight, but unfortunately the culling angle just wasn't quite right to finish the kill.
Drake in 55. Probably is going to be a reset. I don't really think they have enough Nasher buff, 45 seconds. They're probably just going to use it to get mid wave to set control. Loopy in the brush, yeah. He finds the flash shield, but at the same time, he just don't have the damage. Navi is just a little bit too late on the side there. That's the problem when Fnatic has this sort of control in the jungle. You see these angles coming from anywhere. You know that that's the only brush he can walk in. And when you see Abe on the side, you just think, okay, even if I get caught, there's just not enough damage. You just need to mark the flank, and then everything's going to be okay.
Yeah, when the Talia's ahead, it can feel so oppressive because there's so many angles of attack. There's so many opportunities. There's so many different potential walls. But when he's defending tier 2 like this, you're like, okay, guys, there's one wall.
There's one wall.
Respect the one potential wall option that isn't completely unhinged, and we'll be fine. And that's exactly what happened. So now we're at the point where it's going to take a little bit of a fumble, I think, from Fnatic for SK to find a way back in. And for SK to, I think that last fight was okay for them. We need to see even better.
They need even better, but I feel like that was the best they can do. This is the problem with, this is what people talk about when comps get outscaled or when they feel like they get outscaled. You get to points like this where you feel like, do you have enough tools to win the game? Because we saw team comps in competitive so often where you have like, an Ornn, a Nautilus, a Rel, and you know that even if you're 5k gold down or 10k gold down, you have enough tools and enough snap engage that you can just pull a win out of the jaws of defeat. But right now, it's just so telegraphed. Realistically, you have the Rakan that maybe can jump off of a Xin Zhao and find something. And I just feel like it's just so hard when you get the head and you have the saplings and you have the vision and you have Bart who can even play disengage if he chooses to.
Yeah, and I mean, you highlight it so beautifully, right? But just the bottom side of the map, you can see how little vision they actually had in the previous play. Fnatic now resetting, moving into the top side of the map to reestablish that vision, and there's just no angle, right? How many times have we seen supports in Europe find the crazy Rakan flank at 30 minutes? It's like, well, when you're this far behind, you have to do some crazy stuff and really honestly guess where the wards are to find those sort of angles. So there's no way Loopy can make that happen.
It requires a massive flank, and right now when you're being sieged and pushed into your own base, the flank is coming from in front of you, which kind of just doesn't make it a flank anymore. And that just,
Abadagi wall goes in, and
Man, Jace hurts right now. So that's the problem, is that the only ways of engage are from in front of you, and that's not what you want.
Nope. Nope. There's a Bardol. There's a Yone who's a human blender, really, at this point. You're just going to get chopped up if you walk forward.
Human blender?
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
What does that mean?
You know what? Let's just chalk that up to weird things. I'm just trying to prepare you for if you ever cast with Jake. I don't know.
Oh my god.
Called the man a refrigerator once. It lives in my head rent-free. We're calling people appliances. That's the
Called you a refrigerator?
I don't know why. Just this man is a refrigerator. I don't...
It sounds kind of OP.
I think the thing about having an Australian accent is you can get away with saying some wacky stuff.
Oh, he said way too much wacky stuff, but love you, Jake.
Yeah, he wanted to have you come up here and just start talking about Romania. He said I didn't learn enough about Romania, and I don't know when that was ever part of the plan.
I'm not here to be an encyclopedia. Well, I am here to be a league encyclopedia, and what I'm going to say is that Fnatic is going to set up for this Nasher.
Ooh. Dang.
Why are you so excited?
What is that? What?
Like, look how many saplings.
It doesn't feel like we made it very deep into the encyclopedia, my guy. That's all I'll say. It feels like, that's the elementary school encyclopedia. Talk to me. Tell me more. Tell me more about this Nasher setup.
So it's just the saplings are over everywhere, and Mickey is here, put the wards down. He's already here with 4 wards up. Realistically, he can always lit up this jungle like a Christmas tree. And it's again, all they need to do is find out where Loopy is coming from. What is his avenue of attack? Because he's the most dangerous one. They found him. Didn't really do much for SK at least. Now what I would like Fnatic to do is just walk with this wave and just keep pushing them out. Do not rush this Baron because you don't need to. It's just so much easier in open area where you have everything warded to just gobble up as much space as possible. And this, holding this choke from Mickey and Oscar, this is what I want to see more because it's so hard for SK to walk through here.
Or they could potentially flip it. They've now used the ulti from Razzler. It's a wall going in. Baron is dead. They've managed to catch the bot lane. Mickey is going to try and fish for some call, but he doesn't quite have the Q angle. Baron down for Fnatic. SK now running.
And such good usage of tools from Fnatic. Well, now they can find engage because
they're not getting chased. W3 on the Pathmaker will just go down, buys a bit of space for his team. Upset.
And that's the thing, you just need to threaten that you're going to fight them when they walk in. Because realistically, SK, the whole time they're thinking themselves, what are they going to do? They're going to fight us. Careful, guys, they're going to turn. But at the same time, we need to find the fight. And it just puts it into an impossible situation for SK.
Good news is, Inhib is about to respawn. Gives SK a little bit more space to work with. But of course, if the game doesn't end on this Baron, I would be a little bit surprised.
Okay, Dracos, is it really good news if it just survived for 5 seconds? It's just like the fakest of good news.
Yeah, I mean, you know, people get a last meal before their death, right? Like, this is the last meal for SK, really.
An inhibitor.
Yeah, I mean, you need time to eat the meal, man. I don't know what you want from me. It's been a rough day for SK, some good ideas in terms of composition, but the team play, the execution has not been there. And even if Fnatic have found some hiccups of their own, they've been able to outplay, outperform. Instantly, Skeens finds himself to lead it. Abadage lockdown. Q to follow up probably will do a good bit of work. Razzler finding it as well. Knockback is there. Poby in the midst of the entire team. Exhaust means he won't be able to finish the kill. Dun now. Mikhail's down. And Fnatic a slow but inevitable victory march down the bottom side of the map as another 2 kills will go in their favor. Clean, quick, almost effortless. 2-0 for Fnatic.
Honestly, it felt like a slow game, but at the same time, same in game 1. In game 2 as well, all of a sudden it just blows open and they just have control. It's what we want to see from Fnatic, right? Because even in the previous splits, our criticism was that they were not really controlling the games enough.
Yeah.
And for me, this was great. I didn't really have so much stonks on this draft, for example, but at the same time they executed it so well. I felt like they weren't really overreaching at any point. They had a lot of patience, but at the same time, we need to see more from them because this was regular season last time as well, and it disappointed when it hurt us the most.
Job's not done yet, but a good job today to be certain player of the series, Kia player of the series, Poby, Upset, or Mickey X. You can vote now at LEC on X. All pretty good options.
Ooh. Honestly, Poby, but I think Upset.
Was it Mickey? What was game 1? What did Mickey do game 1? Braum. Not flashy enough, sorry.
Actually,
Bard, good.
I think it's actually Mickey.
No, you give it to 80 carries. There are rules here.
Oh,
supports aren't allowed to have a good time. Anyway, that's enough from us. Odo, congrats on your first cast. Congrats Fnatic on a quick win. We're going to take a quick break, and afterwards, we're going to have a nice, relaxing Finch review with Upset and Mickey X.
Hey Kia, let's see if you're a real fan.
I'm ready.
How many lanes are there in League of Legends?
There are 3 lanes in League of Legends.
Are you seriously quizzing the car about League of Legends?
Look, I just want to know how much it knows.
The EV3 has an AI assistant. It's supposed to know everything.
Okay then, hey Kia, how do I get better at League of Legends?
That will be challenging.
Red Bull gives you wings.
you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through.
Expectations. Does that expectation include you getting 2v2 killed by Kadui and Loopy?
It did. No, it wasn't. That was like end of the skirmish.
Oh, it was on top side.
Yeah, but it was like part of the skirmish, you know.
That's
it.
It
Wasn't laning, bro.
Oh,
they
like
actually
count.
I didn't even know
Ragnar
Ragnar
coming out.
But yeah, it was an alright series. Got to play some Bard. That was fun.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, like this is the second series we've seen Poby play.
Yeah.
And would you say he has brought stability to the bouncy castle, or is it very bouncy?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, I think he plays pretty consistent. I think he wants everyone in the team to play pretty consistent, like classic Korean, like very structured game style. So yeah, I think it brings some more stability.
Does that come natural to you guys? I just got information that Poby is player of the series. Yeah. An aquatic applause for Poby with a masterful yacht performance. Any words to comment on that? Do you feel robbed with your Bard?
Actually, I had a very good stand at the Herald, at the Atacam. That was crazy. My practice all worked out.
Yeah, you landed 3 Qs level 1 with electrocute pop to boot. That was very impressive, I thought.
I had to have a little giggle.
Yeah. A little giggle or a big giggle?
Just a little bit.
Okay. Okay, let's look ahead. Okay, so next series is GX versus Vitality. Two very vocal bot lanes. We have Noah and Jun versus the Bio Fleshy and Carsey. Do you guys have any opinion on that bot lanes? Do you think it's gonna come out on top?
I would say Jun and Noah are a bit better, but I think both are pretty decent. Like nothing too crazy, but for sure very solid players. So I think it's going to be a close matchup.
Yeah, with you, Mickey?
I definitely agree.
And if you're aquatic inside, Mickey has grabbed a little boat.
It's sink. It's sink.
Is that a metaphor?
Yeah.
Okay. We're getting too silly in the pool. We're gonna throw it to the desk now, and they're gonna have some actual analysis. Enjoy the last side of Mickey in the pool. You're not gonna get it again, I think.
Pretty much.
Thank you so much, guys. It was lovely to see the fucking game.
Likewise.
Likewise.
Thank you, guys. Actually, before we let them go, Mickey, I have one question for you. LS said that Buzio had the best Bard in the West. Do you agree with that? Or do you have anything you want to say? Mickey had a point to prove. That's the reason he picked the champion.
Yeah, just in case people didn't hear that, he said, why do you think I picked that today? Yeah.
All right. Well, Ellis, you better watch. Thank you very much, guys. Amazing Finch review. Here, we're back for the second and last series of this week one. It's going to be GX versus a new version of Vitality with a new support. I know you were really hyped about this, Jack.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I like Fleshy a lot. Played with him a lot in solo queue. He's a very nice guy. But also, I think it's a big upgrade for the team. Niski was
a big upgrade. You're just going to throw You're just going to hit this? Be like, no, I did the same thing. On Euphoria, they were asking me, like, well, who do you think the best mechanical upgrade in the league is? And I said, Fleshy, without a shadow of a doubt. Shout out to Niski. Obviously, still a big fan. We hope that he does well. But in terms of his support, he could lose you or win you a game. And it was very inconsistent as to which one he was doing. So we're hoping that Fleshy can provide some consistency, especially given that he is coming with a lot of engaged style play that we're expecting from him.
I also just think it matches up much better with Carsey. He's kind of like a Hylissang-esque player that he loves playing disengaged, he loves playing very aggressive, and I think when Hylissang was at his, not at his peak, but when he was playing really well, him and Carsey was a deadly bot lane.
They certainly were, and I'm hoping to see that same level of synergy because what we've been hearing in the rumor mill is that Carsey is still the man to watch on this team in terms of scrim performance. It seems like he is the player that is popping off, and that's very much the type of Carsey that we love to see. He's an AD carry that is widely recognized as an incredibly talented AD carry, and competing against those top teams is what we want to see him doing. And against GX, I think that's going to be the start, because it's a very difficult bot lane that is going to be going up against, and that Noah and Jun have demonstrated how strong they are, given their strong performance yesterday already.
And speaking of scrims, I mean, Giant X are the best team in the world, maybe. I mean, they have been dominating and kind of showing it. I mean, they've definitely shown glimpses of good performances. I mean, Noah and Jun especially, they're always the two for me to look out in this team, especially Jun. I know Mickey also holds Jun in a very high regard, and I think like Jun's Nico is just the best we have in Europe.
Certainly is, and I think that the fact that Noah, to me, is a very confidence-driven player. He's someone that when you give him the resources to be a carry, and when he is playing well and the team feels like they're playing well, getting a pentakill yesterday, even though they ended up falling short in the series, is just massive for the momentum of the team. And Jackie's came out and said himself that he thought that he played really poorly in Game 3. None of us were really a big fan of that Sylas lock-in in Game 3, but it's that bot lane where we are putting so much of our focus in this matchup specifically, because we think that you already look at the first series today, you can see how impactful the bot lane really feels in the current meta. It is a very teamfight heavy meta with a lot more tanks on the top side. So eyes are going to be on that bot lane matchup to who can get the better performance on the day.
Is that what you expect, Jack, today from Vitality's bot lane as well? Knowing what we know from Fleshy, knowing what we know from what sets up Carsey usually, answering to those hyper-scaling bot lanes that we've seen and that GX has been shining on. What do you expect on Vitality?
I'd love to see more Yunara. I think this champion has so much potential.
Is that a Carsey champion?
I think it's a Carsey champion. I think it's very similar. Like, he had some great Sivir performances, and I feel like Yunara Sivir are very similar. And I'd love to see more Seri, Jinx, Aphelios, just these mega hyper carries that can really swing the game. I do think for Vitality, Nagnako can have a lot of explosivity in the top lane, but it's going to be bot lane that we're looking at.
So I wish I had more constructive analysis. My issue is that coming into the league, it's very hard for me personally to believe in Vitality.
Okay.
Because
that's fair.
I am quite convinced, and Dracos thinks I'm crazy for thinking this, but I'm convinced that Vitality is just in a way cursed. And I think that their organization, you build them up. And I mean, you don't even look at the stats on your screen. This year, Carsey has consistently gotten the better of Giant X, but where does that get them? Where does that get them moving forward in the league? And while I think that they can get the upper hand in these individual matchups, in terms of performance, in terms of consistency, it's hard for me to believe that this Vitality roster is suddenly going to deliver on that promise. And that's what, like, I feel like I've said it over and over again for Vitality for many years. They need to show me a level of consistency before I can even begin to believe in them. And that's why I'm very much in the Giant X camp coming into today's series.
More than consistency, I'm looking for stability in game. And in that sense, I believe that Fleshy can bring that, at least, being raise support,
I don't know,
especially on those engaged champions.
I'm not
That's
looking
what
for
gets me
stability.
hyped.
I'm looking for craziness.
No,
I want to see
enough vitality,
Well,
crazy, Jack.
But when Carsey goes crazy, that's when he's unleashed and doing the good things that we love him for. And it's Giant X that they're playing against. It's not a top team.
Yeah,
it's a team that's also been struggling with inconsistency. So I want to see mechanical plays from Knock-Knocko. I want to see Carsey going crazy. Fleshy, like, all you got to do is give me some good engages. That can't be that hard.
The mid-game, they just fall apart, Jack. And they've been doing it for years, man. They've been doing it for goddamn years. I don't want chaos anymore. I want Korean-style League of Legends. I want slow, calculated, methodical. I want Vitality to show me a new breath of fresh air, one that is calm, cool, relaxed.
So what I hear is Vitality needs to stop speaking English. Might be difficult to do, honestly, here. On the side of JX, one last time. Given what we saw from them yesterday, what is the first improvement that you expect from the team?
Oh, for me, it's their transition from their early to mid game. Their lane swaps were fantastic. Their ability to build an early advantage, I think, was a great demonstration from them. And I think is also why they were doing so well in scrims. Their ability to build this early lead definitely translates from what they've been practicing. The problem is when you get into that mid game, it seems that the coordination just seems to be a little bit off. But to me, they have shown some good promise to start off the split.
Eyes on Isma?
Yeah, for me, Isma has been the biggest improvement. Just from his start in Giant X, where he looked very lackluster, getting better and better, making the team play more around him. I think that's been key for how they've been looking at least decently strong in the league.
Yeah, and GX need this win if they want to cement themselves as the top team. They want to believe they are. They are the Scream Gods for now, but it's time to prove it on stage once again against this revamped version of Vitality. Take it away, guys.
We are good at taking away. We can do that, don't worry, because Vitality's debut now finally starts out here in the LEC on your very last series. Myself and Dagda are going to take you through exactly that. And there might be Scrim Gods, but yesterday they showed us their first face. And I feel like there was like, oh my God, the early game, wow, Giant X. And then it was revisiting what we talked about last year, which is falling off a cliff.
Yeah, I do think we can definitely see the improvements from Giant X. So like, Jack was already talking about it in the desk there. Like, I think Isma was the big factor there. He looked fantastic in the early stages of Game 1 and Game 2. But it is, as you said, Jake, the second you got to the mid-game, it was individual mistakes, overstepping, and that really kind of let the ball slip out of their fingers and gave KC that opportunity to come back into the game.
I feel like it's much like Riftbound, right? Like, you know, you really want something and you're trying and you're putting it in your cart, but then
you try to speak from experience,
and then it just doesn't go to it just doesn't purchase. You know, I really want the cards.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, there's a pure panic in the back because we've now realized Riftbound is able to be purchased, and every one of the casters trying to get it. And
we're trying. We're trying. And I don't know if anyone else. Why does Jackies have the security baton?
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah.
Why has he got the metal detector?
I feel like the person that's checking should not be on the team. I feel like that's,
not.
you know, we'll see. But either way, like, I'm excited to see what Vitality can bring to the table. I think for guys like Knock-Knocko and stuff, they really did step up as they try to come into the first year. So
yeah,
I want to see if they can keep it going now in summer.
I can agree with you, and especially with the debut, that man down beside Jun, who was also hugging Kazi. It's a good thing to see if you like the bonding of Vitality, especially with how close they came at the end of last split. At last year, we were promised so much, but Vitality failed to deliver time and time again.
But now they have a promising support. Fleshy stepping in. I'm looking forward to seeing what this man can do. He's definitely played a lot of Rel, played some Senna as well, coming in from Spring, so definitely a versatile champion, but I'll say even willing to bring out things like the Elise and that. So I'm curious if this is going to be the revitalization that Vitality needs, just having someone that understands where to be on the map, understands the support role, being a domestically supported player, I'd say. Like, it's our local region, you know? So, I'm hoping that it'll bring a lot of life to this Vitality roster.
I mean, again, you can see full of Vitality himself, right? Like, smiles on his face. And but Fleshy coming over, recently saw him in EMEA Masters and watched this guy and how he's grown throughout the year. It is nice to see, again, another promotion that you can really hope, much like players like Knock-Knocko on the team, you know, like Chayak as well, that can step up to the plate. It took them a couple of splits, but now promising rookies that have cemented themselves in the league. Let's go. We're about to go into pick ban here for your final series. GX have already played. And unfortunately, it wasn't the best start, but again, we talked about their early game. How can Vitality get in the way of that as we look at GX on blue side with an immediate Talia Wukong back?
And I think that's going to be the big test for Linces and Fleshy, is immediately Isma and Jun were working fantastically together on Giant Decks,
Yep.
so I think you're going to have to try and contest them, and it is going to be a fairly sizable test for Linces and Fleshy to be able to get that synergy immediately down, so I'm curious how it's going to pan out, as already we're seeing nothing too bizarre. The only thing is the Trundle ban on red side. We saw it creep into the last series as well.
Yep.
Like in my eyes, I think it's still like, I think Pantheon is the stronger jungler from what I've seen. It's just the ability to have that global, the point and click CC is fantastic. And then Gwen still incredibly strong, Varus still incredibly strong, Vi still up there as a ban. So I'm kind of surprised with so many of them being, in my eyes, from what I've seen it over in LPL and LCK, the higher priorities on red side bans, that Trundle has started to rise up on day 3 as that takeaway pick.
And I feel like that's always the same with the West when we see things in the East that like, oh my God, this can't be let through as blue side V1. Whereas teams maybe don't feel as confident, or they just don't want to experiment with what they're trading away right now. A little bit wishy-washy from me, but you get the point of sign gets taken away. Azir still up and available. Yeah, that's an easy lock-in here for Jackies.
Yeah, now on the opposite side, I think you can still take the Pantheon here if you really want to, or just go for the Vi. Cassante immediately.
Holy.
I thought, wow, okay, so
trade.
very different priorities from what I was expecting.
Yeah.
Like, Vi Pantheon is kind of the big picks for me on this, on the jungle pathing, especially with like Wukong gone and the Trundle also taken away. But going for the tree, trying to set up for just a strong front to back, and maybe looking at yesterday's games and going, hey, if we can just play for late game scaling, wait for Giant X to misstep, maybe we've got a shot in that one.
Well, for Giant X, it looks like they are going to what I would call chalk and stand front to back. Sejuani with Azir, with Ambessa to lead the charge. Like, those picks on 3 are really straightforward.
Yeah, and I think they give you a lot of power as well, especially Ambessa, when it comes to the later portions of the game, can be an absolute menace in the side lane, which I think is where Giant X really stepped up for me in their series yesterday. Like, they had a really good understanding of where they needed to be, how to teleport, where to be positioned on the map, and if you can lend that in towards Lot, who actually had a very good series with FC, but Chayak, so just as a heads up, this is still what, up until this bit, I would have said that this was probably going to go bot lane to Karzi. Karzi has played in the past.
Yep.
But, if you look back to the NNO tournament, Chayak actually played the Ziggs mid, and we're starting to see Ziggs rise up more as a mid lane champion on the current patch. So I think this will actually be mid Ziggs.
And I know as well, I think it was Shanks on AL. It was his response to TES, at least to Creams. It was either Knight. No, sorry, I think it was Knight's response, to correct myself. His response to Azir. And there's been a lot of pros kind of looking and seeing like, okay, this first pick Azir once again in another League of Legends split is a priority. How do we deal with it? And Ziggs seems to be the rising force tag to further to your point that most likely here should be going to Chayak to deal with the matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, it's nice. It's long range. You can try and poke him out. It sets yourself up well. So I understand why it's coming through. And also then the turret taking potential and the wave clear is such a nuisance to try and deal with later on in the game too.
Well, with that locked in, let's look towards bot lane. Yet to be discovered, yet to be decided. Jin, Kaisa already taken away. Looks like Giant X is scared of that long-range utility. Maybe Ashe follows through as well, as Poppy disengage gone. They might be setting themselves up for something like an Alistar there, maybe the Rel as well. Maybe getting rid of these supports that can get the way. The Yone also taken away. They think, hey, that Ziggs could be bot, and so we're hedging our bets on Giant X.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, because I think especially since I saw Chayak already played in the NNO tournament, I'm just imagining it's going to go there. But either way, Yone already taken off the board as well. Oh, yeah, so there's a Lucian, immediately slammed. So I'm not as sure on the Lucian slam here. I think Lucian still is a champion that kind of requires a lot of setup, and I do like it with the Maokai. But I think when I've kind of looked at like a Cassante and a Maokai, I would have liked something that's a bit more of that consistent DPS. But I think a Lucian is like you throw it at Colleen, and obviously you are an AD carry, you have some consistent DPS, but it can be difficult to try and play that short range AD carry. Yeah, it's more of a Colleen boss to a certain extent in my eyes.
It's a great point, because he's committal, right? Like Lucian has to be there, and as you said, short range. Which means something like the Corki maybe would have fit, or something like Ezreal
would have,
also up when you consider the only tank is that jungler for now, with a Bruiser in the mix. Front to back for GX is going to continue though, and yeah, look, they've got the options. They pick any AD carry they want here. They know they're probably going into an Alistar, but Alistar with Lucian, maybe not. Rom. Dag did the last one up in a Velvet for GX. They've got range themselves. What a front to back. Simple. As a Vitality have to round this out with Disengage.
Yeah, also the Corki was something that was banned away pretty consistently against Noah in his first series as well. So
good reason,
something that he going to be happy to get his hands on. So overall, you're kind of looking at Vitality, and it is kind of culling for poke alongside the Ziggs poke, and then hoping you can try and play for this lockdown kind of kite back as well, buying space with Braum and his ultimate. The Maokai ultimate can be used for engage and disengage in the same breath. So I think you've got tools from Vitality to play at range, and it is going to be more on Giant X to try and find engages, but they have a plethora of tools to make that happen. So I definitely feel like it's going to be a case of finding success for Giant X in the early game and trying to take Vitality position before they can get onto objective.
Which does feel like their strength. If you played so well in the early game yesterday, for the most part in that best of 3 versus KC, having this comp and then the ability to team fight later on, maybe it covers a lot of those gaps. Maybe they've simplified it today so the less chance of making a mistake. Like, you know, the Silas game 3 was just, it was a bit of a travesty because Giant X fell before they could start walking. And they kind of went backwards in that game, and it felt a little bit too much in the hard basket. This game, though, this opening game of the series, as Aaron Chamberlain stands by with Gil Hoto, man, I'm curious because GX really made it simple as anything as we throw it over.
Thanks so much. I'm standing by with Gyoso. Gyoso, like the draft seems relatively simple, relatively straightforward, you know, front to back. I want to talk a little bit more about the team's mentality coming into this weekend, because on social media, you guys have been very public about scrim results. You've been very public about your expectations for the split. Do you think you're putting a lot of weight and expectation on your players, and could that possibly backfire?
I don't think so. If I thought, then we wouldn't be doing it, obviously. I think that for us, even if we speak of scrims, it's not something that we take with the mindset that just because we are doing good that we'll do it on stage. We are very aware of the problems that we had before of translating it into stage as well. So yesterday didn't affect us as much. We knew that we were coming as underdogs. We were public about that as well. And today we think that we should be favorites to win, and scrim results do not win us the game, and we don't think they do.
That has kind of been historically what's happened. Have you changed anything from day 1 to day 3 of this weekend?
I mean, we didn't play day 1. We played, I guess, day 2 and day 3.
Day 2, yes.
But not really. There's not much time to change. We played 24 hours ago. We trust in our prep for both series. So what we had thought before against Vitality is what we are doing today as well.
All right, well, good luck in the games. Thank you so much for joining me. Back to you guys.
Who I give it to, Medic?
Thank you, Medic. Good insight. I mean, again, yeah, scrims don't always translate across. It seems like a humble approach here from Giotto that for Giant X after their opening day, things can always get better. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm rambling about. Dagger and myself are going to take you through this final series of Week 1 opener. As we kind of get into the game, we already talked about it. Feels like a front to back for GX, stopping what Vitality want to do here in this game as well. Dagger, it seems quite simple. I said it last time, like a GX's comp. It's a nice way to start your series with something so simplistic, right?
Yeah, and I think it's it should set them up nicely because you have ease of not only execution in team fights, but how you want to try and set up this early game as well. But ISMA can try and play for top lane if he wants to, but realistically, it's going to be trying to play for, I think, Noah and Jun and trying to play around this Corki and get him going. And I think ISMA really did step up yesterday. Like, the series against KC could have been a Giant X win. Game 1 and Game 2, they were firmly in the lead, but they just couldn't quite get across the finish line. And we kind of already touched on it a little bit, but despite the great starts you can see at the bottom of your screen, it was individual missteps that came in game number 1 that gave KC that opportunity to come back into the game. And game 2, much cleaner. They were able to take home the win. But so I think they were a bit heartbroken with the way game 3 opened, where they just couldn't get their footing right. But it was so close to being Giant X taking that series over KC based off the first 2 games.
I feel like for Giant X, getting over that today is going to be really important. As you see someone's head pop out, ignore Kazi's bushy hair. I can fix it for you instead. As we get into this game, just a quick reminder, Vitality are starting with a brand new roster. Only one change, but that change is really important because we went from having Hylissang to Niski to now Fleshy has joined in. a previous LFL regular season hero. I feel like on Vitality B, he was a strong bottom laner. Yoppa, VTO was also on that roster, if you remember him, and Vertigo from top. So, yeah, he's really come in with a big force, and I guess a bit of expectation to fill in the gaps where that team was obviously looking for something different.
But I think it's just the expectation of, hey, we've got someone who's used to the role. And the fact, it is very easy to look at the support role and say, oh, well, you don't really need hands to do the things that you have to do. It's more about having an understanding of where you need to be in the map. What is the enemy support doing? How can I interact with the different laners? What are my timing windows? And that is much more difficult to just pick up over the course of a split. But top side here.
Yeah, Nako, flash might have to be burned. Waiting for the Arctic Assault, but not in time. Permafrost's going to reach as well. Good, though, from Nako. Presses the W, and as you expect, he gets out, but a flash now down.
Yeah, and I think this will make him a little bit more vulnerable if it ends up coming to things like the lane swaps and that, because I'm looking at that bottom side already. Both Jun and Noah starting to get that reset in. They could go top here, and especially as you start to look towards the potential for dives and other things like that where the lanes are mismatched, that just makes Nako so much more vulnerable in that regard.
Also, giving Ambessa a free way to scale towards that Eclipse always feels nice, as early on feels like Ambessa's weakness really lies in the fact that she can't get a lot of her spell rotation down. Huge cooldown windows, and in fact as well, she's quite vulnerable with her health bar early. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those days where, and for Giant X, well, my thoughts are going everywhere, Dag. You can talk now.
Yeah, you're good. It is, sometimes it is those days. But yeah, I agree. I think it's the fact that Ambessa can do relatively well when it comes towards, hey, we're using those abilities to try and survive underneath the tower. She's so much mobility, it's kind of absurd. So it makes things easier, and the fact she has flash as well. But now that it's actually Vitality that have gone for the mismatch with sending Karzi and flashing up towards that top side, this, and you've got the Sejuani coming down to the bot lane, Nako has to be very careful. Now, he's in a decent spot. His wave is kind of frozen here underneath the tower. It will get shoved in, but this is where you could end up with the potential for some sort of dive if Nako gets chipped out.
Phosphorus Bomb does hit, so closer towards that goal. There's half HP, but now moves to level 6. But Giant X already started the Dragon, and with the Rel by the side, Permafrost not too far off as Lot steps in, but it's just a sledge out, so he's going to survive for now. Level 6 off the back of this wave as well to punish a mistake.
And that's why he's stepping up so far. He's just trying to get in range, use that shield to get to the experience ring to make sure that he's able to pick it up and try and hit 6 as soon as possible. Because you can see he is quite substantially far behind Nako, just with the way the wave has been. But now with that crash, there are a few members of Vitality on that top side if they want. And yeah, you can see there, Giant X kind of realized that there's some members missing, teleporting Jun in to make sure no sort of dive can happen, and Lot can actually pick up that CS without any trouble.
You notice how Lot spams his abilities on the minion wave so he doesn't share experience as well?
Yeah.
3 minions left for the share onto Jun, hit 6 before it, but doesn't fall behind at CS because Nako is about to get level 7. He's got a free pushing wave down bot. Teleport going to be the response from Lot to capture. We're gearing up for something. They're clapping, but I don't know where we're going. There's nothing coming up. There's no Herald, there's no Grubs, there's no Dragon. Oh, just fun. Woo! Good one. We'll wait another 10 for first blood.
Yeah, I think it is a good call out on the experience difference between the two top laners, those there, because that is going to be kind of the main focus. So because Nako was able to get the wave and catch it just as it hit his turret, he ended up picking up way more of that CS. So Lot is a little bit behind, even having to burn the TP to try and catch the wave hasn't really evened that out. And it means that in the future, when we start to look towards things like the Dragon, Nako should, I believe, have his TP pack up, whereas you won't have that available. So I think Vitality, you can try and play for that mismatch with sending Nako top away from the Dragon and have him as a potential source to TP down, because we already had GX pick up the first Dragon.
Triple TP game, by the way, with Spellbook on both supports. No big surprise, but again, just something to note as Smite steals from support have been talked about quite a lot. We are in 25-15 though, so remember the Smite steals from supports are down to 900, but you have to get that third Smite to get 900. The second one is still worth only 600. It is meaningful when, again, like, they're always going to be behind the curve. It is a nice change of life, I feel like. 1200 for a support Smite, I think, was a bit too much late game.
Vitality here in a decent position. Have to be careful of Jun looking for a big engage, but the ultimate from Linces can do a lot of work here.
Jack's just going to throw some bouncing bombs out. Vitality disengaging. They've got one grub, but the Smite walk by Linces with a second. Really nicely done, but he gets ulted on the way out. Nature's Grasp going to be sent to return, though. Twisted advance onto Jun, and there's a bit of poke, but not much damage yet. Vitality playing with fire as Giant X are going to get what's left. One grub for two, no one dies.
Yeah, Chayak was very low on mana, so they weren't really able to try and take that fight. If he'd had a bit more in the tank, you try and play for the choke point, and that's where your Ziggs and your Maokai ultimate can really pop off. But when he was just so low, there just wasn't really any chance. Fleshy just hovering around here to make sure Chayak can clear the wave, and now should be able to match the reset.
Okay. And so with two grubs, I mean, for Ziggs as well, let's not forget, while you're still going to get the Might Spawn, you're not getting the feet to add towards the lift. There's Chayak. Oh, he tries a satchel charge. Has to flash, puts the minefield down, but Fletchy turns it into a bait. One more auto! It's not going to count. Jackies gets Burst Blood, and Fletchy picks up the pieces.
Good attempt by Jackies. And to be honest, you're going to be happy with that. Get the kill. As long as Isma can freeze this wave, which he's been able to, you're going to be fine. So Jackies gets the kill. The kill on Vitality side goes to Fleshy, and you're still going to be able to pick up a large portion of this wave. So Jackie's pretty happy with the way that one turned out.
But Chayak, I think he got surprised. Like
yeah, big time.
The satchel charge was used as Jackie's came in and swept through with a swoop and boop, as you call it. Double TP, but Isma's here first. Onto Chayak again. Permfrost going to connect Chayak. Oh, disrespect part 2. And Jackie's with 2 kills on an Azir is cheering.
That one's going to sting. The fact that you hadn't gotten the full item completion Jackie's already has, and then you TP back in and now you're falling further behind is absolute disaster in the mid lane. This Ziggs is not really going to be throwing anything worthwhile for the next little while.
And it's already, Nash has picked up. I mean, Jackie's going to be able to push that turret in. There's no minions for Chayak available because his TP was just burned, as you saw. CS difference through mid, and that's a mistake you can't make against Giant X. We've seen their early game so strong, and we talked about it coming into this. That's really where they've been sitting on their laurels, at least for their first series against KC. And again, for K1, we're going to have those same stats, because although GX aren't that far ahead, they soon feel like they will be, with maybe objectives a little bit earlier, accessible to them, thanks to that lead in the mid lane.
Yeah, again, as you said, the nice lead in the mid is going to help out, but this is what we were talking about already, right? Vitality have set it up where Nako is now back on that top side with the TP advantage, so I think they're going to be looking to try and play for the Nako teleport in.
Okay.
So he can look for the place, look for the reset off the back of this as well, and then hold that TP if he needs to either go for Dragon or commit back to the top side. So I think this is where we might see Lot trade really heavily against Nako and try and go for the wave to deny him that opportunity to go for the Dragon.
Well, let's see if he makes the move. As you said, the teleport advantage is something, but Jackie's has push in mid. That's another level. And with the auto attacks going down, Jackie's is contributing enough where this Dragon's going to be done before Linsis gets in. Level 8, the Maokai now spotting it out, but Smite's going to come in. Isma's going to take it. In fact, he doesn't even smite it. He just autos it down right in the face of Treebeard to the right, and double Dragon for Giant X. Early game, very much locked in.
Yeah, the mid gap too much on the push, and also that Karzi losing a ton of health, but Fleshy wants to go forward here.
Good Shattering Strike though. Karzi at half HP. This is a Nature's Grasp, but will it do anything? Culling in the way. Noah stands his ground. It's a good Glacial Fissure. John's ulti was weird, and he died on top of that as well. Noah no matter to contribute anything more, and Vitality get a kill for their troubles.
Yeah, the ult from Jun was to try and CC Karzi so he shouldn't get that last auto attack to guarantee the stun, but unfortunately just ends up flashing away, so burns the ult, burns the flash, and doesn't get much out of the back of it at all. And Vitality got to be happy with that one on the bot lane.
Especially going over to Karzi as well, from what I could see. The earlier kill, the trade went over to Fleshy through the mid lane. This one goes to Illusion in need as Nako going to be bullied again. He has his flash up, but the problem this time is he's got an Iceborne Gauntlet, so is not going to be able to do what he once did.
Still just going to use that pressure now to get some vision in onto this top side. No red buff to try and contest, but I thought they'd just try and get... Yeah, Jun should be able to come through here and get the vision of the need down, but jungle support matching.
Isma in the way. Now, is it going to turn into anything? Because Noah's also here. He's using this time to push in mid-turret. A smite actually goes over to Linsis in the end. Isma's still consistent, though, on rather adamant in staying in place. And now we get a picture-in-picture. Bot laners, or top laners, I should say, are trading over as Jun goes for an engage. There's that TP in the tri-brush, and there's no response. So with a shuffle out, Fleshy is just dead. It's about who gets the kill at this point. Even Noah's part of it. But another one over to Jackie's, 3 for the Azir. And Vitality are getting roughed around the edges.
Yeah, LEC going to be able to actually keep Shayak away from this top wave as well. So while this was all going on in the invade, there was a push in mid where Noah got some mid plates and actually got a good chunk of gold for himself. You end up getting this push on top side, which gets some much needed gold for Jackies as well, although Ziggs exists. So maybe not as much as you're hoping for, but mid lane,
Valkyrie forward, auto for auto. Kazi flashes and the piercing light almost does it. Noah gets out, good response time as both are left with cleanse only.
If that big one had hit, that flash auto from Noah would have been the death of Karzi.
True.
But just the minions barely getting in the way so Karzi doesn't take the splash damage means that Karzi's able to nearly get the kill back. But both flashes now burnt on the 80 carries and still looking at pressure elsewhere on the map. Top, that play has gone through, but on the bottom side, as we just saw, Naknako again crashing more waves, making sure he's growing that lead that he has from the top side.
Yeah, this Cassandra 800 gold up, and it's a great point that you mentioned, you know, the value for Vitality right now, it's definitely in that front line. As Naknako not only survived the gank, survived being flashless 5 minutes of the game earlier on, but even at this case is pushing his side lane so much that it's drawing attention, and Giants, when they do make these big commitments, Dagda, there is at least some kind of trade. I think that's important.
Yeah, and a lot of that is kind of how the TPs have been used, right? You saw Naknako initially, as you say, TP bot to pick up the wave, and then Lot TP top to try and get into that play, which means Naknako, who'd actually TP to the wave, was just continuously getting this CS and this farm. So I think the Cassante going to be fairly big as we start to move forward into the rest of these fights, just off of a second item. Very quickly underway, but I mean, you're looking at Jackies and he's huge.
Naknako is going to get something back though. 3 minions in the way, but not enough auto damage as he might have to end up proxying this way. But look at where Chayak is. Satchel charge. Now the turret's gone. Lot isolated. Ulti's back in as Naknako. What? That interaction. There's 3 versus 1 though, so Lot should still be dying as Naknako eventually has to walk back in.
Who ends up winning, an unstoppable force or an unstoppable force? Instead, the unstoppable force wins. As Cassandra ends up sending himself over the wall. That got dicey, but this is even more dicey.
Again, Jackie just keeps finding the shoves in. Fleshy's caught out. His debut has been rough on this from the last 2 plays in isolation. There's Vitality, they're going to do what they can do best with 2 grubs. Get yet another turret, but for Giant X with the kill, that goal's going to be back to even, maybe even more summers. Kazi's left to isolate and hold down mid by himself.
Yeah, mid tower going to fall, and they should be able to get another charge off of this here. Reset's coming through for the Dragon in 40 seconds, and all they really wanted was to make sure they could get the tier 1. So now when they come back out onto the map, they can push that wave in further and move across the Dragon. But here, it's just a good roam from Chayak. Gets the tower down with the satchel and then the immediate follow-up, but it's the unstoppable on both sides, making that one a little funky, but I think Lot needed to just try and commit for the kill on Shayak. Maybe he could have got it, or at least got Shayak low, maybe burnt a summoner, but trying to escape, there was just too many members down there.
In the end, trying to use Ziggs in any way they can at this point, because Vitality, this early game has been gifted over to Jackies, but now finally we get that fight. It's the 3rd Dragon, and you know, we've talked a lot about teleports here, Dagda, but both top laners are nearby. This is going to be a walk-in for a 5-on-5 in the pit.
I think both sides want to kind of hold off for a second. Ultimates on the top laners, not fully there. Naknako's just come off. Lot is just momentarily off of it, and he's even looking for a flank position on this bottom side. So Vitality getting corralled a little bit here.
But they need to land some poke themselves. It's Chayak versus this Corki and Azir as Kazi walks into Isma. It's a free engage. Finding a road has never been so easy for Jackies. Eventually has the flash, but he's ready to re-engage himself. Naknako, the tank, discoordinated with the rest of his team as the poke continues to land from Noah. And Vitality, that's not even a team fight, that's just different places at different times.
I mean, good positioning from Giant X. They came in at multiple different angles, making it difficult for Vitality to really set up a choke point or one area where they could focus all of that AoE and crowd control. We'll get to see it in the replay, but a fumble from Vitality and Giant X, they pounce onto Karzi and finish him off.
Third Dragon going to be the back of that as well. For Giant X, it might sound like it's one-sided despite that gold still being close, but again, this Azir just keeps getting so much, and the Dragon stats to add it into the mix. 5 minutes to a Mountain Soul. Let's have a look at how this happened again, because Kazi just got walked into.
Yeah, because Lot's forced them out this way. You've got Isma's pressing here and forcing everyone up into this position, which is just perfect then, because you already have Isma in a great position on the flank, but Vitality never get that front to back that they really want to, where they can open up with a culling, where they can open up with the satchel and the mines and just keep people in place and get that poke down. And So it was a nice setup by Giant X to kind of, as Vitality are going back, to get these different flank angles, but also a bit of mispositioning from Carzzy. He really needed to be positioned in over by the blue buff with the rest of his team.
Bit of column A, column B, though, I think. Further to your point, how that collapse worked from Giant X was clean, and we were complimenting them yesterday. Well, no, I wasn't. I was doing that at my desk chair at home. But the compliment from yesterday was how well their early game came together, like their map movements, their first 15 minutes, even these first 20, have been really clean. And I think as a macro, you know, the masterminds, as far as they go, this does feel like I'm watching like an Eastern team in the first 20 minutes. That's how it feels watching Giant X at the moment.
And I agree, which is insane to me when my biggest criticism in the past has been they don't really know how they want to try and position themselves in the mid-game, how they want to approach waves. Someone overextends, they get caught, like on a wave, overextends and gets caught out. But honestly, they've been playing it really, really well. And I think the focal point has been the step-ups of Jackies and Loss and their understanding of how to try and play on side lanes, and then how ISMA can support them through that. Jun has kind of been pretty exceptional in understanding where he needs to be. He is one of our strongest supports, but now having ISMA as that pair has really just leveled up the understanding of Giant X.
It was mentioned that ISMA working towards his best split. A lot of criticisms to this jungler, but so far so good here on the Sejuani. Is looking for a little bit more. Linsus just trying to get his own red buff away. He will succeed in that, but ISMA doesn't take too much damage, and Chayak does not have his second item here. And for this Ziggs, needs to work towards that Rabadon, that third item. You know, before this poke starts becoming exceptional. Tanks are already tanking up. That's ISMA there, who can stand here, free of charge, with Jun by the side with the crash down. The explosive bomb not even needed. Can't get anything back. It's Noah, who has bigger bangs for his buck right now on the Corki.
And now it's Atakan that's just bottom this top side as well. So Giant X perfectly positioned to pick that one up. It was weird for Vitality to try and contest that vision as much as they did, because Nako was free pushing on that bottom side, ended up getting the tier 2 there, and it's gone. But now they want to try and contest for Atakan.
But meanwhile, Jackie sent out the Emperor's Divide. Carzzy caught again, but the slide makes it a nice glide. There's another one. Jackie's has just opened up with no AD carry left for Vitality. This fight becomes harder. Fletchy's teleported in, but Vitality are working their way towards their doom. The ulti out from Nuck goes nice, but they still can't kill ISMA. As Jackie works away from the side, his auto attacks his lethal tempo with 2 items. This Azir is already monstrous. This Chayak, his value just ain't there. Lot takes a little bit of poke. The Mega Inferno Bomb. You want more, even with the satchel charge. Vitality can't find a kill. It's only ISMA who eventually goes down. They stop the Atakan, but it looks so tough for Vitality to play.
It is incredibly hard. The fact they managed to get a wall between them and Giant X is crucial, but great positioning from Jackie's, just hunting for Carzzy, shoves him back. Carzzy has nowhere to go, and Jackie's didn't even have a flash to follow, but was still able to get the kill. And here, this was the commitment where Vitality hoping to try and find that poke and hoping to find something, but the ISMA falls, but this wall kind of being able to step up and hold them in place was pretty crucial, as Chayak is in a position now, as you can see, to look for poke, control space in areas, and these little choke points are just perfect for the Ziggs, but it still ends up being Flashy going down. It's a trade for ISMA alongside Carzzy, who had already fallen.
While it is granted that ISMA does go down, it's nice. The kill doesn't go to that Ziggs. That Ziggs who was the option into the Azir. I talked about it LPL at the start. Like, it's seen as a nice matchup, something that can scale alongside. And obviously the wave clear is immense, but he's down a full item. Now just gets his Void stuff. So Chayak is getting there with his second. But Jackie's is almost onto his third.
But you can see how crucial it is for a Ziggs to be positioned well, right? And the fights that we've seen thus far has not really been Vitality able to set up that defensive wall to enable a Ziggs to just poke and be safe. Like, positions like this, these chokes could be good, but
like a prison, Linsus sends out the Nature's Grasp, and it does something to disengage, but now it's a fight for the Gromp. Carzzy at half HP as well. Note the HP bar is going to be healed up as Fleshy moves to smite.
Loss on the side. Chayak now in a position that he can actually follow up, but with the Maokai ultimate gone, this is way less threatening.
But the wall's down. Fleshy doesn't have the Unbreakable for a little bit, and there's a big one in the hole. Trying to poke out is Noah. The big one does miss, so Vitality again trying to play with time here. But I don't think time's on their side, because Dragon's still being started. This is the Soul. Lot's also got an angle. Culling comes out, but John finds a 4-man with a public execution in the mix. And Lot is trying to get what he can before he dies. Auto out, but he survives, flashing over the wall. Vitality 4 blinking health bars. And yes, Giant X the same. But they've got Isma. They've got enough health to start up Dragon again.
They have no TPs to come back, so they have to try and force it now. They're trying to get into the pit.
And the big one hit Nucko with the flash. It's nice and gets rid of the Emperor's Divide. He survived. Clutch play as Jun trades it off, but now Lot at full HP runs into 3. He's stunned up. The help of Brom looks nice. Vitality on the edge playing well, but still Noah survives. And remember, Soul went down as close as Vitality get. It just doesn't seem to be enough.
Vitality were just trying to bum rush the Dragon because they had 2 smites and hoped that one of them was able to succeed, but not quite. But great engage from Jun in this one. And again, if you had them out Kyle Ultimate here, maybe you could turn this around as Vitality and hope to play into this choke point, but you just don't have the tools available. They have to disengage. They try to come back from a different angle here, and sure, they end up getting 1 off the back of it, but this was nice from Nucko, flashing forward, the unstoppable to get him safely out of the pit, but Linces tries to get in, Smite isn't there, it's still got 2k HP, and then Loss TPing back in, forces the rest of Vitality away.
I was just watching Jun in that fight as we come back to live and Shayak gets caught out again. Isma's just everywhere. This must be so frustrating as Isma's going to take the kill. It was almost a solo kill, but Isma again will still clean it out regardlessly. Shayak 40 seconds down, Dagda, Baron's up in 30. Atakan is in top side of the map, and Giant X is just going to start this as well.
Yeah, this is nigh on impossible now for Vitality to try and contest. A large portion of your poke is gone. Karzi is finding it incredibly hard to play up in these fights, like we're talking about with Lucian, because there's so much that can connect with him in the backside between Lot, between Jun, even Jackie's a potential swoop and boop. So Giant X controlling this space. Atakan should be theirs, and with 0 vision as to where the rest of Giant X is, Vitality can't commit to either side of the play.
And with an almost 3-item Azir, you know that it's easy to chain this right into a Baron. Not much damage taken because Isma's tanking up Atakan, so that'll fall. Giant X now getting frisky in the top side of the jungle. See what else they can find. Jun with the engage, it's great. Again, the Magnet Storm holding Vitality in place, but no follow-up damage from Vitality. Flesh is trying to disengage. The Glacial Fisher down. Bramble Smash as well. Lot just rolls in and helps get the kill over to Jackie's. Giant X 5 strong yet again, and Karzi is once again low.
A Baron is now open available. It seems to be a constant play from Giant X. Get the pick, go for the objective, and Vitality have to keep running though.
And look for Nucko, the target in the way. Teleport right into the middle of the wave. Isma cutting off the escape path. Nucko is getting shredded as well. Noah sends out the Gatling gun, and that is it. Onto Linces, a new target, a fresh kill. Giant X now playing with their food. 5k up in the lead, and Baron is next to fall.
It's so difficult as Vitality to try and face check these points and get away. You have a Riley slow that's coming through. Jun is coming over all these walls, getting the CC that you need. And Lot, every time you're trying to fight on one part of the equation, Lot is coming in with the public execution and threatening the backline consistently, opening up this giant divide between the front and back line of Vitality. And now Fleshy, you've got Smite, but I don't think you have a hope in hell of getting into this one.
It's been a rough game for him, 1-6-4 in his debut. Granted, I mean, some of the skirmishes he's been great with because he's been applying passive, but how hard is it to play for him as well? He's not the only one.
Yeah, but again, here it's like, you shouldn't really be contesting this position.
Also
like,
true.
Chayak isn't base, Nucko isn't in your front line, but again, it's like, Lot is able to come in from one angle, go in towards the back line, get the damage off onto Karzi, and then is able to walk out towards the top side. You've got Noah, who's essentially untouched this whole time. Like, the way in which Vitality are setting up for this composition is not where the strengths of it lie. And I think that's where Giant X are just playing the front to back better.
Yeah. That's why it's so smart with the comp. Play a comp that just plays front to back, where your weakness right now seems to be the mid game, and how you transition that lead and that skill you find in early game. With a comp like this, it seems foolproof. Now GX, the onslaught begins because Baron is going to do a lot of the work for them. Noah stepping up to get this inner turret through mid. And this Zig's only 2 items, the wave clear, probably in comparison to the minion level, isn't going to matter as much as you think it would.
Giant X, this is kind of just dotting your I's and crossing your T's.
Yeah.
Like, play it by the book. Don't let the mistakes of yesterday slip into play.
True.
You're getting all the outer towers down. You're about to reset. You're going to have a ton of gold to spend now as well. And then it's just a case of start siege on towards the turrets. I mean, Jackie's coming back out on the field, 3 bit items to his name. This is Zier's huge. The 606 Corki doing rather well for himself as well. Like, it feels like even if you combine a great fight at this stage for Vitality, just the sheer numbers on Giant X is just going to be too much to handle.
It all comes off the back of ISMA in this game. The pressure on mid has been fantastic, but that 1-for-1 earlier on, Jackie's getting the kill. It's snowballed effect from there. As you can see now, there's Rod of Ages at least, needlessly large Rod rather. Not important to talk about because Nuck is just getting bullied. By said mid laner as Noah steps up into 5, and look at them. Vitality are playing spectator League of Legends because even the Corki can just run in and say hello.
Yeah, it's so over. It's just so done. But like, this is so sick to see from Giant X.
Yeah.
Like, I'm genuinely really excited now to see what Giant X can try and achieve in this group, because their early game is great. Their individual laning seems to be fantastic as well. Their understanding of how to use their composition really seems up there. Like, this is now a team that can really look to try and contest for some of these top spots.
And it's not game 1 Andy, guys, all right? Don't start saying that.
Day 3 Andy.
It's day 3. And against KC, they put up a showing. People were excited for Giant X, but not in the way they're excited for KT, because Giant X can finish the game. Lot ultis into Chayak, and you can see again the damage is a problem. Lot's taking a while to die. Gets the Drake out step, and Jackies sends them all to hell. Giant X, the road is paved for them, and while Nucko has had the best performance he could possibly have, Giant X have been a nuisance in the way, and this time around the early game will translate to the means of an end. Vitality didn't get to play League of Legends. It was Giant X stomping them into the ground for game 1.
That was an impressive performance from Giant X. That, like, if I'm a Group A, I'm sweating. Like,
true.
This is, and even for the rest of it, this looks sick.
Man, I want to see what Vitality come up with for game 2, though. Let's see if Giant X are on the road or if Vitality have something to say. We'll be right back.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Book your next hotel stay in Madrid with Marriott Bonvoy. A check-in at every checkpoint.
Look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the light. find harmony in me. I'm finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser
Like, it's our local region, you know. So I'm hoping that it'll bring a lot of life to this Vitality roster.
Bro, Jackie's caught my hand.
Yeah, my hand also got caught by Noah. Guys, I won luxury paper.
They plant level 1 better actually than us.
There's nothing.
Yeah, we can
Lucian,
go.
Yeah, don't push it.
Nice, look. Keep them out. Yeah, we will hide too.
Keep going.
Oh, okay.
You guys can push. I can block it.
Nice. Good job.
Welcome back to the LEC, where Giant X lead the series against Vitality 1-0. My name's Vidius, and I'm joined with Finn here in our constructed Summoner's Rift. Finn, at the very least, tell me you're impressed.
I mean, this is definitely one of the most pretty sandcastles I've seen in
That's
my
what
life.
I'm thinking. I mean, we've got champions, we've got towers, we've got everything we need to break down some high-level League of Legends. Now, we have added an Archon. Okay? Now, this Archon may look more terrifying than what you're used to, but Finn is by my side, so you have nothing to worry about, because he's going to help us understand what it comes to when we need a good Archon setup. So, Finn, when we're thinking about Archon, when we're thinking about, I want to secure this objective, this very important objective in the league, right? First of all, we need to think about the setup with our champions, but let's just say that I've gotten myself a pick. Okay, I've gotten myself a kill. So one of these blue minions, dead, right? Now I have the numbers advantage. What should I do in this position to secure the Archon?
All right, and I will break it down to you bit by bit. So, the red team advances onto the river, and you want to secure a vision line. You want to secure a vision line of yellow, green wards. So, when these bad boys want to approach the Archon, you will see it coming.
Exactly.
Now you have secured the position, you have surrounded the Archon, and most importantly, your solo laner has pushed out the top lane. Now, you get control around the Archon, and you start it. Bam! You hit the Archon, very menacing Archon, and now, listen closely, you pull him towards your pushed lane.
Why do we do that? Why are we doing that,
We are pulling him towards top side because now we have pushed lane here. So, either these little minions have to approach through the vision line of the red team, completely on vision, through this little choke point here, and that means it's going to be an easy turn with the side lane push on this point. Or, option 2, you go through the lane and you have to walk through all this control, all this deep push, and I think usually this takes so much time that by the time you are here, either you need to run in and try to get an Archon flip with your jungler just to get engaged on, or try to make a pick on this guy. Either way, it's really difficult. If you do this setup as the red team, 99 out of 100 games, you're gonna get this Archon.
So, if I'm understanding this correctly, vision line, pushed wave, control over the river, you make it difficult for the enemy team to approach.
Yes, and most importantly, pull the Archon towards the pushed lane.
Cool, right. Now, we have a perfect example of Vitality versus GX around this Archon. So, first of all, we see them finding that initial pick, Finn, and things are looking promising because we've got exactly what we've just described. The initial pick has been secured. So now, what is Giant X doing that is impressing you about this setup?
Yes, first, Jackis is looking for a pick deep in the jungle. As you see, they already have this vision line. Carsey tries to get to this Archon, but he's walking over all the wards and makes it so easy. And now it should be an easy Archon for GX.
But I'm already seeing mistakes. I feel like the top wave isn't pushed in. Vitality even has access, and now we've got a massive fight kicking off.
Yeah, crucially, Vitality, despite losing the AD carry, was able to walk through the Tribush without getting turned on. You see that beautiful choke point, that's such an easy turn point for the Rel, for the Azir. It's just being left up and available, and it turns into a slugfest. It is so awkward, and yeah, it's just not pretty at all.
So, after all this setup that we were talking about in the Archon, they didn't even end up getting the Archon. So, help me understand something. When it comes to GX and Vitality, I feel like in the mid-game what we've been seeing a lot of is that kind of over-eagerness to force the fight, maybe chase beyond. Is that what we saw in this situation around the Archon?
I mean, we also saw a little bit of a misjudgment on what's actually relevant to this Archon. Like, sure, you do need this Archon, but your Azir, your main damage dealer on the Archon, is not hitting. And this gives it really slows down the Atakan take and just gives so much time for these. Even though this guy got caught off, you can still kind of walk through here and kind of meddle with these guys, because the Atakan shred, the AoE damage, makes it really hard if you're hitting it to kind of take the fight after. You really want to turn before they congregate in this area.
So it felt like that there were two different decisions going on. There was a team decision on one end from Giant X to force and start the Atakan, but on the other side we had a solo play being made by Jackies. And each play in and of themselves aren't wrong, but in isolation it just creates this disconnect.
Yeah, I mean, I think the crucial mistake was not pushing out this wave long enough, because now if you have this deep push, suddenly you can't walk through here because there's an Azir from this angle, there's a Ambessa from this angle, and the Atakan hopefully being pulled out makes it so easy to turn. But yeah, a little bit disjointed by GX, and I would have loved to see a little bit more cohesion, a little bit more preparation, and a little bit more cohesion.
So obviously we're spending a lot of time talking about this Atakan, but in terms of the setup and objective setup, this is one of the big things we're looking at for this Giant X roster. But overall, we have seen some positive things, especially when we look at this bot lane in particular from GX. An impressive performance once again from Noah and Jun. We came into this matchup talking about this bot lane. How did you think they performed overall?
Yeah, I mean, if it was a really solid game from, I think especially Jun had so many crucial engages. While we talk about bot lane, I also really want to highlight, I mean, we're talking about Noah here, like look at that KDA, look at that damage share, 800 damage per minute, just really good stats. And I feel like he just always was in a position to get as much damage out while not really being under threat, and that's exactly what you want from your AD carry.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. Now moving into game 2, is there anything you want to see Vitality change that you think will give him a better fighting chance against you?
I mean, I feel like Shajek needs to be included more in the game. I feel like he first got ganked, or like they actually pushed up, but then he died. Then he TP'd back and died again. And I feel like this 6 was kind of a non-factor. When I think about Shajek, I think about a mid laner that works in tandem with his jungler, kind of skirmishing in the rivers, always being in these places. And I feel like he was always a little bit disjointed, and he wasn't really able to find his footing compared to the Seer that was Jackie's.
Well, here's hoping that we get a better performance from Chayek. Vitality want to still stay relevant in this series, but to get a little bit more insight, we do have Medic standing by with Jackies to hear about game 2.
I'm back here with Jackies. Jackies, really quickly before the next game of the series. I was wondering, we've seen a big change in Giant X from spring to summer. In spring, you guys were, we'll say, mediocre, to put it kindly. What has actually changed within the team?
I mean, I think I'll tell you like the boring stuff, right? Like getting on the same page. But I feel like in this time, it's actually kind of happening, because usually when people say that, it doesn't happen. But now I feel like, even though sometimes it may be bad plays, we actually do it as 5 and believe in each other. So I feel like that's like the biggest change, and we just play aggressive more, I think.
More aggressive. Well, thanks so much, man. Good luck in game 2. Hopefully we'll see 3 games in this series. I should have said that quieter. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Medic. I felt that was very informative in comparison to the boys in the play pit. I got distracted by the sand. And
Wait, the play pit was great. What do you mean?
It was great, but I just...
The Red Bull Towers, and that looked fantastic.
I just got confused because I just thought, oh, Finn and Vedius are just playing in the sand pit. That's where my brain went. So I didn't really absorb. What was going on, but it was good. No, it was inventive and it was great. Big shout out to LEC. I mean, the spa in the sand has been a sick weekend. Like, yeah, it's been awesome. And I feel like after this, I was just thinking, Dagger, I'm like, if this ends in 2-0, I think you and I are going to go and have a spa together.
Oh.
I'm
ready for the jacuzzi.
I brought shorts.
I have 2 pairs.
2 pairs.
I didn't know how wild we were going to get.
Oh, my Lord. Okay. I would invite everyone else here, but you're not allowed. There's only 8 people allowed in the spa at once, I think. My wife's family has, a jacuzzi. That's the
Can we
rule.
do like a raffle or something? Like,
oh yeah.
Yeah. If you buy something at this is not real. Don't listen to me. But if you buy something at the merch store, it's like you get entered into a draw.
You go to the raffle.
And we sell the margaritas now, so you can have a margarita with us.
Yes. Actually, good giveaway.
And I can't do that because I got to record Euphoria after this. But you can
record Euphoria in the hot tub. Let's go into pick ban. Actually, I don't know why you're not doing that. Any of the players coming on.
We can have Yankos on a screen.
Oh, you got Yankos coming on. Okay, Yankos is definitely going to be upset if he's not in the hot tub. I'm telling you now. That guy's going to come in and be like, what the hell? All right, pick ban, let's go. Usual bans, nothing really changed. Nautilus on blue side is the only interesting part of that. Maybe they're just fishing for an Alistar or Leona, or what do you want to fish for there? Maybe Poppy? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's denies the... Are you probably setting up for an Alistar of some description here with that ban? it also opens up, as you say, the Leona, but yeah, I think it doesn't, like, either way, you're kind of happy to just go for either of those. Even the Rakan is still decent here as well. Maybe it's more for the Rakan angle. Like, could look for an early Xayah Rakan or something, but Pantheon still up and available. Wukong up and available. There's plenty that you want to look for that first pick.
Trundle as well. You talked about the rising star in the jungle, and that's got to be the Trundle, right? And especially when, okay, we don't have Malco, we don't have Sejuani available, but it's still that good that even for duels against things like Xin Zhao, it's been able to hold its mark.
Yeah, and I think that's more so it's the early dueling potential that you have. And we saw when it has been picked up, how effectively it is at going into the enemy jungle and just trying to go for that 1v1 off of pushing lanes. But we'll have to see how much effect it can have in this one. As I think on the opposite side, you can still go for the Wukong if you really want to here. It does hurt a little bit with the Trundle there, but you still should be fine. Or even the, honestly, Pantheon works too.
I like the idea of Pantheon. Actually, yeah, Pantheon's so broken still.
Yeah.
And so with Rumble as well, look at the pairing.
I mean, so I personally prefer Rumble Wukong because I think it's just the AoE and the knock-up is super nice, yeah.
You should get it.
And I think that's, it's just that's such a fantastic combo. So we'll have to see as we go on, though, how they want to try and finish it out, because oftentimes you've seen when you are going for these dives, we've seen things like Kai'Sa kind of rise up in priority to go in alongside that, or Ezreal, because it has that kind of self-peel tool.
Yep.
Xayah Rakan fits into that as well.
And Xayah Rakan as well, I mean, self-peel, that's in the moneymaker, isn't it? With that Vi up and available, side note, we've just gone past it. I just realized it's been blue side banned consistently. And yeah, we've gone past Vi for other things as well. Victor's going to get locked in here for Chaac. Something I remember last split and last year that Chaac was very fond of. Some of these control mages, and I think Victor sits nicely with him as Ornn for Nuko. I think of him as such a carry top player, but it's nice to see versatility coming out of him as well.
It definitely seems like Vitality are kind of just going back to basics with the drafts, going saying, hey, look, we're bringing in Fleshy. We just want to make it as simple as possible. Let's go for tank top, damaging your mid and boss, and just play for these front-to-back team fights. So I imagine Fleshy's still going to be looking for something along the lines of the Alistar or the Leona or something like that. But on the upside, you can see the Rakan already locked in. You imagine, again, Xayah can fit in nicely. But I think Vitality are going to ban away things like Xayah and probably the Ezreal as well off the back of this.
Ezreal would be a good call-out, especially. I feel like both Kazi and Noah are good Ezreals. But then again, I think everyone in the league is a good Ezreal. You know, you think about it, you're like, oh man, Han Summer's Ezreal's so good. Maybe 80 carries are just good at playing Ezreal. Now, Xayah was mentioned there as well.
I was going to say, for a long time was not the case.
Actually, true. True. After Elk gave Europe what he did, we were just like, oh man, our Ezreal stinks. But then again, when you're versing Elk on Ezreal, it's kind of unfair. It's like the same as Rule as Ezreal, you know? Yone gone again, by the way. With Wukong, I can see it. Already got an AP top laner, makes sense. Also, Alistar 2. The plot thickens. Support getting pinched out quite a bit.
Yeah, there's the Alistar gone. So already taking that off the board. I still think you either have two options here as Giant. Do you want to try and go for the tank killers option in your AD carry role?
Yep.
Or do you just opt for, and this is what I was thinking Ezreal is, you kind of just bypass the front line to a certain extent. Like when you have the Rumble ult, they can go over the back line. Wukong, who can sneak his way in onto a squishy Victor, say, in the back. And then you end up with the Ezreal ult across the top. 9 times out of 10, that means that someone is going down. So I think that's probably where you can try and play for, especially if you add an Orianna into the mix here.
Ori with Wukong as well, very popular pairing. I mean, it does feel like the Wombo's coming in for GX. Like, their comp in game 1 was very team fight dependent, very back to front. This one feels like buttons just had that little bit extra oomph in it as well, especially going up against Ornn, Victor, like, okay, we're going to pull the trigger first, and we're going to do it before Vitality get to play their version of the front back.
I think as well for the Ornn, there's just a huge amount of disruption for him too.
True.
The knockups, the charms, everything else. It can be a little difficult to set up in the way that you'd want to. So, especially if it's Giant X pulling the trigger, and with the way that their early game has been going, that's definitely going to be difficult. Bard though, coming through for Fleshy. I thought we'd end up seeing something a bit tankier for him, just in that bottom row, but you've already got decent front line in the Ornn, so just trying to lock up any sort of immobile carry. So I think again Ezreal rises up as a premier pick here for Noah.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that you got something. Saber works as well. Spell Shield not going to be bad here either.
Spell Shield is a good call out, especially with all this long range engage. Jhin, Bard, Ornn, like there are abilities here. As the Sivir does get locked in, that can kind of get to you before you get to them. I feel like Dagger Vitality are just saying, hey, we'll throw it out, we'll keep our distance, and stop Giant X from being able to pull that trigger.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the hardest part, though, is trying to keep that distance, because oftentimes as you end up going towards objectives, you do open up multiple angles for Wukong, for the Rakan, especially coming off of red side towards things like Baron. You have a lot of ways to try and get in, even towards things like Dragon 2. So we'll have to see how they try and play it, but I like what Giant X have. It's very simple, very easy to one-shot someone in the back line if you can catch them out. But if Vitality are able to get this lead and they're the ones that can kind of set up on objectives first, them controlling choke points is such an important factor. But it's kind of in that way similar to the composition they played the last game, where they just weren't really able to play for that win.
They weren't able to get set up. That was our biggest criticism. Not only that, Chayak fell behind on the Ziggs early in the game where he didn't have the impact. He couldn't just slow scale along with the Azir. The Azir outscaled. So Chayak's got a lot of work to do in this game. Let's see the build path especially, because there are a couple of Victor builds now. The gun is, you know, getting more and more popular as it has more burst early, but if he takes a while to get online, he needs to scale up alongside Jackie's, because Jackie's had his number in game 1. Well, game 2, let's find out. Is this our final game of the week, of our starting week of summer? Or have Vitality got something in the bag here with this long range built into their engage? Let's find out now. Vitality GX. Game 1 was, a bit one-sided. It felt competitive at times because the gold was so close, but like, it never felt like Vitality found their successful setup.
Nah, they really couldn't. And I think it was more when we got to those objectives and they were struggling to control chokes, struggling to control where Giant X were entering. That really was what showed where their problems were, and even in their communication. So for this game, I think this is going to be another test of that, to make sure that they are fighting in the correct spots on the map. Whereas for Giant X, well, they're already looking to fight as they start to move in on mid lane.
Cosmic Binding not going to connect there. And Noah just sends out a boomerang in response, but nothing short of small trading. Jackie's gets a bit of mana flow banned. I mean, that's something.
I also think apart from, you know, the Orianna, everything else kind of does relatively well from level 6 to 11. Like, as you start to see these first items coming through, like Noah's Boomerang, very strong in an open or an initial team fight or skirmish. The speed up for a Wukong who hits level 6, Rumble having that early damage. Like, if you are trying to contest some of these early objectives, you have to be very careful on Vitality's side, because you kind of need Chayak to give time to scale. Karji can be a bit conditional in how his damage is set up, so I think Giant X would definitely be looking to try and take over again post level 6.
When that combo comes up, I mean, Wukong especially can't do much till level 6 apart from skirmish and layer some damage down. Linces, on the other hand, is Trundle. Some of the power that we've seen of this champion coming in is his dueling. He feels like another version of Xin Zhao, obviously different champion, very different champion, but it's just that his dueling is so good. And Lethal Tempo now normally to take PTA here for a bit of burst on the auto Q auto. We'll see how Linces gets off to the start this time. He's starting topside jungle, clearing down towards bot. Alternatively, you can see on the other side of the map, Isma doing pretty much the same thing here. With that race coming to 6, might be a slower early game here, unless anything can happen with the 2v2 bot. I mean, you're not diving this early, I don't think.
No, I do think it will be a slower game. With the range advantage on the support, Vitality should pretty consistently be able to get push in here. You're not really looking for much action around this mid lane. Unless the flash is burnt randomly, then maybe you can look for something. And you've got Ornn versus Rumble top, right? So I think it is going to be better for Isma in a position where he can kind of leave the map to itself and he can farm up towards level 6. But you will be looking to see if Linces can actually utilize the power of pushing bot, and Chayak has had decent control over mid to look for invades with the Trundle, but you can already see Giant X defensive vision going down to try and cover for that.
Defensive vision for Isma to get to level 6 as quickly as possible, seems right. Linces, especially since he's clear right now, seems to be a little bit faster. Or maybe it's just because the Gromp was pulled over towards blue buff and the stretch was there on our mini-map, but Linces has already finished off, going into Scuttle into River. Isma will be there, so Linces' speed is big. 4 for both. Pillar's going to come through, but it's just a quick clone. Linces just gets himself a Q. And he's just going to take over Scuttle. It's going to be a trade. As we said, it's going to be slow in the early game.
Yeah, but I like that you're already kind of seeing this aggression from Vitality, and Flashy moving across to support Linces as he goes in, just trying to get into the face of Isma. Now, as you say, it'll still be Scuttle for Scuttle, but this is kind of the way I think you need to play the early game as Vitality. Although, as I say that, I wasn't sure how far Nak was pushed forward. He's sitting about half HP, so there has been some trading on top, but the way pushing into him, he should be fine.
There is a way that Ornn can find a bit of burst here, but as long as the combo doesn't come through, and as well that Seer getting away from that Bellows Breath, rather.
I'm really sorry, Jake.
What is it?
There's a tier on Jackie's, which means there will be no Hex Gunblade shenanigans more than likely happening, and also double crystal means Rod of Ages for Jack. So
no.
Yeah, and I think like
maybe
this is Jackie's most played champion in 2025. He has pretty consistently gone back towards this this tier build. He's a 50% win rate, which for like not terrible, but I think he's going to be very comfortable. Just go right. We're scaling. We're farming.
Actually, it's not terrible. It's not amazing. It's not bad. It's not good.
About average.
It's about average, I think. Yeah, 50%, 6 games. I mean, he played this a lot last split. I feel like Orianna last split, it was kind of more of a fringe pick. Like, we had it as options into, you know, I guess it was either things like Victor's or I'm trying to think of other lanes, like some Silas lane.
Yeah, it was kind of dependent on, like, if you wanted to go for a Nocturne and stuff as well. But I think it's just there's been nerfs towards a lot of the champions that were in the mid lane, and then it's just she's always kind of sitting on the fringe of the meta. She's very strong as a lane bully, scales relatively well, and as long as control mages are good, she tends to be good.
Yeah. All round, I mean, she's not only just great in a lot of metas, she's also, I just think, a well-designed champion. There was a conversation on Susan's stream the other day, but like a lot of us agree that this champion is like one of the well-built. It's like Jhin. I think Jin's a really well-built champion, you know? Well-rounded strengths and weaknesses. This place is going to take a magical journey out. We pause and hold, and I think that discussion goes, wait, because Dragon has just been pinched. Giants are walking in. A smite at 600 is all it takes, and goes down to 17, but regardless, secured by Giant X. Vitality started it, but GX just walked in and said, mine.
Yeah, there's not really much you can do. You had the reset advantage for Noah, so he was already in a better spot. And level 6 hit for Jackie's in the mid lane meant he was able to dictate how Vitality were able to retreat out of that. So nice collapse from Giant X. And Noah should be able to crash this wave, just trying to deny Fleshy the opportunity to freeze it. But yeah, now should be able to reset and get some mana for himself.
Can't wait, love mana.
Hey, I was also going to say on the Orianna thing, I feel like you're a little biased on her since she is living on your arm.
She's on my arm rent-free. I mean, look, over the years, Orianna has had, like, fluidity of builds. Like, we even went Rod of Ages at some point, which I always hated. You know, T has always kind of been there. Is TP going to be burnt? Let's find out. Killer's out. Fleshy just used his TP. Magical Journey, but it's going to be followed. Now, he's out for now, but the question is, will he stay out? There's a Cyclone there. And Fleshy, I don't know, that debut right now ain't looking too hot.
Yeah, that was a bit of a silly mistake. TPing onto a ward that was already contested by Giant X. And I mean, this is what we're kind of talking about, right? Level 6 hit by Giant X is such a crucial portion.
Yep.
And in the second they have it, they're, okay, let's link up, let's get Jun working with Isma. We can fish for some of these plays and really utilize the advantages that this, like, ultimate gives us. And also just the strength of our champions at this early portion of the game.
I mean, I said it a lot last game. It's like Fleshy getting caught out, maybe had good intentions for what he wanted to do for Vitality, but yeah, that was just a mistake, and not much more you can say than that mistake cost him a kill over to Isma. Isma, who last game was in a position of power, and this time matters a lot more with his champ.
Yeah, I think he can be forgiven for the kind of some of the whoopsies from last game.
He can be.
More so because it was, hey, Vitality as a whole are looking to contest this spot. So it feels a bit bad to then put that blame just onto Fleshy, because it was more a team decision that Fleshy got caught for.
Like anything in League, right? Like, we can never know, because we don't hear comms 24/7 of, like, maybe Chayek's like, yo, TP here, come here, I need help. And without that context, you kind of just like, well, he made a bad play, but who knows behind it. But now at least, though, I mean, GX, not only did they get a little bit down bot, they get that kill, they've started their way onto Herald up in topside. Disengaged from Lot, he's just zoning Naka from getting anywhere near, or excuse me, rather, from that Jhin and Kazi getting anywhere near. So Void Grubs do go down, and with Void Grubs down, with that Ornn on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift as well, who's just doing a bit of proxying, it is slighting out to a GX win. That's good journey. Lot, Cosmic Binding, doesn't get the wall, a little bit far off, and Lot's just going to stay safe. He's got Swifties as well, by the way. It's your biggest question, Searing Charge. He went for a journey himself. He's not even the bard.
Yeah, I mean, decent sidestep, or we can say a miss if you want. It's both sides of the same coin.
Yeah, is it a sidestep or is it a miss, you know?
Yeah. Didn't even have to use the Bellows breath to try and keep himself safe, but we'll just walk away. But Giant now opening up in mid. The minute 45 until Dragon is probably what we're waiting for here. You're going to get first items starting to come through for a lot of these guys. And again, I think this is where you have a strength as Giant X, just because Chayek isn't really at a strong point. You can look at the items on Carzzy. He's a little bit, because he went for the early boots, he's going to be a while away from really being a factor on some of these our damage plays. So I think you can just try and hard force this, especially as maybe we get some action bot lane for NaKaNaKo here.
Maybe we do. I mean, he just got his way out before, but now not so much. Shockwave get Bellows Breath. It's nice. NaKaNaKo, the mechanics are good, and the health bar helps out. In fact, the Bellows Breath saved his life as Fleshy's here to cover after the fact.
Doesn't quite have the TP up, but will be able to reset and get back out for the objective. The Jackies won't have that ultimate available now for the Mountain Dragon. It'll be a couple seconds afterwards, so maybe that's a window Vitality can actually try to play through, because NaKaNaKo didn't have to use anything to really get away from it.
And I mean, with that call, the Forge got an ult up and available. Otherwise, there is a fight brewing. 45 seconds, that Dragon. Mountain stats individually. So valuable for an Ornn as well. Much like they would be for a Cassante of last game. So I feel like for Vitality, this is one you can't give away. You've been giving away all objectives this game, and I just feel like this series hangs by a balance as we count down to 30.
Yeah, the Yuntal is just slightly short on Noah on his reset there, so not quite able to pick it up, but he's still going to be fine as he starts to come back out. So you're looking for Carzzy to try and get a reset in, probably for himself as well. Does have the Dirk, so able to match at least a good amount of firepower, but actually with Jun position here, maybe Giant X aren't looking at that Dragon.
Jun is just not going to move. He wants to stay in the 2v2. He wants to hover over Jackie. Lince is now coming in as well, so maybe no one's looking at the Dragon. Instead, Lince is skirting around Fog of War. Jackie's into brush timing. Oh, he's ready to phase check. The timing, it's not great. It's not great at all. He'll be subjugated and killed. Chayek picks up the kill, and nicely done from Linces to sneak in.
Really nice pathing from Linces. Using that Fog of War created by the brush to make sure that he just couldn't be spotted. And unfortunate for Jackie, he thought Jun was enough to keep him safe. But Vitality get the cross map for the Dragon play.
And even though they didn't get grubs, I mean, Lenses on turret's going to do a lot of work. So for Vitality, this is getting some gold right where you need it. It's a Rod of Ages victor to our dismay. But a Rod of Ages victor now with a kill and a 600 gold lead. Dragon being taken, that'll make number 2 for Giant X. But apples and oranges really here in the early game if Vitality can keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, I think also some well-placed gold onto Chayek, which is going to do value for them, right? The kill, also the plates, means that he's opened up about a 600 gold lead for himself. And when we were already kind of saying you need to be firing on all cylinders as Vitality in these team fights, Chayek has to be that consistent DPS alongside Linces. So having him already accelerated is going to do wonders for them in these fights.
Well, you got 2 minutes 45 before we see if that gold means anything, if it continues building a story. That's Herald coming up. But so far, as we said, the early game would be slow, but trading blows has been nice. And in the meanwhile, Jackie's just catching up on CS as best he can. Now, he is 20 behind this Victor. But note that elsewhere, it is actually looking red for Giant X. Individual lanes, individually, looking good. As you'd expect in Rumble versus Ornn, I feel. Usually Rumble wins most melee matchups.
You're also winning out on the mid push here for Noah, which is why Giant X are feeling as secure as they are to just go for this invade on the top side. You got push there, Yuntal's completed.
Ooh.
You should be able to take these fights, but Carzzy's abandoned mid lane. He wants to try and take this.
Jackie does not have a first item, so ambitious from Giant X. There's a Cyclone from Isma. Carzzy's one called out. He flashes over. Noah with the Boomerang Blade almost completes the kill, but Carzzy gets healed up. Good redemption. Tempted Fate flashed away from Call the Forge God. Another follow-up. Shockwave interrupts, and there's no train on the return home. Jun now running for his life, but he gets out with a battle dance while Isma at the edge of the curtain call. Meanwhile, Lot stayed away from it all. Alone in bot lane with 3 grubs, and Giant X not dropping anyone makes that a win.
Nice disengage coming through. Jackie's was forced to flash, but Jun with the heroics to interrupt NaKaNaKo from that ultimate. And that's what we were kind of talking about. It can be somewhat difficult for an Ornn with the amount of CC that's on Giant X side to actually set up with that ultimate. And we got to see it there. Nice protection. And the bot play pays off for Giant X.
And he gets away as well. NaKaNaKo spotted him out, but 1 second too late. A lot gets his Leandries on the way back, and I was just talking about a small CS lead between top laners for the Rumble in the terms of 5. Now, about 15. With that Leandries picked up as well, he's going to be able to run back with Boots of Swiftness, probably get the majority of this wave pushing in. And Lot should be strong entering this next engagement. In 45 seconds, it's going to be the Herald spawning.
Good sidestep from Noah. Still damage coming through.
There's good damage. Kazi 4th shot though, and that's it. Half HP runs out, and the question is if he has time to reset. As Nuck-Nucker's gone deep. Mega Blast Cone, Lot overshoots it, but that's just fine. A Searing Charge probably needed up against the wall of Bellow's Breath as well, but down goes the equalizer. Deadly Flourish dodged away from Giant X in his river. Still hovering around because Jun's on the way in. Look as well. Noah with almost his ulti up and available wants to join in. Linces takes a big hit, but the Searing Charge is great. Nuck-Nucker on his dying breath flashes away. In the end, the slowdown for the Cosmic Binding. Beautiful. Fleshy probably saved the play because Giant X were on the warpath.
Still though, Giant X can continue to push in these waves. They're buying the space that they need. Bot lane immediately, Lot has gone back down there. Should be able to crash this wave in. And on mid as well. They should be in a good spot, and it's more kind of tools gone from Vitality side with Nuck-Nucker losing that summoner.
But Dagger is kind of just edging out towards his next fight, isn't it? Magical Journey again, Tempered Fate on the turret. Jackie's alone, isolated with a Chaos Storm down. Nicely done. He is redeemed for the earlier play.
Yeah, Fleshy starting to make moves now on the map. Catching that binding was crucial there to success, but
TP
can they escape?
One gets out, one does not. It's Chayak. After Fleshy just had to back double Cyclone, and Lot's here. Not even to save the day, just to take the kill. It's one for him, right where they need it. Giant X on the right side of the map as well for the Herald to spawn. So with that trade comes a problem.
Yeah, Nuck-Nucker should be able to get the tower, but if you can use this Rip Tail to crack up mid, I think there's a little bit more valuable here for Giant X, but still immediate gold funneled in towards Nuck-Nucker. You could TP down as Jackie's, but I just don't think it's worth it in this spot.
Bagged up. It is brewing, isn't it? It's like a good cup of coffee on a cold winter's morning. Well, actually, that's like, because she's an espresso machine, so it doesn't really brew.
I was going to say,
it's
in Berlin at the moment, it feels like on a cold summer's day.
Oh, yeah.
The way things are going.
Bro, we were out today. I went into the supermarket to get some things with my wife. It was sunny. We were wearing hats, sunglasses. I leave, like 10 minutes past. It was torrential rain. Like, bro, I think I'm in London or something. Like, what is happening?
Yeah, it's definitely not. What is Jun? Pillar does interrupt, but still, Dragon is available. TP now coming through from Chayak to try and set up, but moving through this choke will be difficult against everything that GX has.
And GX with the gold lead, showcasing up with almost 2 items on an 80 carry. Trinity Force on a Wukong, and Leandries still sitting there with a Fiendish Codex. GX have a bit of power, but Noah caught out. Shield already popped down. Redemption not helping out, rather. Just Vitality's on the hunt. Pop. Okay, they want to go in, and Jun's going to flash for it as well with the quickness equalized down. It's a nice equalizer at that. But Call the Forge God, that bounce back huge. Jackie saves the play. It's a good shockwave as he runs away from the Tempered Fate, but now he's got nowhere to go. Flashes again defensively, but the pillar up in the air. He's sprinting it to get out. He wants to trade at the very least. Flexi though won't give it to him with the command attack. He survives. Dragon now in Vitality's eyes. Closely played.
Giant X threw everything to get onto the flashless Cardi in the back line, but they'd gone too far. They had no way to get back out. And Nuck-Nucker with the 3-man Ornn ultimate set up beautifully.
And he's doing it again. Giant X are coming in to see if they can peekaboo their head in, but they won't. A Searing Charge catches Isma. Jun by the tip of his tail as well. There's the Cyclone, but Nuck-Nucker's still ready to fight. Again, Linces looking the right side of the fight, takes down Jun, and Isma's Cyclone helps him escape, but now Linces has control. Now Vitality have their taste of blood in this game too.
They get the Dragon, they get the kills, they get what they need, and you can see here, like, it's a nice idea. They know Cardi has no flash, so they all jump in onto him, but Nuck-Nucker gets the knock-up into the Ornn immediately, which is just beautiful. And again, you have consistent DPS from Linces and Chayak, whereas losing Noah means that you really don't have that tool available then for Giant X. And that's where they're just struggling. The not having Jackie's in a position at this stage where he can really be that carry means it's all unlocked, but you saw he just lost so much of his health bar off of that great engage from Nuck-Nucker.
And again, it's crazy how, like, the tank is, we're looking at total damage dealt to champions. The tank who was behind and had to respond to every Vitality play just has one big moment, and you're like, well, Actually, Lot's lead didn't really matter too much in that fight. And we come to an equilibrium. We come to Dragon stacking now stop. It's only a Chemtech Soul, and I'm sure for Vitality, that would have been nice to use if it was something like a Hextech, a Cloud, considering how maybe some fights start getting won, but still the individual stats can't hurt.
But I think the real win for Vitality is Chayek. Like, 4-1, 2 items now complete on towards him. He's the real winner off the back of this, especially that Leandri's just going to do so much tick damage as we go through this, and I think that's where Giant X now are really going to struggle, is they need to basically do what they did to Karzi, but on towards Chayek in these fights. If he can get up towards his Zhonya's or something along those lines, though, and try and minimize the impact of that dive, I think that's where Vitality have kind of sailed past what could be the danger zone for him.
Ability to buy a lot of time. Ghost pop from Fleshy. Jun just takes fourth shot. Karzi walks up and he's starting to do a bit of damage too, but he needs that BF sword to turn into something remarkable. He is a little bit behind on gold, and you can see that Noah has himself the Flicker Blade, but cheaper item. Looks like Karzi is going towards something like an IE dagger and something more meaningful there. As soon as he gets that, maybe his impact felt alongside Chayek as well. All right, Atakan's up. That's what's staring us in the face right now. Everyone hovering around topside. Jun has used his Unsealed Spellbook TP to join in if this can be started now.
Yeah, again, though, we're kind of seeing Lost left to his lonesome on this bottom side, and this seems to be the call from Vitality, is we're just going to keep Born with us, look for these quick engages, and it looks like it'll be towards Jackie's.
Chayek is stepping up. He knows Isma's there, that Jackie's has himself a buddy. Chayek 2 levels over Jackie's, by the way. So this Victor is hella strong, and Giant X paying respect. Vitality move all members up as Bot is now pushed in, and Lot is making the move manually by legs. Mid-wave the next call as well. I think we might have to just wait till Dragon Dagger. It feels like no one's really confident enough to start the Atakan here.
Yeah, I think for Giant X, they're trying to find ways to leverage off the fact they got both of these outer turrets down. Like, push boss into rotate Lot mid, into rotating Noah top, and then you can kind of get the numbers advantage you need. Now, they don't quite have to go for that full passage of play, but that's essentially what unlocks that top tower now. Whereas for Vitality, they are still relatively far behind on tempo, just because they don't, although Chayek is big, the rest of the team isn't really, and you still can't contest on a lot of these waves. But now, as you start to crest over towards, you say, Dragon, if you can get that IE finished on towards Karzi, I do think he is in a good spot, and maybe you can look to then force another fight in your favor.
Single waves continue. Minute till that Dragon, by the way. While we're gearing up, just a quick reminder, this is Fleshy's first LEC series. If you haven't heard of the bloke, just before we get there, a lot hinges on the back of this bar. The Tempered Fates have been good so far, and although he got caught out with a TP earlier, I think he has redeemed himself. It does feel like that long-range engage, he alongside Nucko, is how Vitality find a pick with the pillar as well. There's one of them, there's the other. Call the Fort God lands. Tempered Fate zones out but puts no one back into the Cyclone. Maybe too far, maybe too deep, maybe too long. Lintus is going to drop, and meanwhile, look, Chayek's like, I'm coming in now, but it's way too late. Giant X on the fray of the fight. The equalizer down. Magical Journey saves the play. Jackie's on the chase, though. All he needs is a shockwave. Dissonance out. Chayek zoned into the blue pit. He's already burned his flash, so he's dead man walking. Giant X with 5, and they outplay the overstep from Vitality.
Vitality thought they'd caught Noah, but they just couldn't quite get those key ultimates to land. They par perfectly around the Bard ult and that Ornn ultimate, and it's going to be Atakan for Giant X.
Atakan down, and as you told me, Dagda, that's about 3,000 gold, give or take, snuck into the pocket of Giant X. Big value of the objective as we look at the replay.
Yeah, you can see here, Noah ends up burning the spell shield to deny Fleshy the stun, so that's why Vitality think they can go for the play, but with the on the hunt pop by Sivir, the increased move speed means they're able to perfectly separate for those two big ultimates. Chayek then ends up coming in because he thinks they can take the fight, but now they've way overextended, not getting value at the beginning of the fight, and Giant X able to chase him down. Chayek tries desperately to do something, knowing he's essentially just going to get caught between Giant X, but there's not very much he can do in that position.
Wants that Arcane Storm to get a reset, but doesn't find it. And Giant X, we're seeing those moments of brilliance again. 3k gold lead and with a fight won. A bit of excess gold on that top lane as well. Bloodletter's Curse now picked up and a fight brewing around Dragon. Third for GX it would be, and Lead to the Chemdex ult. Shockwave comes in. Linces gets caught out in jungler at half HP. Equalizer as well on the road out. And Jun finding a road in. Tempest Fate holds up 5, but Isma gets rid of Vitality in the meantime. The Chaos Storm once again not getting a reset as Fletchy goes one way. Vitality go another. Naknako flushes for his life, but I think that's 4 for 2 with the Bellows Breath and the crispy toast that he's being turned into. Giant X reap the rewards.
Giant X decimate Vitality in the engagement. Even with Fleshy getting so many members locked up, it was only posed for the photo before they chopped down Vitality.
This time it was a closer game, but Giant X making it look like this series is going to be a wash. The Infinity Edge should make a difference on the Jhin, and I got to say, Dak, Jackie's is the reason that he pulls out this Orianna. He might be 0-3 and 6, but he has been the utility king here to follow up on how Isma's engaged to set them up.
Yeah, we get to catch it here again, but I wanted to keep an eye. Okay, so the Ornn ultimate wasn't quite up for Naknako. I couldn't quite see it on the replay, but it looks like it's up now. So I thought here we'd get the Ornn ultimate coming through, which is why Isma immediately pops the Cyclone to prevent the Ornn ultimate from being able to be followed up on. But even with that, the fact that you just catch Shayak and the on-the-hunt movement speed again just lets them chase down Vitality so well. Vitality just don't set up for the fight in the way they want.
I'm going! Come here!
That's the energy water.
What a legend.
Okay, that's great energy. That's great energy. And with Lot showcasing up, well, I haven't talked about him as much this game outside of individual leads. It is nice to see again, like the equalizers have been part of the pivoters. Isma's in, onto Naknako again. Giant X taking this jungle for their own. Baron is up, and the reason Vitality want to get nearby is because their vision is only left to that one ward.
Naknako.
But ignore wards because Naknako again, there's just no MR enough to hold himself. Shaki's tears through him now too.
Giant X have been playing this exceptionally. The one way that you probably lose this is splitting up and giving Naknako that opportunity for that big engage with Fleshy that they tried to play for. And GX just aren't letting them. They're just jumping onto them in the top side, staying as 5, but spreading out so there's never that big wombo combo threat. And now Baron, as 3 members of Giant X still contest here.
Linces wants to fight. Kazi has the range, but while Baron's going to drop down, Giant X can also then just pivot to the fight. Because look, Chayek's down bot. He wants turret. They need objective bounty. And granted, Dagda, I think Vitality needs a lot of gold so that this Victor can move to his 3rd item and try and actually win a 5v5.
Yeah, they're going for the tier 1 as they lose the tier 2 in top lane.
Yeah.
You're kind of trading as effectively as you can, but unfortunately, I think at this stage, Giant X, it's not even like Vitality, I think, have really good scaling, so it's not like if Giant X mess up that they still have like an awful lot of opportunities to go back into it, but they've kind of just shown they have a much better understanding of how to play in these team fights.
Yeah.
Like, who's the targets? How can we try and punish them? They've been burning some of these core flashes and stuff before major team fights as well, and then they're punishing when they get to the objectives.
3k gold lead for top lane now. Bot at 3rd item, Infinity Edge versus 2 only for Kazi. He hasn't had the most impactful series. Game 1 on the Lucian, couldn't play game 2. And been able to get the setup for range, but maybe a pick now could be good. Onto Lot, equalizes down so no one gets nearby, but how long will it take to kill him? Magical Journey, 4th shot, he flashes over, he's alive. Taken by Jun to bring some magic of his own into Kazi. Again, how hard it is to play as Heaven Face flashed away from an Isma. Gets on top of Kazi. Not playing League of Legends today. That's a big tick. Vitality must be hating GX here because this is just looking in the impossible basket once again.
Yeah, the TP back here from Lot, they want to end it here. Linces falls, towers are falling, and it looks like Vitality will go with them.
Vitality have got 3 left, and Chayek is going to try and clear this wave, but against Baron it seems so hard. Jun's going to TP in, and 5 members of Giant X are going to assault Vitality's base. 29 minutes and a bit in game 1, 28 and a bit in game 2. Giant X, we weren't kidding. Their week 1 has been impressive, and they are showing us that they're more than just Scrim gods.
Scrims have made it to the main stage. Giant X look terrified. This is such a fun team to watch. They're aggressive, they are taking fights, they are outplaying you, they are great on the map. It's impeccable.
It is, and Vitality don't want to just hit them. I mean, this game was close. This game was very close for a long time. And there were some good plays. Like, I feel like Fleshy on Bard, you know, had some impact with his ult, had some impact with some of the skirmishes. Linz as well on Trundle, that topside play. But outside of that, I mean, it was even outside. And yeah, Giant X took them away. I'm curious about your key player of the game. You can vote for them on at LEC on X. Isma, Noah, or Jun is a hard one, as usual. But Isma had an insane day.
But I think it's hard because of the way Giant X has been playing. It's not like it's one person individually stepping up.
Yeah.
It's the whole team stepping up. It is Isma and Jun working so well as a two-man unit.
True.
Jackie's doing really well on that mid wave. Noah having some fantastic moments in team fights. And Lot has really impressed me with how good he understands where he needs to be on the map. Like, genuine, that is kind of the biggest growth I've seen from him, is like, how many times are we going, oh, Giant X have either just escaped from a team fight on top or won a team fight on top. Lot knew he didn't need to be there. He's now taking bot tier, or he's now taking top tier.
True.
Like, that seems to be the consistent story for this, and it's really cool to see.
It's their early game. We came in talking about it. We'll go out the same way. Their early game for Giant X, like, it does feel like, and this is going to sound crazy, but it does feel like some of the best in the league. Like, in the LEC right now, their early game has been insane. And while that game, it was a little bit slower, like, they switched on in mid-game, and it's not like they were that far behind in gold and making egregious mistakes. So, yeah, improvement, huge, big week, I think, overall for Giant X, as we hand it over to Medic, who's talking with that top laner, who's showing remarkable improvement.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on the day. I'm joined by Lot. Great game from you, from the whole team. I wanted to talk a little bit about your evolution as a player, from spring, from winter into summer. Are there any specifics that you've been deliberately working on and trying to improve to help the team as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, when I first joined, I was kind of like a fresh rookie. I was playing my own game, just focusing on my mechanics. But when the time goes, you're just like, okay, the game is actually difficult. You need to learn so many things. And when you start learning, you're going down as an individual level and a team level. So I just keep working, and I'm just hoping I get better.
I mean, you're definitely, in my opinion at least, which is, you know, low master opinion, you're definitely getting a lot better.
Thank you.
In the evolution from spring to summer as a team, is there anything that you feel you've given to the team or pushed the team to do that perhaps the other players haven't been looking at as much?
I think the confidence. As a top lane, I'm kind of like a confidence part of the job, maybe. I'm just going and playing with the confidence and trying to imply that just beat whoever comes to you, just don't care the opponent, just close the names and just go in. So I think on this part, I helped them a lot.
Yeah, we heard you screaming in the middle of the team fights as well. Is there it feels like sometimes there's a disparity between what it is to be a top lane during the laning phase and then what it is to be a top laner during team fights. Because like a lot of the early game, you were kind of just off to your own devices, down in bot lane, taking a tower, making sure that you get gold. How do you match those two as a player? Because sometimes you do just need to funnel yourself in the early game so that you can have that impact later.
Yeah, I mean, for example, the first game, as Ambissa, I TP'd. It was a kind of bad TP, but like, as a top lane in the meta right now, you just kind of try to help your team as much as possible. I think right now top lane is not great. You're just, the game is kind of 4v4, and you're just trying to help your team to get objectives, grow them as like better resources, better carriers. So like as a top lane, you cannot carry that much of the games, but if enemy gives you a free gold, you take it. For example, when they TP in the own game, I just, I just take gold, and I have 3 items. Earlier than ever, I can't carry.
Also relies a lot on trusting your team. We talked to Jackie's a little bit as we came back for game 2, and he was saying the team seems to be much more on the same page now. It's, if we're going to be aggressive, we're all going for the same call, even if perhaps the call isn't the ideal one. Do you feel that same change within the team over the break?
Yeah, I mean, it's for sure. Because right now, as a team, even if we make a bad call, we are just trying to do it as a team. So if we are together, as long as we can just do anything. So our main plan is to just be together.
That makes a lot of sense. Just quickly before we hand it over to PGL, the rest of the teams in your group, obviously losing to KC yesterday in what was a very close, hard-fought series, today beating Vitality, you've got Na'Vi and MKOI left. What are your expectations for the group stage, the next two series that you have to play?
I think I want to play tiebreak for second place and first place. So we will look to win all the other matches. And I just want to win every match. Whatever will come, so I will just want to win.
If you're playing a tiebreak, is it against KC or MKOI?
I don't care, but both.
Oh? You think you can take either of them?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think KC played really well, but it was kind of feeling off. Maybe it was our first stage game that was feeling off after a long break. So like, if we play in our best conditions, I think it can be a good and fun match.
Amazing. Great to hear, man. We all love close League of Legends. It's good to see you guys evolving on the stage as well. Thank you so much for joining us. This has been the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. We're going to hand it over to the Spirit Blossom Springs for PGL.
You have ideas for the minimap for sponsors? What should we add actually? KitKat on Nash. Got it. We'll do that next time. But in the meantime, welcome to the post-game lobby with me, Gilotto, and Jack Spectra. How are you doing, Gilotto?
Doing good.
Yeah?
Happy. This format is very punishing, so getting a win relaxes us a lot.
Yeah, convincing enough win, given the Scream gods that you guys are?
I mean, it's enough. I think it's a step up from spring. Even yesterday, I said the same. I think that our performances on stage are getting better, and I think if we keep on this track, we have a chance to achieve our goal.
Mm-hmm.
So far, going good.
I even see some improvements from yesterday's game, Jack.
Yeah, I think overall it looked pretty clean. Vitality, I was a little bit disappointed in them. I thought they'd have a bit more fight in them. What do you think? Like, how do you feel about this win in general?
I mean, from Vitality, I think that they are still a very similar team to last split. They didn't make much changes. It felt like...
So you don't think Fleshy is a big improvement over Niski and it changes the team?
I mean, he's an improvement, right? But when I watched their series against SK, I think that Karzi was full 1v9 every single game on that tournament. And last year, I saw more from Naknako than I saw at least today. So I think that kind of balances out the thing. So I think they are kind of in a similar standard. I was actually really surprised that they chose our group instead of the other group, because I knew that we were always going to get the group of death. But from them was weird. But I think they did actually good against us in scrims when we were in Malaga. So that's why they chose us. But yeah, it was not. I don't think there was something different that happened today than what I expected.
Isma was the key player of the series today, and we've been deserved, right? We've been talking about the impact he has, especially in the early game, and how much pressure he puts on the opponent, and how much he can help his lanes. As a coach, how do you reflect on his development since he joined the team?
I think that he had really big shoes to fill in terms of leadership. For those who know Isma, you know that he's naturally not anything near a leader. But in game, he's becoming one. He's getting more comfortable with one. We are probably the team that has one of the biggest energies while playing. I don't know, these guys are perma-screaming for...
I feel like it's you guys and MKOI.
I remember in Madrid, for example, Jack is ulted with Victor and Lot is screaming already. You know? And I think that a lot of it comes from him. He had a really good... he did a really good job, especially recovering Noah. I think the work he did with him was amazing as well. And like, it's so hard for someone that doesn't have leadership qualities or natural leadership qualities to go into that role. And for me, seeing him grow into that in game is very special. It's gonna help us a lot.
And it shows already from yesterday's game, today's game. I'm excited to see Isma developing. We're going to talk about him a bit later, but before that, we have special guests in the jacuzzi with a check-in with Finn and the Czech boys. Take it away, guys.
Hello, willkommen, and join us for a check-in with the Czechs. I'm joined with Jackis and Karsi, two beautiful men. How are you guys doing? How are you guys feeling after that game?
Perfect. Not perfect.
Give me something more, Karsi. Why do you not feel perfect?
We have lost the series, kind of 0-2, you know, and there are just like 3 more to play. So it's not that many series to play, no?
Yeah.
If you understand what I'm saying.
I totally understand what you're saying. Now, Jackies, let me talk to you, okay? Yesterday against KC, there was some incidents. You guys didn't end up being victorious. There was a Silas being picked. What do you think about that series? Did you take anything away from that coming in today?
Okay, this third game doesn't exist in my head anymore.
So amnesia.
Whatever that means, yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know, first 2 games, I think second game we played pretty well against KC, and first game, honestly, 2 times in a row we had it in our hands. And we failed. But it wasn't that bad. I think we have a lot of things to learn. But yeah, it wasn't that terrible, yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Cars? You're coming in against GX. They've been quite vocal about their scrim dominance. If you lived under a rock, you might have missed it. If you didn't, you probably heard about it. What did you think going into today? Did you think they were going to be a strong opponent?
I mean, I thought they would be strong opponent, but not someone who we couldn't beat because like we stomped them in scrims before.
Is this true?
Like a month ago, yeah.
Like a month ago? He's bringing the old receipts? No way, Cars. Okay.
That was the last time we scrimmed. I don't remember.
Was that last time you won a scrim as well?
No. No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I expected them to play well, yeah. I thought we would play a lot better, but it is what it is. We can only bounce back the week after the next week.
Exactly.
How do you feel, Jackies? Player of the series was Isma. He was very strong this game, and he's been quite good this entire split. What do you think about his improvement from spring to summer?
I think it's been actually very big.
Yeah.
I know Isma was getting a lot of hatred before, maybe even now, but I feel like he's the player to actually improve the most in our team, for sure. And I think we finally see his vision of the game, and we follow it or update it or whatever you want to say, but I think he's for sure good now. Yeah.
So he was playing really well before, you just didn't see his vision?
Yeah.
Like he has this transcended mind that you guys just couldn't keep up with him? I'm buying into that.
For sure he's like top 3, probably the top 3 player in the world right now.
Yeah?
We just didn't see it before, and yeah, now we finally
maybe if you all can catch up to him, then maybe you guys can actually not...
I mean, for now we just have to follow him, right, and learn, and that's kind of it, yeah.
Yeah, maybe he should tell you not to pick Silas as well. Karsi, new support, fleshy, first game on the stage. Maybe not the debut he wanted. Obviously he's played a major region before in NA, but that was a while ago. How does he feel like he adapted to the LEC stage? Do you feel like he comes in with a lot of nerves, or does he feel confident in himself?
I mean, to be fair, he's been put to like a quite rough spot, you know, coming in with as a rookie to LEC, kind of rookie, if you don't count LCS. So
don't disrespect people that go to NA, by the way. I think that's not the place to do it, okay?
I agree.
Be very careful. Okay?
Yeah.
But I mean, I think he did quite well for the pressure that has been put on him.
Yeah.
So it can always be better, but that was for everyone from our team. So, you know, good for Fleshy. Good job.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're gonna send it over to the desk, and maybe they will continue breaking down. We're gonna chill here in the jacuzzi for a bit, and see you guys soon.
Wow, thank you guys. Great to see that Karzi has a new boyfriend in the likes of Jackie's now that Humanoid is gone. The rebound is on here. I love the vibes between these two, honestly. It's chaos, it's everything you want. I want to take a look at the groups and the standings to see where we leave things at the end of this week. And I want to know what you guys think about the new format so far. You were talking about the fact that it's not forgiving. Of course, there's not a lot of games, but your take on the groups and how they've played out and how it's been for you, actually, to adapt to that.
Can I be honest?
Oh, of course.
I think it's really bad.
Okay.
Like really, really bad. I think the fact that the teams are choosing what group they go is very punishing to the top teams. It rewards a lot the 9th place. The 9th place is the only team that gets to see both groups and choose exactly into what group they want to be. And it punishes teams for playing well because the worst teams just choose to avoid them. So I think that I can see the idea of groups. I want to see first how the groups go and etc. before making a judgment. But the choosing process, I think it's not well done.
Okay.
My opinion, right? Like it's.
And I love the honesty, honestly. Yeah. I mean, I appreciate the fact that we have 3 different formats in the LEC, and it's about what the players feel and what you guys feel in the end, Jack. So far, any surprises maybe that we've seen? Not too much. When I look at the expectations
I'm kind of surprised by you guys.
Why?
Really?
I just feel like you are doing better than I expected, and I feel like Isma especially. I feel like it's been, from my POV, it looked like before when you guys played with Closer kind of did whatever the team wanted. Well, when Isma came in, he was doing his own thing, and now everybody's following Isma's plan instead. And overall, you guys look way, way better than before. So I'm excited to see.
I mean, Isma actually adapted more to the team than the team to the others, which to me is like another thing that was really good from Isma. There was a lot of, I mean, you know me, so there was a lot of fights. They have to happen. But now I think that he sees the game in a much, much better way than when he came. And once he's able to see it and understand it, I think he also became very good at playing it and guiding the team to play it. So we are playing the way Isma sees the game, but Isma, I think, grew a lot in the way that he sees the game as well. And I mean, I'm incredibly happy with him. I think that Lot improved a lot as well. His performances on stage, I think at some point in Spring Split was like 10th in every stat. And now he's doing better. Even yesterday against, in my opinion, the best top player in the league, Kana, he did quite good against him. So yeah, overall, to me, we are doing kind of as expected, and the surprise would probably be more Fnatic.
In a bad or a good way?
I mean, in a bad way. Because the first time we played them, they were like, that's why we chose the other group, you know? Like the first time we played them in scrims, I think it was like some night blocks or something. It was like Poby was just
running it?
Wow, smurfing.
Oh, he was smurfing?
Like he was just smurfing.
Oh.
So I thought that they were going to be like really...
Wait, I thought you...
But, I mean, this like initially.
Oh, okay.
And then when we scrimmed them again after the groups, when I saw them play on stage, I think that's the surprise for me.
Interesting. I want to know what the guys think in the jacuzzi, actually. Guys, which team has been the most surprising and disappointing so far?
Surprising and disappointing. Who wants to start?
Carlos starts.
Surprising and disappointing?
Yeah, give me two.
I mean, most surprising... So I don't know, disappointing SK, I'd say.
You expected a highlight of them coming into the split?
SK?
Yeah.
No, I just thought they are really bad.
I think if you're disappointed, like you expect them to be good and then they're not. Like I expected Vitality to do really good, but I'm a little bit disappointed.
Me too, personally.
Okay. Sorry, I don't want to flame my brother. Are you touching my leg?
I have nothing to say to this.
Okay, Jackis, what about you?
Most surprising, maybe BDS. Actually, Fnatic. I feel like Fnatic have been getting a lot of hate, but
in a good or bad way? How do you think they're surprising?
You know, how can be a surprising a bad way?
I mean, if they're surprisingly bad, they're surprisingly bad.
Oh, no. They're surprisingly not bad.
Surprisingly not bad?
Surprisingly not bad.
Did you manage to play a little bit against Poby?
Yeah.
The killable Demon King? What do you think about him?
Killable Demon King?
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's actually good, very good online, I think. But then I could sometimes see the language barrier coming into the mid game, but that's like expected, right? But I think he's a very solid lane player for sure.
Yeah, I mean, what I heard is that like he's super good in lane, but like sometimes it's hard for him to like kind of communicate what he needs in mid and late games. So I can see that. Who did you say was the most disappointing? BDS?
No, I said BDS. Like one of the surprises was BDS for me. Disappointing, probably Vitality.
What was BDS' surprise? He's right here, by the way. He can hear you.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just too biased on scrims, but the BDS felt really weak to me in scrims. But then they 2-0'd someone. I don't remember who it was. But
oh.
Well, still.
Yeah,
I expect it to be more even.
Yeah.
So, and disappointing. Yeah, I mean, Vitality. Terrible. Like that AD carry is like.
To me, it sounds like you're happy about Fnatic just because Humanoid left, so now you're like
finally
the first Czech mid lane.
I mean, I'm the only one.
I mean, there's no Patrick, there's no more Humanoid. You guys' rivals are out of the league.
Yeah, now
we have each other.
We have no competition, so I'm expecting our levels to drop drastically throughout the.
Who's the better AD carry? Who's the better Tristana, for example?
I mean, I'm better at everything than Patrick.
No, I'm talking to Jack.
Oh! Better than everything.
I'm better than everything.
No. Patrick is not here, he can't defend himself,
I mean,
man.
Sorry, Patrick, if you're watching, I like you, bro. But I'm better than Jackis at every single ADC champ. And on Azir as well.
For sure not Varus.
I am 10 times better than you.
I should 1v1 then, at some point.
I'm better than your silence.
1v1.
Sure.
I mean, that's not hard, is it?
That is not hard to beat. Like, let's be honest. The bar is down here in the pool, man. Like, let's not go.
How am I the one flamed when he was the one that lost? He's the one that lost.
Hey, you fight back then.
No, I'm not
you're
that guy.
taking all the flame
I'm
right
not
now.
that guy. I'm not that guy.
Okay, he's above us.
I'm
We're
above
all the
you,
flamers.
I'm above
you can flame me. I have ace in the hole. ready for like if you.
Now I'm full scared.
If you go and find-
I'm really scared as well.
So I'm not saying anything. Vitality is the best team in the world.
We've created a very weird energy right now in the pool. I think we're gonna send it
No,
back
but
to
I
the
love
desk. They can bring some sense back into this.
The deskless desk here. I love those vibes. Please let's do that more often, and I want to see that 1v1 between these two. Closing thoughts on the next schedule. On the schedule you have, I think you're going to play MKOI next week. Any comments you want to make on their MSI, maybe on them returning to the league?
I think they are the strongest team in our group. I mean, they are the current champions. But I also think that we are in a very lucky spot to be their first game. I think they start scrimming today or tomorrow, I'm not sure. So if there is a time to face them and beat them, it's now. I think they are a team that improves a lot, grows a lot going into playoffs. And they learn a lot from every international with a good coaching staff. So the earlier we face them, the best. So I'm quite happy that we are their first game.
You're always coming back as a new team, as new players, especially when you go to internationals. Jack, what do you expect the improvements for MKOI are going to be actually after this MSI run? What are the learnings?
I mean, I hope just like continue building on Alvaro. I feel like he's just developed into such a stellar player, and I hope that the rest of the team can follow him and let him guide them kind of vibe. Like him and Elyoya just lead the game, because I think when they're really in control, then MKOI look like a completely different team. Absolutely.
Domination by the end of spring, and we expect that once again from our champions. Maybe not next week, because obviously you want to play and you want to win. And wishing you the best of luck in the split, Giletto. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure having you for PGL. Thanks to the Czech guys. They're almost gone. Thank you, Finn, also for the very chaotic content that we had today. That's all for us here, but if you want to bring your spa vibes onto the Rift, grab your favorite Spirit Blossom skins. If you want to look dripped like us, get onto that right now. We'll be back next week, same time, same place. I hope we're getting the spa. I hope we're keeping these vibes, and I hope you're gonna have a lovely and amazing week. Stay tuned. Bye-bye.
Yeah, he played on set. Yeah,
oh yeah, set, yeah.
Nice voice crack.
Yeah, shut up.
I'm behind.
Luku should be top side.
He's good, yeah, he's free. Nice.
Let's fight this.
Nice.
Kill them for KDA, boys. Nice, guys.
Nice.
I can drop ulti here, look.
Yeah.
Hold. I can go. Drop him here.
Rakan just use it.
Talia. Oh shit. Nice one.
I'm behind them.
Nice, boys.
Nice. I go bot. Hello? I have him.
Nice.
We need to give a gift.
The wall is coming to the midst of the fight, but it's zoned. Kadui out. 5K getting lower. The three of them locked up perfectly. Kobe ready for a montage. Goes in, finds two. Immediate follow-up. It's a complete disaster.
It's our local region, So I'm hoping that it'll bring a lot of life to this Vitality roster.
Bro, Jackie's caught my hand.
Yeah, my hand also got caught by Noah. Guys, I won luxury paper.
They plant level 1 better actually. Yeah, nice. There's nothing. Yeah, we can. Lucian off. Go.
Yeah, don't push it.
Nice, look. Keep them out. Yeah, we will hide too.
Keep going.
Oh, okay. You guys can flash.
I can block you.
Nice. Good job.
They have moved from Madrid to both side.
Is that?
Good job.
Nice. Rumble can TP top.
I'm going in!
Is that? Okay, I'm gonna save my ult.
Come here!
No, kill him. Where's my fucking Noah? Noah is clicking back, by the way. I can't believe it.
Nice, good job.
I got my first kill. Okay, good job.